What is going on, guys? My name is Bucky Roberts and welcome to your very first tutorial in HTML5. Now, in this tutorial series, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be taking you from a complete noob in HTML5 to a seasoned vet, teaching you guys all the little tricks, all the tips, giving you guys all the information you need to create awesome websites. So if you guys are like, okay, I don't even know what the heck HTML5 is, well, I kind of just gave it away. It's basically a way where you can create awesome, sweet, epic websites. So if you're saying, okay, I thought I learned about web development before, but maybe not. Well, I want to tell you guys this. If you are completely new to web development and you never made a website before, then I would highly recommend you check out my XHTML and CSS videos and then my JavaScript tutorials. Once you do this, you're going to be ready to move on to HTML5. If you kind of skip over these, and this is the very first video you're watching on web development, I'm going to be moving kind of fast and you might get kind of lost. So I just want to tell you guys that first. Now, if you're like, okay, what the heck is all this crap? I'll give you guys a 5-second introduction. XHTML is basically the core basic elements of a website. It's basically like your foundation. CSS is how you make everything look pretty, add some colors, arrange the pictures nicely, and JavaScript provides functionality, interactivity. It lets the user interact and basically makes your web page a whole lot smarter. So with the basics, with making it look pretty, and by making it smarter, you guys might think, okay, so that's basically everything I need to make an awesome website. Well, HTML5 is kind of like an XHTML, CSS, and JavaScript burrito. It ties all of it together, makes it a whole lot better, and it's just going to take your web development to the next level. So that's what you guys have to look forward to. It's going to be awesome and amazing. So, as we can clearly see from just browsing the web, that the website isn't like it was in like the 1990s. It's no longer just static text and information like reading a book online, but it's becoming more interactive and media based. So that's what we're going to be learning to do with HTML5, kind of like I said, taking our websites and web pages to the next level. So before we begin, before we start typing a whole bunch of code, I want to mention a few things. We need a couple tools in order to write HTML5. The first tool we need is a text editor. Now you already have a text editor probably already on your computer called Notepad. However, this is a really dull and boring and simple one. It's not the best. So what I would recommend doing is downloading this one right here. This is called Notepad++. If you go ahead and type that in Google, you can find it and download it for free. But this is a text editor that I would recommend. It's the one I always use, and you guys are going to thank me so much for telling you guys about this. Did I mention it's free? Oh yeah, it's free. So aside from a basic text editor, you also need Google Chrome. Now that's kind of a lie because you can test your HTML5 websites in any web browser, but Google Chrome is the web browser that's always up to date with the latest HTML5 stuff. So if you're using Internet Explorer or Firefox, then I would recommend switching over to Google Chrome. Because, like I said, it's always up to date, and aside from that, I'm going to be testing all my sites in Google Chrome, so if you want to follow along and do exactly like I'm doing, then it's probably best you get the same tools that I'm using. So anyways, those are the two things you need, actually three things. You need a text editor, you need a web browser, hopefully Google Chrome, and you need some ambition. But hopefully you guys got that already. So anyways, once you are all set up and ready to go, you're ready to move on to my next tutorial where we are going to be creating the basic shell of an HTML5 website. So it's going to be awesome and amazing. Thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your second HTML5 tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be teaching you guys how to set up a very simple HTML5 website. Now what we set up in this tutorial you can basically use as a template for all your HTML5 websites from here on out. So let's go ahead and get started. The very first thing we need to do is we need to open a blank file. Now you can either click this button right here, or you can go to File New. Either way, we need a new file. Now from then, we need to save this as an HTML document. It's very important. So go to File, Save As, and I am actually saving all my crap in, I made a folder, HTML5 YouTube. So go ahead, and it doesn't matter what the name is. I'm just going to name mine Bucky, and you can either hit .html or you can find it in this list of about 6,000 things. Hypertext markup language file. So Bucky.html, very important you have the HTML and save. Now once we have the core file saved, we can go ahead and start typing some crap into here. Now the very first thing we need is a doc type, and before I even get started I want to mention this. I'm going to be telling you guys all the tags that we need, and if you don't even know what tags are, again I want to stress this one more time. Make sure you watch my XHTML tutorials, and once you do, you're going to understand what the heck I'm talking about. But let me go ahead and show you guys who already know a little bit about XHTML what we need in an HTML5 website. So again, like I said, we need the doc type. So doc type HTML. And that's basically all we need aside from the regular HTML tags. So how much easier is that than your XHTML huge long string of text that you need to copy from the W3 places? It's nice, clean, and simple. And don't forget your explanation point or whatever it's called. That wasn't a typo, you actually do need that. Now after that, you need your HTML tags. Now these HTML tags, in fact a lot of these tags I'm going to be typing in this tutorial, are the exact same tags that you needed in XHTML. So nothing new here, just go ahead and write your HTML tags, and anything in between here is basically our website. So your HTML tags, they actually need to be a little bit different. What you need to do is you need to add an attribute called lang, and you need to set this equal to en. This means basically what language are you using, and the language attribute needs to be set to English because I'm speaking English, that's why. So again, that's what we need to add for HTML tags. Now after that, we need, of course, the head and the body. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Go ahead. So put your header right there, and put my body. And again, these are the exact same as XHTML. So to recap one last time, in our head goes all the stuff that's kind of the information, like the title, the CSS styles, the scripts, and in our body is what the user sees. The body is like the images, the paragraphs, the text. It's where most of the stuff goes. So let's go ahead and now add something in the head of our website. The very first thing I'm going to be adding, and you need to add this to, is a meta tag to define the character set. So do that by adding meta char set and set this equal to UTF -8 or -8 -8, whatever heck you want to call it. And this is a self-enclosed tag, so you only need one. And I guess I might as well talk to you guys about meta before everyone gets mad at me. The character set is pretty much how your browser interprets characters. It's really techie stuff we don't need to worry about. You just need to copy it. But anyways, character encoding is something, like I said, we don't need to worry about. But meta tags, on the other hand, you might be seeing these a lot. These are other information that your website may need. For example, keywords, a description about your website. It's not required, but it's nice to have some of these meta tags. It's kind of like the credits at the end of the movie. You don't really need them, but it's kind of nice to have them. So that's the only meta tag that is absolutely necessary. The rest, like your keywords and description, aren't required. So I'm just going to be sticking with the basics for this tutorial. Now after this, let's go ahead and add a title. Now the title is a thing that appears at the tab or the top title bar, if you guys kind of guessed that. And I'm just going to name the title of this website Bucky's Website. And again, whenever we view this in a web browser, this is what's going to appear on the tab on Google Chrome. So now I think, okay, we actually have one more thing that we need to add, I forgot. And that is a link to our style sheet. And then we're just going to be adding this, previewing it, and that's the end of this tutorial. So a link is basically a reference to an outside file. So if you're saying, okay, first of all, I might as well talk you guys through these attributes. Rel stands for relative, and it pretty much means how is this link related to the website. So this is a style sheet. So we pretty much say, okay, the file we're about to tell you is going to be a style sheet for this web page. So now it needs to know, okay, so what file is it? And for that, we use an attribute called href, and we set it equal to main.css. Now, if you're saying, okay, what the heck is this file? Actually, this file is a CSS file that we didn't create yet, but we're going to be creating it in the upcoming tutorials. Now, you're saying, okay, Bucky, I watched your CSS tutorials. I know that you can just throw all of your CSS on the website right here. Well, yes, you can, but what I like to do is I like to use my CSS in a separate file because it keeps it a lot cleaner and easier to manage. It's always good to have your CSS in any design or appearance files on an outside web file because we want to keep this thing as simple as possible because we have enough stuff to pack in here. So that's why I'm doing that. So anyways, in order to preview your website, go ahead and save it and hit run and launch in Google Chrome, and whoa, this thing pops up. Let me go ahead and minimize that beast. And as you can see, it says Bucky's website on our title, and we didn't add anything to the body. If you guys didn't know what the body is, it's this crap right here. And since our body is empty, we have nothing in between those tags. That's why we don't see anything yet. So again, that is your basic HTML5 website. Again, you probably want to copy this and use this template for the rest of your HTML5 websites. Again, a couple things you want to take note of. Don't forget to add the doc type, the HTML language, and also this meta tag. So those are very important pieces of information. Don't forget it. Now in the next tutorial, we're going to be adding some stuff to the body and actually making our website look a little bit prettier. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you then. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your third HTML5 tutorial, and in this lesson I'm going to be talking to you guys about the different parts of the body. Now, way back when, people used to lay out websites using something called tables. Now, this allowed you to kind of arrange stuff in columns and have all your logos on the top, and it kind of gave you a decent layout, but it wasn't great. And then, a little bit later on, people found out about divs. Now, divs gave you more control over your layout, but with tables and divs, neither layout was great, but it kind of got the job done. However, whenever you use HTML5, not only can you organize your layout a whole lot better, but you can also identify the different parts of the body. So if you use the table, pretty much everything was in a cell, and your browser didn't really know which part was supposed to be your header, your footer, your navigation. But with HTML5, this is all changed. So if we go ahead and take a look at any website, if you ever used the internet before, you probably noticed that web pages are divided up kind of similar to one another. So let me go ahead, and here's a neat little trick aside from HTML5. I don't know if you guys knew this. If you're using Google Chrome, you can hold control on your keyboard and scroll, and it'll change the size of your text. So anyways, that has nothing to do with the tutorial, but I thought I'd tell you guys. So anyways, if we go ahead and take a look at any typical web page, mine included, it's kind of laid out the same. You have your header, which pretty much has your logo and maybe your title. You have a navigation bar that pretty much has a list of links to your different web pages. You have your main content, which is pretty much the meat of your web page. It's all the important information. And aside from that, you have your footer. Now the footer is at the bottom here, and it has all the copyright business crap. And the only other piece, I guess, that is kind of noticeable is the sidebars. You have one over here with like extra news and one over here. But basically every single website, I don't want to say every website because there are some weird ones out there, but a lot of the websites are kind of laid out in the same way. And the developers of HTML5 kind of noticed this, and they said, okay, we might want to break this up a little bit smarter than we have before. So what they did is they made tags for each of these pieces. Now your browser can know which each part of your website is for. So let's go ahead and work in the body in this tutorial. And here's a nice little trick too. I'm telling you guys all sorts of tricks. If you want to collapse something, for example, I don't need this head because I'm not working in it in this tutorial. Just go ahead and hit this little minus sign and it'll collapse it. So there you go. It's still there. It doesn't delete it. It just collapses it. So there you go. There's some more tips. So anyways, in your body, the first thing we want is the header. Now remember, the header, don't get it confused with the head, what we just collapsed. The header is basically the part of your website that has your logo and pretty much the title of your website. So in order to do this, let me go ahead and end this actually. We just go ahead and type header and have an ending tag like that, And since I don't have an image, I really don't want to add an image right now. What can I put in here? I guess I can just put a little description. So heading 1, that might be kind of big, but oh well. I'll put welcome to the new Boston, and I guess I might as well capitalize this since it is the title. Welcome to the new Boston. So now if we go ahead and save this, run, launching Google Chrome, we can see that we now have a title in this. Whenever we're reading this in a browser, our browser is going to know that whatever is in between your header tags, that is the header of your website. So aside from that, we also, let's see, let me think of the order I want to do this. I guess I'll tell you guys about the navigation next. Now the navigation, if we look, it's all of these links right here. It's the main navigation for your website. And the tag that they figured was the best for that is NAV, short for navigation. So since we don't have all those images and rollovers, we can just make an unordered list, UL, UL, and throw a couple list items in there. And I'll make a couple fake links. I actually won't make any links. I'll just put some text in there. Copy this bad boy. I don't know why I do that. Whenever I'm copying something, I right click it and hit copy. And whenever I'm pasting it, I hit the shortcut Control V. Pretty weird, but I do it anyways. Okay, home and tutorials, and I'll make a fake link to my podcast. So anyways, the key that I want to take away from this tutorial, or excuse me, this little piece of information is whenever you have your main navigation in HTML5, put it in between these nav tags, right like that. Now, I guess the last tag I'm going to talk to you guys about is, I don't know how much time I'm going to have left, but the main content is pretty much all this meaty stuff. It's pretty much the main information, the most important part of your website. That goes in between a tag called section. Now, it doesn't always go in between this tag, but for the sake of this tutorial, to keep things simple, we're going to be adding all the important stuff in between section. Now, we're actually going to be spending a lot of time in there, so I guess we'll do that in the next tutorial. I'm going to try to cover all these basic tags first. Now, the sidebar I was talking about is basically all your, it's not the incredibly most important information, but it might be, a little news story or some more navigation or maybe a funny picture of a cat or something. Not really the meat of your website, but it's useful information. What we do is we put it in a sidebar and we name that aside. And you can actually have a couple of these, but we'll just stick with one for now. And let me just put like a little header. So header 4, and what am I gonna say? I'll make this like a news story. So I'll say news, and then I'll put like Bucky has a new dog. I really don't have a new dog, but if I did, I would definitely put it on my website. So I think it suits it well. And the last part before I forget is the footer. Now the footer of your website, if you look, pretty much all websites have a footer. It's this little information at the bottom where you have like your copyright information and your company name, and maybe if you have a really big website, there are the terms of services, what you can't do, what's illegal and stuff. So we use that and we put it in the tag footer. How appropriately named? Footer. Now everything in here, again, like I said, is like your company information, copyright. So I'll make a fake copyright. Copyright New Boston. And what year is it? 2011. So with that, you have your very basic structure of a very simple website. You have your header, which is your title and logos, your main navigation bar that usually appears at the top, your main content, your sidebar, and your footer. So now these are custom HTML5 tags, and now our browser knows that anything in the footer is exactly footer information, and it's not just in a random table or a random div tag. It actually is aware of the content now. So if we go ahead and save this and run launching Chrome, you can see that, okay, what's going on here? Here's my header at the top, and my navigation looks like it's in the right place, but like this, isn't that supposed to be on the side? I think you told me that was the side. Well, actually, a side these tags, they only describe the information or the content. They only are saying, okay, browser, this is side information, or in other words, not as important information as the main stuff. It doesn't position it. We're going to be working with positioning and styling later on. But anyways, what I want to point out is these tags right here, they're pretty much used to only describe the information in it, and we're going to be using CSS to style and lay out everything nice and pretty later on, but that's in a couple tutorials. For now, just get your basic tags set, and I'm going to be showing you all the cool stuff later on. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys later. Alright guys, now that we have the shell or the container for our body, we can go ahead and add some meat to it, some actual content. Now remember I said that in the main section of our body, we didn't add anything in the last tutorial, but we're going to in this tutorial. Well, let's go ahead and do that. Now I'm going to be starting with something called an article. Now whenever you think of article, you probably think, okay, so this means that you're going to be adding something that's going to look like a newspaper article or a magazine article with a bunch of text. Well, an article doesn't have to be like a magazine article. It's just a way that you can group similar information together. So it's not like an article like you think of it. Just think of it as like similar information. So inside an article, here's a cool thing. Each article has its own layout. And by that I mean, you see how our entire body has a header and a footer? Well, these articles also can have headers and footers. So let's go ahead and add a header first. And I might as well go ahead and add a footer while I'm here. Footer, footer. So we're saying, okay, well, let me go ahead and actually, I'll add some content to this. Let me just add a stupid paragraph. So we actually have something in our article. I'll just write, this is the best article ever. There we go. Any typos? Hopefully. So if you're saying, okay, so what the heck would the header be? Well, you can put things in the header like the title of the article, or even the subtitles, or maybe a caption if it's like I don't know, weird story or something. So let's go ahead and do that now. So in the header, we can go ahead and add heading 1 just like before. And what am I gonna title this article? I got something really creative in mind. Title of article. And no explanation point. I'm not that excited just yet. And also you can have additional, for example, H2 tag. And here we could do something like write a subtitle. So let me think of subtitle for article, explanation point on that piece. However, I want to mention this. Whenever you have more than one headers, for example, we have 2 right here, inside your header, you need to group them together inside something called an H group. Now you do this by just surrounding them in H group tags. And this is just so HTML5 doesn't get confused. It's going to be like, okay, is this the title or is this the title? And we need to say, no, 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 HTML5. This is actually part of a big group. Both of these things are important. And actually, you see how we have everything lined up right here? I actually want this indented. So with Notepad++, you can just go ahead and select it and hit tab and it'll indent. It doesn't delete it or anything. So now our header is all set up. It has a title in a subtitle, and we group that in something called a header group so HTML5 wouldn't get confused. Now we also have this one paragraph, and that is the main content of our article. Now in the footer, we typically have things like you can have, if you're writing a blog, you might put a link to comment on it, or if you're just writing an article, you can just write something like this. Oops. Like write who it's written by. Written by Bucky Roberts, or you might want to put the date or something, but that's pretty much it. So mainly you have an article, or at least that's one thing I'm going to be telling you that you can put in the main section. An article is just grouped similar information. Now in this article, it could have its own layout, including its own header, its own footer, and of course you need some actual content to go in there. Now in the header, you can have a title and a subtitle, and when you have more than one, you have to group it in something called an H group. And aside from that, you can also have more than one article in this section. So let's just go ahead and copy this, And I'm just going to go ahead and paste it down here, and let me just add some 2 so I can differentiate this. And alright, this is the second best article ever. So if we go ahead and save this, run, and launching Chrome right now, we can see that we do have 2 articles. Subtitle for, or excuse me, this right here is article 1, and this right here is article 2. So again, like I said, nothing is laid out yet, and I want to mention this. It may seem that all these tags are kind of useless for now, but later on I'm going to be showing you guys the awesome things you can do with all these so-called useless tags, and you guys are going to be amazed. So a bunch of people just didn't sit in a room and come up with a bunch of useless names for tags. There's actually some awesome, amazing stuff that you can do with it, and that's where the power of HTML5 comes into play. But for now, I'm just going to kind of tease you guys and just follow along for now. I promise you guys, you will be amazed. And also, I'm going to be copying all this code and posting it on my forum. So if you kind of miss something, or maybe you're getting an error or something, or your document doesn't look exactly like mine, just go ahead and look at my code on my forum, and you can just go ahead and actually copy the whole thing and paste it into your document if you want. But anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. What is going on, guys? It's Bucky, and welcome to your 5th tutorial in HTML5. And in this tutorial, I'm going to be talking about some styling using CSS, and also the new version of CSS called CSS3. However, I want to mention this first. As you notice, I ripped all the stuff out of the body, and that's because I know we have a bunch of more tags to go over, but what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be teaching you guys about styling, and then I'm going to be going over the new tags, and I'm going to show you guys how you can use them in conjunction to do some pretty brilliant things. But first, I need to talk to you guys about styling, so we got that down pat. So let me go ahead and actually, I want to add some stuff that we can style. So I'm just going to go ahead and add like 3 paragraphs. And what can I write in these paragraphs? Let me just go ahead and copy these first. Paste, paste. In the first one, I'll just write OMG WTF barbecue with a question mark. And in the second one, I'll write, hi, my name is Spunky. Wasn't that the dog in Rocco's Modern Life? I don't know. And in the last one, we're right. I love string cheese with a question mark, because hey, why not make it a question? Now, actually, what I like to do is I like to test everything out first, like OCD style, and it looks good so far. So now, since we have this main.css file and we didn't create it yet, let's go ahead and take care of that problem right now. So if we go to File, New, we can just go ahead and save this blank file as, and make sure you save it in the same directory as your main.html file. Just save it as main, and for some reason I like to use the drop down menu, main.css, and save it. So now we have our main CSS file, and we can go ahead and move that back. So let's go ahead and add some styles to this. Now I'm going to be talking to you guys about the old CSS, reminding you guys about a few things, and showing you guys how the new version of CSS has improved. So remember, in the old version of CSS, we could have things called IDs. Now if we have an ID called tuna, we can go ahead and apply a style to this. For example, anything with the ID name of tuna would be colored red. So if we take this first paragraph and set the ID equal to tuna and save, hopefully when I refresh, that first paragraph, since it has the ID of tuna, now has red font. Now, we can also work with something called classes. Now, classes are kind of similar, but they're a little bit different. I won't get into the specifics, but basically, you can also have a class of tuna, and what I like to do is I actually like to change the color to make sure that, just make sure that we can see a difference and we aren't just, accidentally not refreshing or something. So if we have a class of tuna, and I messed something up, and that would be because I wrote class instead of tuna. Now if I save it, I'm going to go ahead and refresh it, and as you can see, whenever you have a class, this can also apply styles to any element that has the class name that you defined. Now aside from that, I'm only going to be talking about one last thing, and that is that you can have something like this, p.tuna, and what this is telling CSS is basically, I want to apply this style right here to anything that has the tuna class, but it has to be a paragraph. So if you had something, I don't know, like in a span or something, and it had the class of tuna, but it wasn't in a paragraph, then it wouldn't be affected. So if you go ahead and save both of those and refresh, you can see that since this first one is a paragraph and it also has the class name of tuna, then that's why it turns blue. Now you're saying, okay, I knew all that. This is nothing new. Well, that is all the old stuff with the old CSS, and it also gets applied to the new CSS. However, CSS3 also comes with this cool extra stuff, and that's what I'm going to be talking to you guys about now. Not only do you have the option of ID in class, but you also have something called attribute selectors, and it's basically a new way that you can reference elements. For example, you can have something that looks like this, P, and have the attribute in there called name. Now, whenever you do this, basically any paragraph with the attribute name is going to get affected. So if you look at this, if you look at these three paragraphs, this one has the attribute class, and these two don't have any attributes whatsoever. So if we go ahead and refresh this, we see that nothing turns blue. However, if we give this second one a name, and it doesn't matter what you set it equal to, set it equal to Larry or something, you can go ahead and save that and refresh and check it out. Now, since that second paragraph has an attribute called name, even though it doesn't matter what it's set equal to, what value it is, it gets affected. And that's what we tell it right here. In the new version of CSS, CSS3, we can use something called attribute selectors. So basically, any paragraph with attribute of name gets affected. Now, if you want to take things up notch and you say, okay, I actually do want to set that equal to anything with the attribute of name whose value is equal to Bucky. So let's go ahead and set this third one equal to Bucky, and we might as well give this first one a name, and we'll set it equal to Sally. So now, even though all of these have names, only one of them has the value of Bucky, which is the last one. So let's go ahead and save that and refresh and see only the last one turns blue. So that's kind of the beauty of CSS3. We can work with something called attribute selectors, and what happens in that case is basically you reference an element by any attribute, whether the attribute alone or the attribute with a given value. And I know that I'm using name in a paragraph and a value of Bucky, but this can be any attribute. It doesn't only have to be name, and also any element, not only a paragraph. So I guess since I have time, I want to talk to you guys about one more thing, and that's using regular expressions in CSS3. So let me go ahead and change the name equal to, let me think of some good examples. Okay, bacon sub, and yes, I actually, okay, one second. My bacon and OMG bacon tuna. So I actually did pick those names for a specific reason, and you're going to see later on. So basically, in CSS3, you can use something called regular expressions, and you guys may know about regular expressions from before, but basically it's a way that I'm just going to go ahead and show you guys an example. It's really hard to explain, but you can have something called name and then the caret sign. I think that's called the caret sign. It's a symbol above the 6 on your keyboard. And what you can do is set this equal to a string called bacon. Now, whenever you set this equal to bacon, what this little caret means is any value beginning with bacon, and it doesn't matter what it ends in, such as the example of bacon sub, as long as your value starts with the word bacon, then it's going to be affected. So let's go ahead and refresh this, and we can see that the first paragraph gets affected because the value of this is baking something. It can even be bacon alone, and it would be affected as long as it starts with bacon. Now that's what the caret means. You also have some other regular expressions. One is the dollar sign. And what the dollar sign means is anything that ends with bacon is going to get affected. So let's go ahead and refresh this, and we see that, okay, the second paragraph is affected. Why is that? Because did bacon sub end with bacon? No, it ended with sub. Did my bacon end with bacon? Yep, bacon right there. Did OMG bacon tuna end with bacon? Nope, tuna was the last thing. And that's pretty much how it goes. If bacon is in the beginning or the middle, it doesn't get affected. It only gets affected when it's the last substring of that string. So the last one I want to talk to you guys about, even though there are a bunch of regular expressions, is the asterisk, which is above the 8 on your keyboard. Now what the asterisk means is as long as the string bacon is anywhere in the value, it's going to get affected. So let's go ahead and refresh this and we can see that all of these gets affected or get affected, whether it's in the beginning, whether it's at the end, whether it's in the middle, or even if you had just bacon alone like that and I save this and refresh it, that would get affected as well. As long as it has bacon somewhere in the value, it would work out. So I know regular expressions are kind of a topic more related to programming other than web development. And to be honest, you guys aren't going to use this feature all that much in web development. You guys are probably going to stick with the basics and keep it simple. But I wanted to show you guys that, and I want to show you guys some of the powerful tools that we have when working with CSS3. So that's a little taste of that. In the next tutorial, we're going to be going over more CSS3, more styling, and then I'm going to show you guys how to tie everything together. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video. What's going on, guys? Welcome to your, let's see, sixth, I think, HTML tutorial. And in this tutorial, I'm going to start talking to you guys about something called pseudo classes. Now, pseudo classes is something we got in CSS3, and it gives us more control over the styling of our website. So let me go ahead and add something. Again, I cleared everything out in my main CSS, so we're pretty much working with this main blank template. And I'm going to go ahead and add a div, and I'm going to give it an ID of mommy. Now, I'm going to be giving it this ID name because I want to represent how this is a parent of all the things inside it, because I can't remember in my XHTML tutorials if I talked to you guys about parents and children, but basically whenever you have a tag, anything inside that tag is the child. For example, this paragraph is a child of this div, and this div likewise is a parent of this paragraph. So that's kind of the structure. Everything inside something else is a child of it, and you can also say it like this. This paragraph is a grandchild of this body. So anyways, I'm going to be saying child and parent a lot, so I just didn't want you guys to get confused. I think I'll, mention that. So let's go ahead and add some excuse me, I saw I messed up here. I'll go ahead and say Bucky is the child and mommy is the parent. So anyways, what would I say? I think I say tuna and bacon der. That sounds like something I would say. So I'll go ahead and throw that in there. And I'm going to add about about 5 children, because that fits nicely in my screen recorder. So basically my setup is this. I have a div mommy, which is the parent of these 5 children. Now these 5 children all belong to the class of Bucky. So you're saying, okay, Bucky, why the heck would you do that? Well, I did that to demonstrate something called a pseudo class. Now, like I said, a pseudo class is basically a way that we can have more control over all of the elements, or in this case, all of their children. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to show you guys an example of something called the nth child, which pretty much allows us to represent one of these children according to a number. So say p nth minus child, and yes, this is a minus or hyphen, however you want to say it. You can have something written like this, and what this would mean is any paragraph that is the third child, and we can go ahead and apply attribute to it, gets styled, I don't know, I'll just turn the font green or something. So what happens if we go ahead and save this and run in Chrome? We can see that any third child, that's a paragraph, gets styled with that green color. Pretty weird, huh? But it's kind of useful. And you're saying, okay, Bucky, let me look at this again. I understand that if you have a bunch of paragraphs that are children of another thing, in this case they're children of this div tag right here, then the third child would be green. But Bucky, this has to be the most useless thing I've ever seen in my entire life. If I wanted this effect right here, then I could just go right here and apply an inline CSS style to this one. It would save me a whole lot of time, and I don't gotta worry about this nth child and a number of stupid crap like that. Well, I want to say this. You are absolutely correct. And that's why this technique right here, using just one child singled out, it isn't the most commonly used technique. In other words, it's kind of useless. what people typically do is they add keywords or formulas in here. So you could write something like odd, and that is actually a keyword that CSS3 recognizes, and now whenever you refresh, every odd element, 1, 3, and 5, every odd child now gets styled that color. So we're saying, okay, that's kind of more useful because then if I have a site that's, maybe a list of links and I didn't know if there were going to be 10 links or 20 links, or maybe it's a cool site that changes every day, now you could have every other one styled. And if you have a huge list of stuff, it's kind of useful to change every other color because then it's easier to see. So maybe, you're having a Christmas theme on, I don't know, let's say you're making a site like YouTube where you had a huge list of videos. So every odd one would be green and every even one would be red. So let's go ahead and change that and check it out. So every odd one is green, every even one is red. In another way this comes in handy is if you have a huge table, like if you have an auction site like eBay or something, you could have every other row a different color and it's going to make your items a whole lot easier to see. So not only with paragraphs, but you can also apply this to table rows and it's going to make your life a whole lot easier. So again, that's what they more commonly use the nth child for instead of just singling out one element. And another thing I want to point out is you can also write formulas in here like 4n plus 1 or something, and you can use these complex formulas if you want to say only turn every 4 rows blue. Ooh, my voice crack right there. That's kind of embarrassing. Sorry, I'm just starting to go through puberty. A lot of changes in my life right now. But anyways, if you want to like change every fourth row, like 4, 8, 12, 16, blue, you can do that using these formulas as well. But we don't got time for formulas for this tutorial. I got to move on to the negation pseudo classes in the next tutorial. I got crap to do. I got puberty to go through. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 7th HTML5 tutorial, and in this tutorial I want to talk to you guys about something called negation pseudoclasses. Now a negation pseudoclass is kind of a different kind of way that we can look at CSS because up until this point we've been basically taking elements such as paragraphs and applying styles to them. But with a negation pseudoclass we pretty much say what we want to exclude from the CSS rules. Sounds weird? It is. So let me mention this first. I basically took everything out of main CSS, and in our regular main website I just have 5 paragraphs that aren't styled at all, and it has a parent of mommy. So we're basically working with this 5 boring plain paragraphs. So now the first thing I want to do is I want to apply an overall style to the entire website. So go ahead and add asterisks. And by the way, if you forgot, an asterisk pretty much means affect every tag, whether it's a paragraph, a span, div, affect everything. And what I want to do is I pretty much want to turn everything blue. So now if we refresh this, no matter if it's a paragraph, a div, whatever it is, it's going to turn everything blue just like that. Pretty sweet, huh? So now for the sake of this tutorial, let me change a couple of these. I want to put the first one and third one in the Sally class. So now 2, 4, and 5 are in the Bucky class. The first and third paragraph are in the Sally class. So go ahead and save that. And now I'm actually going to type out this rule because once I type out the entire rule and then I talk you guys through it, it's going to be really easy to see because you can pretty much read it from left to right and understand what it's saying. So for this, I'm going to color it red. And now that it's typed out, I want to tell you guys what I did here. I pretty much made a negation class, and what this is saying is, okay, color our entire website blue. We got that done. Now, everything that is not in the class Bucky, color red. So if you look, what's not in the class Bucky? Well, Sally isn't in the class Bucky, and this Sally isn't in the class Bucky. So those things we say, okay, color red. So let's go ahead and refresh this, and if we do that, we can see that these paragraphs indeed got colored red because the only thing in this website that wasn't in the class Bucky was this first and third paragraph. So basically, in order to use negation pseudoclasses, we are basically excluding some things from the overall style, whatever style it inherited. So in order to do that, add a colon and type the keyword not. Now inside the parentheses right after it, we want to say what things do we want not to be affected. And for this we wrote anything that's not in the class Bucky. And since that's not affected, we need to write, okay, well, then what rule do we want to apply to it? And we just gave it the attribute of red font coloring. So if we look at this one more time, we see that we have two paragraphs that are not in the class Bucky, and that is why those got styled red or excluded from what rule was inherited. So that is a negation pseudo class, and in the next tutorial I'm going to be covering some weird symbols, some other rules concerning CSS3. It's going to be awesome. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to your 8th HTML5 tutorial, and in this tutorial I want to talk to you guys about some new CSS3 selectors. Now the first selector I'm going to be talking to you guys about is the greater than sign. Now the greater than sign pretty much affects the second element, where the first element is the parent. So what am I talking about? Well, let's go ahead and let me show you guys an example. So if I write something like this, where it looks like that, pretty much this, whatever rule I type after here, it's gonna affect any paragraph that has a div as its parent. So if we look, all of these paragraphs have a div called mommy as their parent. So let's go ahead and apply a rule. I will go ahead and color this green. So now if we go ahead and save this and refresh this page, now all of these paragraphs, since they had a div as their parent, get colored green. Now we're saying, okay, well, does that work with a grandparent as well? Because check this out. The div is its parent and the body is its grandparent. So let's go ahead and exchange div for body and see what happens. We go ahead and refresh this and nothing gets affected. That's because the body is not the parent of the paragraph. The body is the grandparent of the paragraph, and this symbol right here means only affect the paragraphs where body are the parent. Make sense? Good. So now with that tutorial, or excuse me, not that tutorial, that isn't the end of the tutorial. So now with that rule taken care of, we can move on to the other rule, which is the plus sign. Now the plus sign is another new selector that we got with CSS3, and it pretty much means affect the second element when it immediately follows the first. So that's kind of weird. And another thing is that they must have the same parent. So what the heck am I talking about? Say we have a paragraph that belonged to the class Bucky. Now all of these paragraphs belong to the class Bucky. So I'm just going to go ahead and write Bucky plus paragraph. So this is saying, okay, and what color can I make this? Did I make the last one green? I'll make this one blue. So this is pretty much saying, okay, whenever we have a paragraph that follows another paragraph with the class Bucky, turn it blue. So let's go ahead and save this, refresh it, and see what we get. We see that every paragraph turns blue except for this first paragraph right here. So why did that first paragraph not turn blue? Well, if we look at the rule, it says only apply this rule to paragraphs that immediately follow other paragraphs with the class Bucky. And since nothing was before this first paragraph, that's why it started at the second one, because this one follows a paragraph with the class Bucky, this one does too, this one does too, and this one does too. This one, however, follows a div tag, so that's why that isn't affected. And another thing is, whenever we have a rule using this plus selector, they must have the same parent. So we can't have, a paragraph right here and another paragraph right here and expect it to be affected. They must share the same parent, which is the div tag, in this case, mommy. So let me just go ahead and save that. And the last rule I want to talk to you guys about is this little thingy right here. Now I don't even know what it's called. I think it's called a tilde or something. But basically it's very similar to the plus sign, except, let me make sure I don't have any extra spaces there. It's very similar to the plus sign. However, it doesn't need to immediately follow it like it did with the plus sign. For example, if we go ahead and we refresh this right here, we see that the same effect is happening. However, if we go ahead and add a span somewhere in the middle here, let me just go ahead and add a random span with Hello, hamster. Kind of spelled that wrong, but it doesn't matter for this tutorial. Say we added a span right there. Now if we look, this fourth paragraph right here, it isn't immediately following this third one. There's a span in between. However, if we go ahead and save this, we see that the fourth paragraph is still colored blue. Why is that? Well, even though there's a span in between, this little tilde here said, okay, as long as it follows a paragraph with Bucky, it doesn't need to be immediately following it. There can be some stuff in between. However, if we change this to the plus sign, that's where we can see the difference. Take a look at this here when I refresh it. Now, this fourth paragraph right here turns black and it doesn't get styled because it's no longer immediately following this paragraph right here. It's now immediately following the span. So that's the difference between the plus selector and the tilde selector. The tilde selector is the exact same, but it doesn't need to immediately follow what was before it. So that is the three selectors that I wanted to go over. And yeah, I guess that's all there is to say. What's the Forrest Gump saying? And that's all I got to say about that. So wow, that was probably the worst Forrest Gump impression I've ever did in my entire life. But anyways, thank you guys for watching. Yeah, I'll see you guys later. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 9th HTML5 tutorial, and in this tutorial what I'm going to be doing is we're going to be laying out this template that we pretty much made in the tutorials 1 through 4, I think it is. So we're pretty much going to lay it out, style it, and I'm going to show you guys how to lay it out perfectly using an old traditional box model in CSS because I get so many messages and emails asking me how to lay out a website, and it's even kind of difficult to center a website properly. So I'm going to be showing you the old style, and then I'm going to show you how it differs from the new style, and you guys can probably use bits and pieces from both to lay out your websites like a pro. So both of these techniques are awesome. I don't want to say that one is better than the other. You can definitely use things from both, but once you watch probably these next 5 or 6 tutorials, you guys are going to be able to lay out websites like a champ. So the last thing I want to mention is, yes, we are going to be going over, the canvas and geolocation and all that good stuff, but I want to cover the core basic fundamentals first before we jump into that really advanced stuff. And also, I'm going to be moving to New York this weekend, so if you're watching these tutorials as I upload them, I just want to let you guys know that I'm shutting off my internet tomorrow, and it won't be on for like a week or so while I, transition, make the move. So anyways, enough talking, let's go ahead and start laying this stuff out. So the very first thing we need to do is we need to surround, well, I'm going to go ahead and minimize this head. We really don't need it. We need to surround everything in a huge div tag. So I'm going to be putting my div tag right under the body, and I'm just going to give it an ID of, let me see something I can remember. ID equals big, not bog, big underscore wrapper. And okay, since this is right under the very first opening body tag, I'm going to close it right under this last one right here. And a cool thing, if you go ahead and highlight your div tag, and if it turns purple, that means that it has a matching div tag somewhere. So if you're working in a small window like this, or if you just want to go through and make sure all your tags match, you can do that. Nice little tip. So anyways, now that it turned purple, again, basically we're surrounding our entire main content with this big div tag, and that's so we can center the website later on. So don't forget that, and also don't forget the name of it. Now all I'm going to do is I'm going to go through each one of these tags, these HTML5 tags, and give it an ID. And an ID basically lets us reference it whenever we're working in the main CSS file later on. So I'm going to name this header top header, and I probably need the ID. And actually, I think I'm going to do this. Just go ahead and copy this bad boy so I don't have to type all that over and over. Alright, so header is top header, and then for my nav, we need ID for this. Now the navigation, I'm going to just call top menu, I guess, since that's where all my links are. And for this section, I'm just going to call it main section. Pretty creative with that one. And let's see, we need to find the sides. Now the side ones right here, if you remember, they're pretty much the news. I'm just gonna put news in them. Bucky has a dog. You know, not the important information, but definitely information that we do not want to forget. So I'm just going to call this side news, and for the footer, we actually need an ID for this too. And this is going to be called the footer. So let me just go ahead and make sure I didn't type anything wrong real quick. And if we go ahead and save this and refresh, we can see that nothing changes. And I guess I might as well show you guys. This is our starting point right here. Bland, old, plain, stupid, boring website. So we definitely need to spice this up a bit. So now that we have an ID on everything, whenever we're making our CSS file, we can reference this stuff and we can actually move it around how we want to. So for this tutorial, I just want to mention all that stuff at the beginning, and also make sure that you surround all your contents with a big div tag and give all your stuff an ID. And that's going to allow us to reference it and also move it around in the next tutorial. So we have a lot of CSS and styling to cover in the next tutorial. So I'm going to be saving it for then. So for now, thank you guys for watching. And also, if you need any of this code, again, I'm going to be posting it all on my forum. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys later. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 10th HTML5 tutorial. And in this tutorial, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be applying a style and pretty much adding some CSS to make this plain Jane boring website look prettier. And I'm going to show you guys how to lay out websites awesomely. So the very first thing we want to do is we want to hop over away from our HTML file and into our CSS file. Now the very first thing, or the very first style we want to apply, is a style to the overall, pretty much all the tags. So I'm going to be setting the margin, a default margin of 0 pixels, and I'm also going to be, if I can copy this bad boy, I'm going to be setting a default padding of 0 pixels as well. Now you're saying, okay, that seems kind of redundant. Isn't that the case with all the stuff? Why do you need to set everything to 0 pixels? Well, some elements have default margins and default paddings, and this pretty much resets everything back to 0 because we want to lay things out very specifically. So if they have like a default margin of 5 pixels, it's going to throw our layout off. So we pretty much want to ensure that our margin and padding is at 0 by default. Make sense? So now what I want to do is I'm going to go over a few simple tags and just make it look prettier. The very first tag I want to go out over is the headings. Did I say go out with? Embarrassing. So we have heading 1. I think it's our main title. Yep, welcome to the new Boston. And also each one of our articles in the main content has a heading 1 as well. So let's go ahead and, whoa, kind of got lost there for a second. I do that a lot. And let's go ahead and change the font to make it look prettier. So I'm going to go ahead and change this to bold, 20 pixels, and Tahoma. I really like Tahoma for some reason. And the order you need to do this is weight, the font weight, which is bold, the size, and the font family. And I'm also going to do this to heading 2 as well. So let me copy that beast. And I'm just going to, well, I might as well keep that all the same, except for heading 2, I'm going to change it to a size of 14. That'll make heading 1 a little bit bigger than heading 2. And if we go ahead and take a look at our website, we can see that, okay, heading 1 is a little bit bigger than heading 2, and it has a nice Tahoma font. Definitely better than the default Times Roman or Arial, whatever the heck it was. So now that our headings are looking a little bit better, I need to tell you guys something else. Some browsers don't recognize those HTML5 tags, or some browsers also treat them as inline elements. Now, if you remember, whenever you have block elements are always positioned one under each other. And inline elements are kind of elements that get positioned from left to right. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that this website is compatible with all browsers. So we need to take all of those HTML5 tags and we need to make sure that they're going to be displayed as block elements rather than inline, and also let our browsers recognize them. So this is pretty much ensuring that all browsers handle our website in the same way, in the most simple terms. So put header, section, and you need to spell all this right, footer, let's see, what else did we have? Aside, nav, article, CLE, I believe it is. Come on, baby. I'll get it eventually. And H group. And I actually want to make sure I didn't forget anything. Header section, footer, aside. I wish there was a, H, Harry, Sally, Freddie, and Ned ate hens. Okay. Okay. Harry. Wow, definitely forgot that already. I'm just gonna go ahead and assume I have everything. If I see something's messed up later on, then oh well, I'll fix it then. But not my little mnemonic device did not work in that case. Embarrassing. So, anyways, how you do that is put display block, and what this does is pretty much makes all of these tags block level elements. So now we can go ahead and move on to the last kind of tag we want to tackle today, and that is the body. Now, remember, everything is surrounded in this main div tag called big wrapper, and that is pretty much enclosed in the tag body. So what we need to do is, in this body, we just need to text align this to center. And you're saying, okay, why would I even need to mess with the body if everything else is enclosed in this big div? Well, in some older browsers as well, and this tutorial is pretty much taking care of all the older browsers, all the nitty gritty technical stuff. And in the next tutorial, we're going to be making everything look pretty and laying it out. But you definitely need this, or else people are going to complain that your website looks weird. So anyways, like I was saying, in some older browsers, you need this text line property to ensure that your website is centered. If you don't have this, then everything else is going to look nice, but it's all going to be shifted to the left. And most websites are centered, some are shifted to the left. If you want to go for that, then hey, that's all you. But anyways, this is just to take care of old browser compatibility. So now that we have all that boring crap done, we can finally start laying our website out to look nice and pretty. So that's what we're going to be doing in the next tutorial. It's going to be a blast. So thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you guys later. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 11th, I think, HTML5 tutorial, and in this tutorial we're going to be laying out our website, making it look pretty, because here's what we have so far. This website, and I have to admit, it's looking pretty good, but I don't think we're going to get any high-paying web design jobs with using this in our resume. So let's go ahead and jump over to our main CSS file and start laying this bad boy out. The very first thing I want to tackle is this big wrapper, pretty much this main div that wraps all the contents for your website. So in order to reference a div, just go ahead and hit the pound sign, big underscore wrapper, and now let's add some style to this piece. The first thing I want to do is just add a border, and I'm probably going to be adding a border to a lot of my stuff, just so you guys can see what's going on. So 1 pixel solid black. And after this, we need to set the width of our website. Now, if we go ahead and look at our website right now, if we highlight this, you can see that the blue goes from all the way from the left to the right. However, we don't want our website to take up the entire width of the browser. If we go look at websites like YouTube or something and we scroll out, we can see that they have some padding on the left and right, and their website isn't the entire width. So we want our website typically to be somewhere between 950 and 1000 pixels wide. So I like making mine 1000 pixels wide all the time, and the reason for this is because whenever we are fixing all the boxes and articles and stuff later on, 1000 is a nice number to work with mathematically. It's an easy one to remember, and some people use like 960, 980, but that's really hard whenever we're doing math later on. So now that we got our width of our website, we need to set the margins. Pretty much this is how we center the website. So if we hit margin, first we need to give it the top margin. Pretty much how much space is from our website to the top of the browser. And we just want to say, okay, 20 pixels from the top, because if it's right jammed up against the top of your browser, it looks a little weird. So give it some padding, somewhere from 10 to 20. Now for the left, right, and bottom, just go ahead and set those to auto. And this is essentially going to say, okay, I want an even amount of space on the left hand side and right hand side, and whatever happens on the bottom happens on the bottom. It really doesn't matter. But this pretty much is centering your website. So if you go ahead and save this and look at our website, oops, still on YouTube there, and refresh, if we scroll out, we can see that, okay, we got 20 pixels of spacing from the top of your browser to the top of your website, or excuse me, whatever this thing's called, to the top of your website, and also the same amount of space on the left hand side and right hand side. And now our website is perfectly centered. How awesome is that? So the only other thing we have to do in this big wrapper is left align the text. So text align left. Now what this basically means is even though the box itself is centered, the contents inside the box are going to be left aligned, right like that. So as you can see, the overall website is centered inside our browser. However, the contents are left aligned, and that is just because, whenever you're reading a magazine or a newspaper, the stuff's left aligned, so websites are no different. So let's go ahead and now we want to work on the top menu. Now the top menu is basically this thing right here. If we scroll in, and we can see that the home, tutorials, and podcasts, it's basically our links. So let's go over and work on that. In main CSS, reference this by hitting top menu, or excuse me, top header, not header, top header, and actually, let's go ahead and look at our HTML. So our top menu is basically the list of links. And our top header is where we have it's where we would put the logo and pretty much the title of our website. So I forgot about that, so we need to take care of that first. So what we want to do is, again, I'm going to be putting some weird colors on our website, but that's just so you guys can see visually and easily what's going on. And this is what you guys should do whenever you're laying out a website for the first time. But once you got your website laid out, then you can get rid of the colors and make them all match. However, if I make all the colors match now, then you're like, okay, what part's the header, what part's the article? So I'm going to be giving it weird colors. So I'm going to be giving this a background of yellow. That'll stand out pretty good. And a border of, I don't know, 1 pixel solid blue. Now also, I'm going to be giving the top header a padding of, let's say, 20 pixels. And this will pretty much make sure that the text is kind of separate and it isn't butting right up against the border. Now, in case you guys forgot from my CSS tutorials, the space between the text and the border, or the element in the border, is the padding, and the margin is the space outside the border. So pretty much just remember it like this: the padding is inside and the margin is outside. So if we go ahead and save this and look at it, we can see that, okay, we are good to go. So pretty much the padding is this: the space between the text itself and the border. Pretty cool. So we now have a yellow background and a blue border. Looking good. So now let's go ahead and jump over to this top menu, and we can do that by referencing pound top underscore menu. And what rules do we want to apply to that top navigation menu? Well, let's just go ahead and set the background and set this equal to, I don't know, blue. And we'll just go ahead and set the color of the font equal to white. Blue and white is actually my two favorite colors. Now, if we go ahead and save this, we can go ahead and refresh and say, okay, I'm noticing a couple things. First of all, it looks pretty crappy. I'll go ahead and admit it. I mean, our links, those are kind of very poor way to display our links, because first of all, they're one under each other, no navigation bars, one under each other. They're always from left to right. And also, it would be nice if they were like bold or something. So let's go ahead and take care of that problem right now. Now, what we need to do in order to do this is reference top menu again, so top underscore menu, and we need to reference the list items. Now, I'm going to be doing a couple things to these list items, and if you remember, in our top menu, it's basically made up of an unordered list with 3 list items. Now, I actually would make these links later on, but for now they're just list items since we don't have any other websites. So let's go ahead and change a couple things to these list items. The very first thing I want to do is make sure that these things appear from left to right instead of stacked up on top of each other. So the reason that they are stacked up one, then under pretty much tutorials is under home and podcast is under tutorials instead of appearing from left to right is because they are block level elements instead of inline. So we need to change that, and we do that by hitting display inline block, and this will make sure that they appear from left to right. So let's go ahead and refresh this, and as you can see, they now appear from left to right. Pretty sweet, huh? So now let's go ahead and make them look a little bit prettier. List style, and I'm just going to go ahead and change this equal to none. So in some browsers, they may have a little bullet on the side or maybe a little star depending on the browser. We're pretty much saying we don't want any symbol, no bullets or anything. And now let's just go ahead and give it some padding, because if we look, they're kind of jammed up against one another. So we'll give it a padding of 5 pixels, and this will make the overall top menu a little bit bigger, make it look a little bit prettier. And I want to change the font too, because that font was really ugly looking. And I'll just change it to, I don't know, bold. How many pixels? 14 is probably good. And Tahoma, you gotta love Tahoma. So, okay, let me make sure everything looks pretty good and refresh this. Go ahead and refresh it, and it's good to go. So now we have a little more space between the border and the elements themselves. They're now appearing left to right, and 14 pixels, bold Tahoma. Wow, there's like a car crash going on outside or something. So anyways, if we go ahead and look at our website, it's looking pretty good right now, but we still have a lot to go, and I'm still going to show you guys the coolest things, how to lay things out, and make sure that these articles appear in an awesome kind of way. So anyways, you got a lot to cover. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. Alright guys, welcome to your 12th HTML5 tutorial, where we are going to finish laying out our website, hopefully, if I got enough time. So the next thing we need to cover is this main section. Now this main section is basically our 2 main articles. So if we go ahead and take a look at our main section, we can see that we have article 1 and article 2, and outside that we have a side section with the news. So we aren't going to be styling that yet, just our main 2 articles. So let's go ahead and hop back in Notepad in our main.css file rather, and we can go ahead and start styling links with main underscore section. Now the very first thing I want to do is I want to float this to the left. Now this is very important because right now if we look at our website, pretty much everything is underneath each other. Now what I want to do is I want to take this main section and take it to the left, and to the right of that I want to have this little news section. Now in order to do that, I need to change the layout of this by changing the float. Now whenever I do this, these articles are going to be on the left hand side and this news section is going to be on the right hand side. Now another thing that we need to remember is our entire website is 1,000 pixels wide. So we need to organize our main section and our side section, and we need to make sure that we don't go over 1,000 pixels, because if we do, then it's going to say, okay, you don't have enough room, and it's going to be placed under it. So that's another key thing that we want to take note of. So you need to make sure you have 1,000 in mind. So the very first thing, in order to shift this to the left, is put float left. And I talk about float in my CSS tutorial, so if you don't know what I'm doing, go watch them, please. So the another thing I want to do is I want to set the width of this section. Now I'm going to be setting the width to, let me think, if I hit 660 pixels, that's going to set the initial width. However, I'm also going to be adding a margin. Now I'm going to be adding a margin of 30 pixels. Now whenever I apply margin like this is going to give it a margin all around the element, top, bottom, left, and right. So we need to account for that whenever we're adding up the total. So the width of this is 660, but we have a margin of 30 pixels on each side. So 660 plus 30 for the left is 690, plus 30 for the right is 720. So we have a total pixel count of 720 for this entire section. I'll add a little comment, and a comment in CSS is just right like this. So we will, it's nice to add comments whenever you're working with specific numbers, especially when you can't go over a certain value. So I'll say that this is 720 pixels, and I'll also say we have 280 left. So now whenever we're making our new section, we need to make sure that it doesn't go over 280 pixels. Simple enough. So let's go ahead and take care of that right now so we don't forget it. And if we go ahead and take a look at our website real quick, we can see that our new section is now to the left, floated left, and all the other stuff is now to the right of it. Whenever you float something left, it pretty much says, well, this is pretty much a really clear example instead of me trying to explain. Just look what's going on right here. So now, if we take that side news, is that called side news? Yep, side news. Okay, so now if we take that side news section, we can go ahead and start laying out this exactly how we want it. So the very first thing I'm going to do is float this left. So float left. However, it can't have the same width. The width of this is, let me think for a second. Okay, I think I got it. Okay, so the width, width, that spells width, that's how you do it. So the width of this is going to be 220. Now remember, we have 280 left, so we can do a couple things if I write that correctly. So aside from that, I want to change the margin of this. Now the margin of the side news is going to be, first I want to add some space on the top, because if I shift this down a little bit from the top, it's going to look a whole lot nicer. So I'm going to go ahead and add a margin of 20 pixels on the top and 0 on the bottom. So that takes care of my top and bottom. Now, since we have a width of 20 and we need to take up a total of 280, that means we can have a padding of 30 on each side, because 220 plus 30 plus 30, that's going to give us our 280. So if we go ahead and change our padding setting and we just add this as 30 pixels, then that's going to give us our 280 total. So hopefully 720 plus 280 is going to give us our 1000 to fit perfectly in our big wrapper. And another thing is, make sure that you don't have a border on either your main section or your side news, because even if you have a border of 1 pixel, then that's pretty much going to throw everything off and it's going to ruin that. So that is why it's very important to have a calculator nearby whenever you're doing all this. So the very last thing I want to do is actually I'm going to add a background for this, just so you guys can clearly see the difference between the news section and the main section. And I actually remember one of these. It's a 66CCCC, and that's going to give you a nice light blue color. That's kind of embarrassing that I know that, but thanks to many years of Photoshop, I do know that. So basically you can see that, okay, our main section is laid out on the left and our side news is floated to pretty much the right. However, we have this footer right here, and that's not good. We want this footer to be centered kind of below both this article and this little news section. We don't want it just randomly on the right hand side right there. So let's take care of that problem right now. So I believe I just named, did I name it footer or the footer? The footer. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that because I am extremely lazy. And we reference that by hitting pound and the footer. And now what we need to do, in order to kind of take away the floating properties, we need to add a property called clear. And the value we need to set both. Now what this pretty much means is, okay, for this footer, I don't want any floating crap on the left or right. I kind of want it to be its own thing. So that's just kind of gonna reset it to the default layout, make it a plain block level element. So if we go ahead and save this right now, our layout should be good, and it is now under both of these. Pretty much nothing is floating to the left hand side of this or the right hand side of this. Now what we want to do is we want to center this beast because it looks kind of weird on the left hand side there. So in order to do that, just put text align center, and that's going to go ahead and center that. Now before I test this out, I want to do a couple more things. I want to add a padding, and I'll just add a padding of like 20 pixels. And I also want to change the border, but I don't want a border all the way around this. I only want a border on the top of this because I think it'll pretty much give it a horizontal rule kind of look. Make sure that there's a line only on top of it, separating it from the rest of the website. So I'm going to add a border top, and I'm going to give this, let's see, let's give it 2 pixels, solid green. So now if I go ahead and save this and refresh it, you can see that, you see why I didn't want a border around all of it, because there's already a border to the bottom of it in the left and right. So if I put a border just across the top of it, it's going to go ahead and separate this footer from the rest of the website, and it's going to give it kind of a cool looking look. Cool looking look. Funny I should say that. So this website is looking pretty good right here, and we have our overall layout complete. This is floated to the left, this is floated to the left. Everything is nice and organized. This footer is positioned exactly how we want it. However, these articles right here, they don't really look that great. We can spice them up a little bit, and I'm going to be showing you guys a couple cool tricks with those. So I'm running out of time for now, and I actually need a drink because my voice is getting kind of coarse. But anyways, I will talk to you guys about that in the next tutorial. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys then. Alright guys, welcome to your 13th HTML5 tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be finishing styling our awesome website. So what I want to do is just a couple quick things. This is probably going to be a quick tutorial, and the very first thing I want to do is I want to style these articles. So I want to give each of these articles their own border and background and padding. So in order to do that, I need to go ahead and style this crap right here. So what I'm going to be doing is, take note of this, I'm not going to be styling the overall section, because whenever we start, yeah, right there, kind of got lost there. Whenever we styled the main section, that was pretty much to lay out the entire overall, I don't know, this entire overall section right here. However, I want to style each individual article. So in order to do that, if we look at our HTML file, we have these individual article tags, so that's where we're going to be styling. So let's go ahead in our CSS, go ahead and just type article, and now we can apply the properties to each individual article. For example, we can give each one a background color, and let me give it like a nice peach color, guys. So that should be something light. And also, let me give it a border. Let's see, what border would we go to that? A red border maybe. So border equals 1 pixel solid red, not nerd, red. That's a little bit better. And I also want to give a padding, because I want some space between the text and the border. So I'm going to give it an overall padding of 20 pixels. Now another thing is, this padding, it isn't going to affect the spacing and mess up the overall flow of our layout. So that's another reason that I like to style within the article itself. It's only going to affect the padding of the content itself. And another thing I want to do is I want to change the margin on the bottom. So margin, and just like border top, you can do margin bottom, you can also do margin top, left, right. By the way, you probably would have guessed that. And let me just give it like 15 pixels or something. And this is pretty much going to separate it from the other article underneath it. So now if I go ahead and refresh this and refresh it, I can see that each of my articles now has a nice peach background, a red border, and that margin 15, this is what that is right here. It pretty much gives it some spacing between each article, and if we were to put another one under this, then there would be a margin as well. So the only other thing I want to adjust is this, my little signature written by Bucky Roberts. Usually whenever you're writing an article, this appears on the right hand side and underneath it a little bit. So I just want to go ahead and text align our little signature to the right. Now if we say written by Bucky Roberts, let's go ahead and hop over into our HTML. And our written by Bucky Roberts is actually part of the footer. Not only the footer, but it's part of the article's footer. As you can see, the footer is a child of article. So this is what I'm going to do, and this is one of the cool things about having a footer inside the article. So instead of a footer like this, don't do that, because I think in this case we have a footer outside. So if we were to try to align that to the right, it's going to try to align this. So what we want to do is we want to say, okay, we want to work with the footers, but only the footers in the articles. So if you go ahead and hit article footer, that's going to only apply the style to the footers in the articles. So let me just go ahead and text align right. And hopefully, if I didn't mess anything up and go to my website, bam, check it out. This footer is still center aligned, however, the article footers are now on the right. So that is the effect that I wanted, and pretty much our website is laid out awesomely now. And again, I want to mention this before you guys think that I'm just a terrible web designer, because I am, but in the case that these colors are really awfully, they don't flow at all. Whenever you're making a website, then you typically want all the colors to be similar, not the same, but kind of in the same, I don't know, kind of like, I don't know what word I'm going for, kind of like similar color scheme. That's what I'm looking for, the same color scheme. So the reason that I had this yellow and dark blue and peach was just so you guys could see. But typically when you're making a website, make sure it's in the same color scheme and not this random crap right here. So anyways, in the next tutorial, I'm going to be showing you the brand new flexible model, or excuse me, I think it's called the flexible box model technique. So this technique is called the traditional box model. It's pretty much how I laid out all my websites in the past because it's a really easy and simple way to get a nice layout. However, HTML5 and CSS3 came up with this new thing called flexible box model, and they're actually still incorporating it into browsers right now. So we need to add some little tricks before we start working with it. But I'm going to be talking about all that in the next tutorial. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you guys next time. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 14th HTML5 tutorial, and in this tutorial, now that we understand the traditional box model, in other words, how to lay out websites nowadays, I want to tell you guys about the flexible box model. Now, the flexible box model is the future of web design. I'm telling you guys, and I'm not just saying that like, oh, look at the iPhone, it's the future of cell phones. No, this is literally the future of web design. This technology isn't even out yet. Browsers are still implementing this, and it's probably going to be official in about a year or two. So once it becomes official, then you guys are going to be at the front of the pack for web designers. And wait till you guys see it. It makes you have easily flexible websites and epic, amazing layouts. So let's go ahead and jump right into it. It's really easy to see visually in instead of me trying to explain what everything is, I'll just go ahead and show you guys. So what I did is I went and cleared out everything in our main CSS, and the only thing I have left in our main template is I left all of those IDs just because we can use them to reference our div tags still, and I didn't want to write them over. And that's basically it. I pretty much left all the IDs and yep, that's it. So basically you can just go ahead and copy this template for my forum, and once you copy this, you'll be good to go. So let me go ahead, and there's only one small change that we have to make in Bucky.html, and that's this. We have our body, and then basically all of our body is wrapped in this huge div tag called big wrapper. Now under our navigation bar, but above our main section, what we want to do is we want to wrap this main section and also the side news in another div tag. So I'm just going to go ahead and write a div tag called div id equals, I'm just going to name it new div, so then we can clearly see what information is new in this tutorial aside from the last tutorial. So that's the div tag, and we need to close it. We're going to add our closing tag right below this last aside. So I'm just going to go ahead and throw that right there, and now you can see we got an opening and closing div tag called new div. And again, I'm going to go ahead and just copy this and throw it on my forum. So if you guys are wondering, okay, where am I supposed to copy that, just go ahead and grab it from my forum or look on my forum and make sure you got it in the same places that I do. So anyways, now that we got that taken care of, we can hop over, and make sure you save that, hop over to main CSS. Now let's go ahead and just preview this in Chrome right here to make sure you guys are on the same page as I am. Right now we just got a plain old Jane old boring stupid website. Time to spice things up a bit. So in our main CSS, the first thing we want to do is just some simple housekeeping stuff. For the overall website, we just want to reset the margins to 0 pixels, and also reset the padding of everything to 0 pixels as well. Now that we got that taken care of, let's just go ahead and fix our headers just so they look a tidbit pretty. So font, and I'm just going to save this as bold, 20 pixels, Tahoma. You gotta love Tahoma. Can't go wrong with Tahoma. And let me just go ahead and copy this real quick. And for heading 2, I'm going to do the same thing, except I'm going to change this to 14 pixels, just like that. And might as well save. Save often. Now, if I can remember my mnemonic device, header, section, footer, let's see, aside, nav, I think it is, article, wow, I messed up article again, and H group. Now let me see if I got that right. I think I said Harry, Sally, Freddie, and Ned ate hens. I think that was it. I knew that would come in handy sooner or later. So now what I want to do here is display all of these as a block, which pretty much means by default, all of these things are going to be positioned one under each other, and we need to specify that because basically for browsers that don't recognize these elements yet, and just for compatibility across all browsers. So I talked about that last time, so let's go ahead and move right onto the body. Now the body, what we need to do is we need to change a couple things. The very first thing we need to do is specify the width. Now the width of the body needs to be 100%. And you're saying, Bucky, by default, isn't it 100%? Well, yes, on most browsers, but you need to specify the size in order to use this flexible box styling of the website. So again, anytime you're using this flex box style, make sure that you specify that 100%. If you don't, you're going to run into a whole bunch of problems. And that's because whenever we make these boxes that are flexible, your browser needs to calculate the size of the boxes in order to know how much to change it, how much to shrink it or grow it. So it needs to know specifically the size of the overall body. So we won't get into all that. Basically, the only thing you have to remember is make sure your width is 100. And now we get into a little confusing stuff. So we need to alter the display. Now, we basically need to tell this body, okay, you are a parent box, and basically we're saying, okay, we're going to be putting flexible boxes inside you. So in order to specify this, this is where things get a little bit weird. Type webkit, or excuse me, minus webkit minus box. And you're like, okay, slow down. I have never seen that before in my life. Well, remember when I said that this is new technology and it isn't even out yet, and some browsers are still implementing this technology? Well, it's true, and that's why you need to use this WebKit. This WebKit, I know that the WebKit is implemented in Google Chrome, and I want to say it's implemented in Safari as well. So this pretty much means, okay, Google Chrome, we're going to be using a special WebKit now. And until they implement it and make it a standard, we're going to need to use these special kits. So I know it's kind of weird right now, but basically make sure you're using Google Chrome or else this tutorial is not going to work. And also make sure that you use this WebKit, which pretty much means, okay, we want to use the tools that Google Chrome is going to recognize. So if you don't have Google Chrome downloaded, go download it. By the way, it's the best browser anyway, so if you aren't using it, then you guys want to use it anyways. So basically what we're doing with this display is saying, okay, body, you're going to be holding a bunch of flexible boxes in it. Now, another thing that we want to use from the WebKit is a property called WebKit Box Pack. Now, WebKit Box Pack is basically saying, okay, how do we want the boxes inside this to be packed together? And we pretty much want to just say center, which pretty much means center align the boxes. Now, the property more specifically, since I might as well tell you guys in details, say you have a website that's 1,000 pixels wide. However, you only have two boxes in there that may be 300 pixels wide each. So you have a bunch of space left over. So what you're saying is, okay, when the website is bigger than the contents inside, just go ahead and center those contents. So essentially what we're doing is we're centering the one child that this body has, and since this body has one div, it's going to center the website. So basically this line right here is a weird way of centering the website. In other words, centering the children, which basically, like I said, centers the website. So now that we got all that confusing stuff taken care of, we got a lot of other stuff to tackle. But trust me, guys, it is definitely worth it. And you definitely don't want to miss these next 2 or 3 tutorials because it's going to change your whole view of web development, and it's going to make your life a whole lot easier. So anyways, for now, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to your 15th HTML5 tutorial. And in this tutorial, we're going to be covering more information about that flexible box model, the future of web design. So let's go ahead, and under our body tag, we need to add another div. And remember, this main div that surrounded our entire website was called Big Wrapper. So just go ahead and copy that, and no, that isn't a wrap group. Let's go ahead and copy that and add some properties to this beast. Now before we even begin, I want to show you guys our website right here. If you run and launch this in Google Chrome, we can see that, okay, didn't want to launch that. Run and launch this beast in Google Chrome. We can see that basically our website is centered right now. So let's go ahead and style a bunch of this. And again, the reason it is centered, because of the last tutorial, we centered the contents inside everything. So now I can finally go on to this big wrapper. Now the first property we want to set is max width. Now again, like I said, we are going to be designing a website that changes in width depending on how big your browser is. So if you have a small browser like a cell phone, it's going to be a skinny website. If you have a big browser like a widescreen computer, then it's going to be a wide website. However, we want a maximum width. We don't want this website to be 3,000 pixels wide. So we're going to set max width of, let's say, 1,000 pixels, and this will just give us some form of consistency, some standard we can go by. So now let me just spice things up by making things look a little better. 20 pixels, 0 pixels, and if I'm going too fast, just check out my last tutorial. You guys are going to understand what all this means. And another thing that we need to do is, since this wrapper is wrapping the entire website, this is also going to have boxes in it. So we need to go ahead and copy this display and turn it into a WebKit box. What we're doing is basically saying, okay, this is a box. Now, the WebKit part is basically part of Google Chrome, so don't worry about that. Just concentrate on display box. We're going to say, okay, this is a box and it can change in size. And it also has children in it. In other words, it also has different elements in it that can also change in size. So now that we tell it that, we can go ahead and change some properties of it. The first is WebKit box orient. Now what this property means is the children inside. Do you want me to place them left to right or one on top of each other? In other words, I don't want to say block and inline, but for the purposes of this tutorial, that may be kind of a, just think of it like block elements or inline elements. So block elements, since they're placed one on top of each other, we're going to say vertical, if I can spell that right. And this means anything inside this box, basically anything in our website, treat as a block element and don't place it side to side. The other property we want to changed on our website is WebKit box flex. Now this is basically the meat of this tutorial. We want to give this a value of 1, and this is going to allow our website to be flexible, either shrink or grow in size horizontally. So the value of 1 means flexible, the value of 0 means fixed or not flexible at all, so that's why we want to set that as 1. So after big wrapper, what do we got? Top header. So let me go ahead and copy this piece right there. And top header. Now let's go ahead and make this look a little bit pretty. So basically, what we did right here in Big Wrapper is change the overall setting for pretty much our entire website. So now we can go ahead and start making everything look pretty. So background, wow, definitely messed that up real good. Background for our top header, and this is where our title and logo go, is, we'll just change that yellow, something very apparent. In border, I actually want to make this pretty thick, like 3 pixels, solid black. Now the reason I'm making it so thick isn't because it's going to look pretty, it's because whenever I show you guys how this website can shrink and grow, it's going to be very clear when I have a real thick border to see it. So that's why I'm making it so thick, in case you were wondering. And for the padding of this, I'm just going to put like 20 pixels, I guess. Why the heck not? Now again, that is where our logo and title are going to go. So after that, what do we got? Top menu. So for top menu, I'm going to go ahead and paste that right there. Let me move my cursor out of the way. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to give this a nice thick border And I'll make this one red. That should be pretty obvious. Background, I think I made it blue last time. And for the color of the stuff inside, I'll make that white. And I think that is all for top menu. However, we do need, if I copy this, the list items in top menu, because remember our fake navigation bar was made up of a bunch of list items. And for that we need a display, and we're just going to set these as inline block. Now remember, whenever you hit the display, you're basically telling it how you want the elements to be lined up. Now inline means position it left and right instead of, one under each other. So that's why, since we want our navigation bar, all those links to be side by side, we want to make those inline elements. So next we want the list style none, and that basically means no bullets or anything. Padding 5 pixels. And what else do we want? Font, I can go ahead and just copy. I think I'm just going to go ahead and copy this font because it's a pretty good looking font and I don't feel like typing all that out. So basically, now that we have the list and basically everything looking pretty, let's go ahead and refresh this and see what we got. So right now, what we have is our main header and our menu taken care of. However, all of this stuff, remember, this article, and this little news section right here, we wrapped in something called, what do we call it, new div. And that is going to be pretty much what I'm going to be talking about, how we can make these things flexible, shrink, and grow. However, it's going to take some time, and I'm going to save that for the next tutorial because I have a lot of new information to throw at you guys, and I don't want to, fill your brains with this tutorial. So stop this tutorial, take a deep breath, and once you are ready, your mind is totally free, move on to the next tutorial where I'm going to be throwing a bunch of new stuff at you guys. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. What's going on, guys? Welcome to your 16th HTML5 tutorial, and let's go ahead and just, no introduction, let's just go ahead and continue these tutorials. So the very first thing I want to mention is we're going to be starting with this new div tag, and literally it's called new div tag. Now see this div tag, it has two things inside it. It has a section and it has pretty much a news article. So basically, whenever you have something that you want to position inside it, you need to treat it as a box. So go over, and we already treated the main body as a box and also the big wrapper as a box. So since this div tag has children, aka boxes inside it, we need to treat this as a box. So just remember that if it has boxes inside it, the parent has to be a box. Simple enough. So let's just go ahead and say new div, and the very first property is that I'm just going to go ahead and copy one of these, display WebKit box, because it has boxes inside it, the parent has to be a box. Remember that. One of your favorite quotes from Bucky Roberts. So the only thing I want to do after this is check it out. Right now, basically we're saying, okay, this box is going to contain all of this crap right here. However, unlike our website layout right now, we don't want these things to be positioned one under each other like they are right now. We don't want them to be positioned vertically. We want them to be positioned horizontally. I want one column for this stuff and another column for this little news article, basically like we laid out our website before. So in order to do that, we need to hit WebKit box orient in, I think that's how you spell horizontal. I guess I'll find out the hard way. And basically what I'm saying is, okay, now the children that are inside this box right here, they are going to be laid out side by side instead of one on top of each other. Simple enough. So now let's go ahead and take a look at what we have inside here. We have this section, which is pretty much the main section. So let me just go ahead and copy that so make sure I don't type it wrong. And the main section is this crap right here. So in Notepad, hop over to my CSS file and hit main section. And for main section, the very first thing I want to do is I want to just add a border. So border equals 1 pixel solid blue, and this will show you guys easily what's going on whenever we test out our website. And the other thing I want to do is I want to make this section flexible. So in order to do that, I don't even know if I changed this property already, but I might as well talk to you guys about it again if I did. WebKit box, and I already did this, I remember. Flex 1. And remember, whenever we have the property of 1 in here, it pretty much means that this box is going to be flexible. Now, I don't even know if I said this, but by flexible, I just mean that it's going to change in size dynamically depending on how big our browser is. So there you go. Now, let me just go ahead and add some margin so everything is bunched up together. I'll add margin of 20 pixels, and I might as well add some padding too, or those articles are going to look a little funny, of 20 pixels as well. Now, the cool thing about this is even though we have an overall size of 1,000 pixels for our website, since this is flexible, we don't need to worry about a bunch of complicated math about what size this section is going to be, what size the other section is going to be, because it's going to fit dynamically. So that's another reason that I absolutely love this flexible box model compared to the traditional box model. So after main section, what did we call the other thing? Side news. So let me go ahead and copy this and pound side news. Now, the first thing I'm going to do for side news is I might as well add a border, and we'll make this one border 1 pixel solid red. Now, this is just so you guys can visually see, but another thing I want to do after this is I don't want this one to be flexible as well, because this is a common technique, and you guys probably want to pay attention to what I'm going to say next. If we have two flexible things inside a box, then it's not going to know how big to make one and how small to make the other. So a common technique in web development is if let's say you have two columns in a table, make one of those columns a fixed width, and then you want the other column to change dynamically depending on how big the browser is. So if your browser is 200 pixels wide and one column is 100 pixels, then the other column is going to be 100 pixels. However, if your browser is 500 pixels wide and that column is 100, then that other one is going to grow to 400 pixels. So column 1 is going to grow and shrink, but column 2 is going to stay the same. And also, if you have ads on your website, you can't grow or shrink those. You need those to be a fixed size. However, the content or the text, it can grow or shrink. So I know I talked a lot about that and it took me like a minute, but it's definitely important, something to take note of. So since this section is flexible, it's going to be on the side of this section. We need this one to be a fixed width. So in order to do that, just go ahead and set the width equal to, I don't know, something like 220 pixels. And I'm just going to go ahead and add some margins and paddings to make it look a little better. So everything isn't so bunched up. So margin, I'm just going to go ahead and change this to, I don't know, 20 pixels. And actually, I'm going to change this to, that'll look a little bit better. And for the padding, let me boost this up a bit, like 30 pixels. Should give it some nice space. And for the background, I think we added that nice light blue color, so I'll do the same. 66CCCC. Sounds like someone's name, CC. So after this, we might as well go ahead and take care of the footer right now, and I believe we called the footer. The footer. How clever is that? So pound the footer. Now for the footer, what we need to do is we don't need to clear anything first and foremost. Remember in the traditional box model, I cleared the footer, and that was because we had stuff floating left and right. Well, right now we don't have any float properties, so we don't need to use clear at all. Clear is only useful whenever you're floating stuff around your screen. So what you want to do is text align center, and this will make sure that the text is centered on a screen, because whenever you have a footer, it's nice to center a text. It just looks a little bit better. And for padding, let me go ahead and add 20 pixels on here, and I believe we added a border top of I'm gonna go ahead and boost the pixels up 2 pixels, solid green, not grin, green. And what this is going to do is, let me make sure I got all my semicolons and colons. Okay, good to go. Now let me go ahead and save this, and let's go ahead and take a look at our website right now. So refresh this, and as you can see, okay, it kind of looks the same as the website before. However, check this out. And I actually want to, yeah, I'll go ahead and, hold on. Got an itch in my ear. Oh, yeah, that's the spot right there. Okay, now check this out. unlike before where everything is fixed and we needed to, use math to make sure we fit perfectly in those 1000 pixels, check it out. This box to the right is going to be, what was it, 220 pixels. Now this is always going to stay 220 pixels. However, this box over here is going to change dynamically based on the size of our browser. So let me go ahead and shrink this browser and check it out. That box is either shrinking, so if you were looking at this on a smartphone, this website will look perfect still. Or if you're looking at it on a big widescreen TV looking computer, our website is still going to look awesome. So that is the beauty of flexible box models, that you can pretty much grow or shrink your website depending on the size of the browser, and you don't need to use any weird CSS tricks, any programming, any math. It does it all for you automatically. And also, I don't know if you guys can see this border or not, but the border of this main header and also the navigation bar, these are changing as well. Now again, even though that they change dynamically, if you are looking at this on a monitor the size of like a pencil, it's going to look really weird whenever you squeeze everything real tight together. But no monitors are ever that small. So I just want to show you guys this, that the flexible box model pretty much puts your website in boxes that can either grow or shrink dynamically. Now again, I want to talk about this just for a little bit longer. A common and awesome technique is to keep one of these columns fixed and the other one dynamic. So then you can have stuff like ads in here, stuff that needs to be a set size, and the content that can change can either grow or shrink according to the display. So that is the technique. In the next couple tutorials, I'm going to show you guys some even more tricks and showing you guys how to make this website look even better. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video. What's up guys, welcome to your 17th tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be teaching you guys a bunch of new tricks concerning the flex box model. However, before we do, I just want to mention that I finished styling the rest of our little template here, and I just posted all the code on the forum. So I really didn't need to talk you guys through that in another tutorial, because all I did is I styled these articles the same as last time, and then like I said, all the code is on the forum if you need it, but we got some new stuff to talk about. So aside from Bucky.html, I went ahead and I started a new project called new.html, and I'm going to be using a new blank CSS file. And that was just because I didn't want to, Bucky.html was getting kind of old, so we're out with the old, in with the new. So what I did is I just got our basic template with our basic setup, meta, title, and link tag, and make sure you link your new CSS file. And once you are good to go, we're ready to get started. So the only thing that we're going to have in this is pretty much 4 div boxes. So this is just for demonstrating what I want to teach you guys. So go ahead and follow me right now. Make a section, and we're going to have one main section and 4 div boxes inside it, and just give it an ID. You can either name it like parent or mommy or something, and just go ahead and end this. And now just go ahead and put 4 simple divs in here. So div ID equal kid1, and wow, I'm just going to go ahead and type that again, embarrassing. Div ID equal kid1, and I'll just put like kid1 in here and end that div, and I'm just going to go ahead and copy this a bunch of times. So let's work with 4 kids as divs. Change all my crap, 2, 3, and 4. 4, 3, 2. Okay, so I have 1 main mommy section and 4 kids in there. So if we go ahead and save this and look at it in Chrome, we can see that, okay, we have 4 kids lined up one underneath each other. So we need to go ahead and change the styling immediately, because that looks horrendously bad. The very first thing I want to do is in our mommy, I want to add some, I just am doing this to make it look pretty. This isn't really the tutorial at all, but I want to add a border of 2 pixels solid blue, and under this I'm gonna display WebKit box. Now the reason I'm doing this is because since we're going to be looking at some examples of the flex box model or the flexible box model, you need to make the parent box. Again, I can't stress this enough. Please do not forget it. Now, also, in order to get those children tags side by side, we need to orient them horizontally. So WebKit box orient horizontal, and I believe if we save this, they should be side by side. So let me go ahead and launch this baby in Chrome and check it out. Now everything is side by side. However, if we look at this, whenever we move these things around, it's going to be hard to tell what one's kid 1, kid 2, kid 3, kid 4. They all kind of look the same. They must be have a, what's it, not twins, not triplets, but what's a 4 called? I don't know. Leave me a comment and tell me. But anyways, that's what it looks like right now. And we want all distinctive kids because if not, this example is going to get really complicated. So let me just go ahead and style these really quick. So for kid 1, I'm just going to go ahead and make a border around it. 2 pixels, solid red. And let's give it a background color. We'll give each one a different background. So the background for this can be green, and padding can be like 20 pixels, and might as well give it a margin of 10 pixels too. So now I'm just going to go ahead and copy this a couple times. Make sure I didn't mess anything up before I copy this. 1, 2, 3, 4. So now I change. Kid 2 can have a yellow background. Kid 3 can have, I don't know, he can be red, be a redhead. And kid 4 can have orange. I don't think we use orange so far in this tutorial series. So now let me go ahead and save this and refresh it. And now that we got that, I just want to point out this is a lot easier to see because what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be changing the size of these boxes and orienting them, changing the order of them. So these boxes are a whole lot easier to see than, just that text. So now that I can talk the talk, let me go ahead and walk the walk. The very first example I want to show you guys how to do is change the order of these boxes. And that's one of the brilliant things that HTML5 and CSS3 is going to give us, the ability to change the order. So if we look at our div tags, we got kid 1, 2, 3, 4, all in the order according to our website layout, right like that. However, if we go in our main parent tag, our main mommy section, we can go ahead and add something like this. WebKit box direction, and I believe what's it called, the default of this is normal. So if we go ahead and reverse this and save it, now check this out. When I refresh, our kid 1, 2, 3, 4 goes from 4, 3, 2, 1. So if you're like, okay, I just built the perfect website, but I want everything flipped backward, you can do it in one line of code instead of having to do pretty much rewrite your entire website. Oh, that's kind of a tongue twister there. So that is one trick. And now that we got the template set up exactly how we want it, got all our kids a different color, I'm going to be showing you guys a bunch of new tricks in the upcoming tutorials. But for now, that one trick is the only one you get. So again, I know I'm just doing it with stupid boxes right here, but if you were to make an actual website, this would be a huge section such as, I don't know, maybe your drop down list. This would be your main content. This would be a news on the right hand side, and this would be your ads. So these are just little examples that you can apply to a bigger concept later on. But like I said, we're going to be talking about that in the upcoming tutorials. For now, that's all you get. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. And remember, kids, don't go to college. Alright guys, welcome to your 18th HTML5, and this is kind of like a CSS3 tutorial too. And in this tutorial we're going to be going over some more tricks. So the very first thing I want to do is get rid of this reverse, because if we don't, it's just going to mess up our future examples. So now that we deleted that, you're probably thinking, okay, so I already know how to have them in normal order and also have all the children in reverse order, but what if I wanted to kind of customize the order of it? Well, you can do that too. It doesn't either have to be normal or reverse. You can give each one of these boxes a custom position, and it's a whole lot easier than, adjusting the top, left, right margins. You do it saying this. You need your WebKit right now because, of course, browser compatibility crap. Box and make sure I'm spelling this right, ordinal, ordinal minus group. And say we want kid 1 to appear in the third position. So remember, we got 4 positions to work with. This is the first one, second, third, and fourth. So we'll put kid number 1 in the third position, and I'm just going to go ahead and copy this, make sure I typed all that right. Kid number 2 can be in the, I don't know, second, well, no, he's already in second. 3, 1, 4, and what do we have left? 2. So now if we go ahead and save this and take a look at our website, kid, okay, I forgot this already. Kid 1 is in the third position, kid 2 is in the first position, kid 3 is in the fourth position, which is the last position, and kid 4 is in the third position, just like that. So again, even though these are little boxes, these would be sections of your website that you could position accordingly. So again, how would this be useful? Say you had this awesome website laid out and you wanted to move an entire section. Maybe you wanted to swap sections. Well, it's as easy as changing 2 numbers other than calculating all this weird math crap. It's going to make your life 1,000,000,000 times easier. 1,000,000,000 times? Really? That much easier? Yes. So I guess we can go ahead and keep that position for this next tutorial, or excuse me, not this next tutorial, this next little mini lesson. Say we wanted to not only customize the position of these let me think how I'm going to say this. Take a deep breath, Bucky. Okay, not only do we want to customize the order that these sections appear, but we also want to customize the position as well. See how these are all left aligned? Maybe we want to put them all in the middle or the right hand side. So how do we do that? Well, the very first thing we need to do is we need to give mommy a set width, and just go ahead and change this to width and make it like something bigger than 500. 700 pixels should do just fine. So now we need to give each of these kids a set width. So I'm going to change all of their widths to, let's see, we got to account for padding and margin. So let's go ahead and change these to like 60, I guess. 60 pixels. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this so all my kids are 60 pixels. 60, 60, and 60. Now let me just go ahead and save and refresh this beast and check it out. Now you see, okay, each of these kids are 60 pixels, and once we add all the padding and margins and stuff, it takes about 2/3 of the parent. However, you're saying, okay, that's nice, but I want these to appear in the center of the website. They look kind of weird when my sections are all on the left-hand side like that. So how can I center these? Well, what we need to do is we need to go up to this mommy, and we need to add a property called box pack. Pretty much, how are your children packed together in the parent? This is kind of like a line, but I guess a line was already taken. So you need WebKit minus box minus pack, and I'm just going to add center right there before I tell you guys the other properties. So let me go ahead and refresh this and check it out. Now all of our children are centered in that main parent. In the other properties you might think left and right, but it's actually start and end. Let me go ahead and fix this right now. See, if I put end, it's actually to the end of the parent. Why they just didn't put left and right, I don't know, but I think it's start, end, center, and justified if I'm correct. So anyways, that's that. And one other thing I want to go over before, I didn't even think I was going to have time for this, but let's go ahead and delete that. And I want to go over, how am I going to say this? You know how all of these boxes are a fixed position? Well, what we can do, let me go ahead and refresh this. What we can do is say, okay, I want this one and this one and this one to be a fixed position, but maybe I want this one to be flexible. In other words, to take up the rest of the space. Now, if we have, let's say, 3 of these boxes that are flexible, or excuse me, 3 that are fixed and 1 is flexible, what it's going to do is it's automatically going to take up all of this extra space right here. So let me go ahead and apply this property to, let's say, the third box. Now, since I changed, let me go ahead and fix my position or else I'm going to get confused. So let me fix that. So the order is just going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me go ahead and save that and refresh. Okay, so we got kid 1, 2, 3, 4. Now say we want kid number 2 to be flexible and kind of push all these to the side. So what we can do is go up to kid number 2 and add that property called WebKit box flex. Now I believe we used this in our very first example, and remember, when we give it the property of 1, it pretty much flexes to take up all the available space. 0 means not flexible at all. I think it's 0 by default, but if we give this 1, take a look at what happens when we refresh it. Since our parent had a fixed width of 700 pixels, and these kids also had a fixed width of 600 plus 10 margin plus 20 padding, and kid number 2 was flexible. It said, okay, I'm going to let the parent calculate first, and then I'm going to let these 3 kids calculate, and whatever's left, that's what I'm going to take up. I'm not picky, I'm flexible. So that is the beauty of that, and yeah, I guess there isn't much more to say about that. The example explains it all. So those are a couple tricks how you can lay out your website a whole lot better than, I don't even know if you're watching this as a first-time web developer, but before you would need to calculate huge functions and algorithms and work with math and make sure everything was lined up properly, and it was a huge pain. This is like 1,000 times easier. You guys have no idea. So anyways, that's all I have for this tutorial. Don't forget to subscribe, and remember kids, don't go to college. What is going on guys? Welcome to your 19th HTML5 tutorial, and this is actually my first tutorial since I moved to New York. For those of you guys who were watching before, you knew that I used to live in North Carolina and then I moved up to New York a couple weeks ago. Actually, I think like a week ago today, in fact. And so yeah, the move went well. I didn't get in a car crash or anything, so I'm ready to start making some tutorials again. So let's jump right into this. In this tutorial, I'm just going to talk about all the leftover stuff that I kind of left out when I was talking about the flexible box model. So after this tutorial, you're going to know everything about laying out the flexible box model. So let's see where we picked off, because I know it's been a while. Okay, so obviously by this little website, we've been talking about the WebKit box flex property, which means say you had 3 boxes of a fixed width and you had one that was box flex 1, it would just say, okay, take up all of the available extra space. So what it would do is it would add all these and see how much space it had left over in the parent, and it would just give this that much space. So actually this let's see, what property, this width property, you don't even need it anymore. And actually what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be deleting the width property for all of these, and I'm going to be giving all of them a box flex property of 1. So delete this, paste that in its place, delete this width, paste in its place. And the reason we don't need the width anymore is because it's automatically, if I show you guys actually, it's automatically going to figure out the width of the parent and then figure out how it can evenly flex all of these to give them all the same share of the pie. So I know this parent is like 700 pixels wide, but say this parent was 1,000 pixels wide. What it would do is it say, okay, I have 4 kids, and since they all have the same box flex value of 1, I'm going to flex them all 250 pixels. And yes, I know that we have margin and paddings as well, but I'm just giving you guys an easy example. So here is what you know already. You know that there's a box flex property of 0 whenever you're working with fixed width. You also know 1 to make it flexible. But did you know that you can have a box flex value of anything greater than 1? For example, 2, 3, 5, whatever you want. And you're saying, okay, that kind of just blows my mind, because I know that oh, excuse me, got a hairball in my throat. I know that 0 makes it unflexible and 1 makes it flexible. So what the heck would 2 do? Well, let me go ahead and give you guys an example. Let's go ahead and pick on kid number 2. Hey, kid number 2. So if we go ahead and save this, we can see that, okay, kid number 2 kind of grew a little bit. So what's going on is this. You know how I told you guys, if the parent was 1,000 pixels wide and you had each of these with the property of 1, then it pretty much says 1,000 divided by 4, since you have 4 kids, equals 250. Now, I didn't explain that to you guys because I didn't think you guys could do math. I explained it because of this. Whenever you have 4 kids with the even box value, it divides it evenly. However, since kid number 2 now takes up 2 spaces, what it's going to do is this. think of it like this. This number right here says how many spaces do you want to take up. So this one takes up 1, this one takes up 2, this one takes up 1, and this one takes up 1. So now if you add them together, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now it's going to say 1,000 divided by 5. Each space has 100 pixels. So this one takes up, 200, 200, 400, 200. Or you can think of it like this as it's easier. Whenever you have a box flex value of 1 and 2, the one with a box flex value of 2 is going to take up twice the width of 1. And 3 would take up 3 times the width as 1. That may be an easier explanation. So let me go ahead and change this back to 1. And now what I want to do is I want to show you guys one last example. And this is the last thing I want to talk to you guys about concerning the flexible box property. So say, okay, we need to change or give mommy a height. So say we have a height of like 300 pixels. Height equals 300 pixels. So mommy is 300 pixels tall. For some reason, that's how tall we want our website. And now we say each kid has a height of, I don't know, 100 pixels. So let me just go ahead and change this right here. So go ahead and give each kid 100 pixels. And this one too. And of course this one too right there. And what we're going to do is go ahead and save this, refresh it, and take a look at it. So now we're laying out our website. Okay, that's how tall we want it. Looks pretty good. Yeah, this is how tall we want the kids, but I don't know, like maybe we have an article and a picture here and an ad right here or something stupid. You say, okay, this website is looking pretty good, but I wish these could just move down a little bit in the center because they look kind of weird when they're jammed up against the top there. Well, what we can do is we can add a vertical alignment in the web, or excuse me, in the flexible box model. And it's not vertical align like before. You add this property whenever you want to vertically align the crap inside your box. It's WebKit, and this is going to change whenever browsers start adopting this. But for now, when you're using Chrome, it's WebKit box minus align, and it has a bunch of values. For now, I'm just going to show you guys center real quick. Whenever you center this, think of this right here as saying vertical align property. Vertically align everything in my box. That's kind of a, yeah. Anyways, just go ahead and center that. And as you can see, since we added that center align property, it's center aligned vertically up and down everything inside the parent box. So as you can see, now all of these kids are in the center vertically. Again, I'm not talking about horizontally, vertically. Can't stress that enough. And actually, it isn't top, center, bottom. It has a bunch of, let me think of the values. Start, end, center, baseline, and stretch. And by the way, everything by default is stretch. So if you don't mess with it at all, what it's going to do is, if you don't get it a fixed height like this, what it's going to do is it's going to go ahead and, let me go ahead and delete these heights. The reason it's not stretching is because I gave it a fixed height, but if I get rid of that, by default in the Flexbox model, everything is set to stretch. So now I should refresh this, and if I don't look like a fool, everything is stretched out perfectly. So that's the default value, but again, start is like the top and the end is the bottom. You'll figure it out. So anyways, that's all the time I have for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we're going to get away from the flexible box model because I'm sure your brains are as packed full as much Flexbox model info as you can handle. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. Gentlemen, ladies, welcome to your 20th HTML5 tutorial, and in this lesson, actually in the next couple lessons, I'm going to be talking a little bit more about CSS3. Now, I know we talked a little bit about it before, but there's actually a ton of crap we need to cover concerning CSS3. And actually, HTML5 and CSS3 are like married together, kind of like XHTML and CSS were. So this tutorial series could have even been called HTML5 and CSS3 because that's how connected they are. You can't really use one without the other, and if you do, it's not going to work out too well. So enough of me talking, let me go ahead and explain. I first ripped everything out of our body because, or excuse me, my website, because we only really need something simple for this demonstration. So make sure you have a div, which is gonna, just surround your entire website, and just like a paragraph or any text inside. If you have text, surround it with a span, but just go ahead and copy this, throw it in your website, and we'll be good. I didn't want to go ahead and retype this because all you guys know what this stuff is already. I also have my body centered, and I gave that div a background and a border. So I also changed the text, but none of this really matters. As long as you have this set up, you can make it look like anything you want. So basically, I am working with this website right like this. Nothing new. So anyways, let's get to the meat of the tutorial now that you know how my template is set up. So the very first thing I want to talk to you guys is about giving rounded corners to your div or to any box really. Now, as you can see, these boxes have nice square corners, and with a lot of websites nowadays, that's what they want. But for some reason, people tend to prefer round corners. So let me go ahead and show you guys. You see this window right here? Ooh, look at that. My arrow changes. That's pretty cool. I don't know. I was just fascinated by that. Oh, look, an arrow. But anyways, you see how these corners are rounded? Wouldn't it be nice if we can achieve the same effect of this on our website? Well, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come where you can actually do that. So before the old CSS, or excuse me, yeah, the old CSS, it was very difficult to achieve this. But for now, using CSS3, it's actually incredibly simple. Almost too easy if you ask me. So what you need to do is throw your WebKit in there, and the property is border minus radius. Now, what you need to do is you need to give it a value, say 25. The higher the value, the more rounded they're going to be. So if you round these 25 pixels and save this, take a look whenever I refresh in my corners. I now have nice, sweet, rounded corners. So basically, as soon as this becomes a standard, I got a feeling you guys are going to be seeing a ton more rounded websites because, I don't know, it just looks like more futuristic rather than this old square crap. So you're saying, okay, that's pretty nice. Okay, CSS3 can round my corners. Not that impressed. Well, wouldn't it be nice if this box right here, if we could make it look just a tidbit prettier? So how can we do that? Let's go ahead and apply a shadow. And I know what you guys are saying. OMG, I was in college like 3 years ago and they told me to apply shadows, and it was the biggest pain in the butt. It was this whole process, yada yada yada. Well, with CSS3, it is 1,000 times more simple than it was in the past couple years. So the property for this is WebKit and it's box shadow. Now the properties, or excuse me, the values kind of get kind of weird here, so you need to listen closely. The very first thing it's going to take is a color, RGB, and this is the red, green, and blue value. Now, just say it's anywhere from 0 to 255, and I'm going to put mine at like 110, 110, 110. The higher you go, the more white it's going to be. The lower you go, the darker it's going to be. If they're all the same, it's a shade of gray. So that's somewhere, it's kind of like a dark gray, and it takes at least two values after this. Now the first value it takes is the offset to left and right. So I'm going to go ahead and put it 8 pixels, and that's going to shift the shadow 8 pixels to the right, because if we put it directly under our box is going to be covering up. So we have it shift directly to the right 8 pixels and directly down 8 pixels. So let me go ahead and show you guys that. Not 88, don't want to do that. And save this baby and we'll see what we got. And it didn't save because RGB 101010 okay, box shadow. Oh, what the heck? WebSkit. What the heck is a WebSkit? That's embarrassing. Now if we save it, refresh this beast, and you see we got a nice dark gray shadow to the right and down 8 pixels. Looks awesome, doesn't it? Not exactly, because when the heck have you ever seen a shadow that looks like that in a coloring book maybe? Shadows have some kind of blur to them. They have like a gradient that kind of fades out. So in order to add this blur, we need one additional value. So this is the offset to the right, this is the offset to the left, and by the way, if you have a negative number like this, then it's going to shift it to the left instead of the right. It's just right and down is the standard. But anyways, if we have one more value, let's say 8 pixels, this third pixel value is the amount of blur. In other words, the amount of gradient that it's going to fade out. So now if we go ahead and save this and refresh, take a look at my gradient right here. And actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to blast all these up so it's really easy to see on YouTube. 10, 10, 10, save this biatch and refresh and check it out. We now have a nice gradient blur fading out of our shadow. So how awesome is that? It's now looking like a realistic shadow. And oh man, I probably don't got time to talk to you guys about text shadows and gradients, but what I do have time to talk to you guys about is this last property that you can add to a shadow. So I'll just do that. So as you can see, the shadow kind of looks like this box is casting a shadow on the background of our website. However, there is a way that we can make the shadow on the inside of our box. Now we can add an additional property to this, and you're saying, okay, we have 3 colors and 3 pixels, and now you want me to add more stuff? Yes. You have an optional word you can add called inset. Not incest, inset. Now, whenever you add this word, what it means is, okay, instead of the shadow being on the outside of the box, it's going to look like something is casting the shadow on the box. So it gives you that effect of kind of, a button pressed in or something, and all of the same other properties apply. Your blur, your color, all that same stuff. So this is how, I don't know, maybe you want to make a box and make it looks like it's a button pressed in. I don't use it that often because I don't like the way it looks. But if you want to use that, it's called inset, and you add it right to the end. And I believe that's the only additional word that you can use. So anyways, in the next tutorial, I got to talk to you guys about text shadows, which are a little bit different, and also how you can make gradients. For example, make this fade from blue to red. And if you think you know how to do it from the old CSS, we got a totally new, better way of doing it. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Alright guys, welcome back to your 21st tutorial, and in this lesson I'm going to be talking about a couple more things, starting with a text shadow. So as you can see, we can apply a shadow to our div box. However, if we added the same property to the text, it wouldn't work. That's because this property is for boxes only. Sounds gross, but I know. So what we need to do in order to achieve a text shadow is actually do this. We don't use the WebKit at all. I don't know if this is a standard yet. I didn't think it was, but whenever I was playing with this, like, I don't know, I was making my website like 3 weeks ago, I found out that you just use text shadow without the WebKit box, and just put your RGB values, or excuse me, RGB, Green Bay, I always mess that up, and I'm just going to use the same shadow color. In fact, I'm way too lazy to type this, so I'm just going to go ahead and paste that right there. And actually, for my spread, and I probably don't want to use 10, 10, 10 because that's a lot for some text. So just use something like 3 pixels, and give it a blur of 5. Now, whenever we do this and save it and refresh, we can see that we got a nice shadow on our text. So if you ever want to apply a shadow to a text and you don't want to do it through Photoshop and images, you want to make text that you can highlight still, because then you can copy and paste it and everything. This is how you do it. So it's a little bit different from the box shadow in the sense that you got to make sure that your fade isn't so much, and also you don't use the WebKit. It can be confusing because you use it on one shadow but not the other, but hey, that's the way it is. Don't blame me. So now what I want to do is I want to talk to you guys about gradients. So up until this point, we use this, I'm just going to change the gradient of this background right here. We use the same plain Jane solid color, orange, red, yellow. However, that's getting kind of boring, so wouldn't it be cool if we could change this color to make it fade into one another? So what we want to do is we want to get rid of this background because orange, see you later, we're done with you. What we want to do add, however, is a new background. So background, and there's a couple different ones that you can add, and they all belong in the WebKit, or they're all part of the WebKit, however you say. The first gradient I want to talk to you about is a linear gradient. Linear gradient. And it's kind of set up weird because, let me see how to explain this. It takes 3 values in the parameter. The first value is your starting position. What you're going to be doing is you're going to be giving it 2 colors. Say we're going to be giving it black and white. Well, it's going to say, okay, do you want me to fade it this way or at an angle? Where do you want me to start? So we're just going to say, okay, the first color, we want you to start at the top. The second value is the color, and I'm just going to make this black and white, really simple. I'm not going to spice this up a bit. So what we're going to say is this. We're going to give you black and white, start with black, end with white, and start at the top. Simple enough. So now if we refresh this, we see that we get a nice black to white gradient starting at the top. Now the values for this are top, bottom, I don't even know if left and right, but I do know that you can have like degrees, and if you want to have it fade at an angle, you put something like 4, 5, and DEG stands for degrees. So now we should get a nice 45-degree angle just like that. So that is pretty much how you can use a linear gradient. However, they also have radial gradients, RADIAL, rad or radial. I don't know why I just do that. I just split my words up. I don't know. Just to amuse myself. So anyways, obviously we can't use these same parameters because what you need to fit in a circle doesn't use the same properties as a straight line. So the very first thing you write is where you want to start, and we want to start in the center. The next property is what shape do you want it? We want this gradient to look like a circle. And we're saying, okay, isn't all radial circles? Well, you can also have ellipse in here, and that's kind of like a stretched out circle. So you can also have that as well. Now, the next thing you write is it's going to take two more things. However, they're like kind of in two parts, and I know this is really weird. This is going to look weird whenever I do this, but I'm just going to go ahead and type it and get it over with. Red 0%, and I'll fade it to like orange, and let me just put this at like 50% or something. That should be good. So it takes 4 parameters, but parameter 3 and parameter 4 are kind of two-parters. So I know this is a really weird thing, but hey, if you want to work with radial gradients, this is the price you pay. So, whoa, hello. Let me go ahead and save that and refresh and see what we got. What we have is something starting in the center, fades out in a perfect circle, and turns from red to orange. So you see that center, circle, red, orange, and these numbers right here are basically where you want the fade to begin. So at 0%, we mean start fading as soon as you pretty much start making the color. If we put like 20% or something, then this middle 20% would be solid red. So since we put 0%, that's where we said where you want the fade to begin. And of course, 50 cent or 50% is the orange, so it starts fading at about 50%, right like that. So I know it's kind of a weird setup, like I said, but there you go. That's what you need to do. And the last thing I want to talk to you guys about is this. I want to explain another version that we can write colors. They used it, they incorporated it, now it's called alpha. And let me see, what can we apply this to? The text might be kind of hard to see with that shadow, or excuse me, that gradient right there. So you know how the shadow is kind of opaque and it kind of fades off? You're saying, okay, that shadow doesn't really look realistic. It looks too dark. If we could apply an alpha value to this, that would be amazing. Now, another word for alpha is transparency. How transparent is it, or in other words, how much can you see through it? So you don't use the RGB values for this anymore. What you do is you use a new value called RGBA. Now, it's going to take your 3 RGB values, red, green, and blue. However, it's going to take a 4th additional value, and that's the alpha value. Now, I'm just going to put 0 0.7 in there, and the only thing that you remember is the less it is, the lighter your shadow is going to be. So let me go ahead and save this, and as you can see, my shadow lightened up quite a bit because it was 1 by default, and whenever we put it to 0.7, we could see through it more. It's more transparent. And if we had something really light like 0.3, I don't know if you guys are even going to be able to see this, but that would be really light where you can almost see completely through. And 0, of course, means that it isn't even there. So I like mine around 0.6 because then it gives you a nice realistic shadow look. It isn't so dark where it looks like, whoa, what is this, like shining a flashlight directly on it. We want to give it a nice subtle popping out look. And I think that, yeah, that's it for this tutorial. This website is looking pretty good. We have a nice sunfire, oh my god, WTF barbecue, and a nice subtle shadow. I think this is good to package up and sell to the web development companies. So anyways, that's all I got for you guys for this tutorial. I know I'm throwing a lot of information at you. And again, I want to stress one more time, I know these are really weird setups right now, but it's not CSS3's fault. It's they didn't standardize everything yet. So all these like web kits are gonna go away soon. So it's gonna get easier, I promise. And in the next tutorial, we got some more stuff to cover with CSS3, and I'm gonna begin to make some awesome looking websites. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video. What's going on, guys? Welcome to your 22nd tutorial, and in this lesson we're going to be talking more about CSS3 properties. And what I did is I deleted all those gradients and text shadows, and I basically just have this plain old box with some text in it, no effects whatsoever, and that's where we're going to be starting. Now, the very first thing I want to talk to you guys about is something that I don't even like, but I need to tell you guys about it, or else, they're going to say that you skipped over something. It's called the outline. Now, the outline is pretty much the thing around your border. And let me just make a really obvious one. I'll put like 7 pixels solid red. It has all the same properties of your border. It's just like an additional border, basically. So the reason I don't like it is because whenever you're trying to kind of like lay everything out, you already have to consider the element itself, the padding, the margin, the border, and the overall width of the element. And then if you add in the outline, it's just too many things to keep track of. So even though you can add some pretty nice looking outlines, I don't recommend doing it because whenever you work with the width and laying out your website, it just gets too much. But for this tutorial, I'll keep it in there. So now that I went over the outline, I want to talk to you guys about some cool transformations. Now, a transformation, typically in a lot of computer programs, you can scale, rotate, stretch things out. And with CSS3, it's no different. You can go ahead and add the property transform, and depending on what value you add, this pretty much is saying how do you want to transform the element. Now, since we added the property in this box, whatever we do, it's going to transform this yellow, blue, and red box right here. So say we wanted to, let me go ahead and show you guys a simple one. Say we wanted to scale the element, and scale means either shrink or grow it. We're going to, by default, it's 1. Anything smaller is going to make it smaller. Anything bigger is going to expand it. So if we add a 1.5, it's going to be 1.5 times the normal size. So check it out, big old mumbo jumbo scale. Now, you can also have an X and a Y. For example, if you have something like 1, 3, what it's going to do is it's going to scale along the X value left and right, keep that the same. By default, it's 1, and the 3 is going to stretch it along the Y, if I'm correct. So now it's stretched out vertically, but the same width horizontally. And another cool trick you can do is if you add -1 to 1, right, like that, your text becomes Russian. How awesome is that? So anyways, let's go ahead and get rid of that scale and talk about some other transformations. Another one is rotate, and if you add 45 in there, the parameter rotate takes is the degrees, and I think I talked to you guys about degrees. Oh yeah, whenever we were talking about gradients, you could use the degrees too. And a lot of people are like, okay, what I use for degrees is actually DEG. So I got rid of the scale, and if you see rotate 45, there you go. And I think you can have a negative value, but that just changes the other way it rotates, but you don't really need that because it's kind of like if you rotate something 180 degrees or -180, then it turns out being the same thing. So now let me go ahead and get rid of this rotate, and I want to talk to you guys about skew. Now, I'm going to ask you this. Before I even show you this, please, please do not ever use what I'm about to teach you. So let's go ahead and refresh this and check it out. I can't think possibly when you would ever want this, even if you're making like, well, I'll talk to you guys about like dynamic effects later, but even if you were just using this in effect and this wasn't your end result, it looks stupid anyway. So I have to go over it, because I want to teach you guys all the nitty-gritty stuff, but please do not ever use skew. I think it looks ugly, and I will never go to your website if you do. So anyways, now that we covered that, I want to talk to you guys about the last one, and that's translate. Now, whenever you translate something, it basically means just move it. So unless you're talking, in everyday life, that means changing one language into another language. But anyways, in this sense, in CSS3, it means just moving something. Now, in order to move something, we could either give it one value, but I typically pass it 2 values. Imagine this is a grid from math class. Your x and y is left and right, your x is left and right, and your y is up and down. Whenever you give it 2 positive values, it's going to move it to the right and down. So 150 pixels, 300 pixels. I don't even know if that's going to show up on my screen. But what we were pretty much doing, as you can see in the bottom right, is we moved it right and down. So that's pretty much means the X value and the Y value that you want to move it by. Now, if you would give it negative values, it would either move it up or to the left. So just imagine, whenever you were graphing quadratic equations in school, up and left are negative, right and down are positive. So that's nice. And the last thing I want to talk about is this. If you want to apply multiple effects on the same box, you need to write them all on one line. You can't have 4 different WebKit transform properties spaced one under each other. So, for example, if you had this awesome box like this one right here, and you wanted to, maybe translate it, let's see, we'll move it 100 pixels down and 100 pixels right. Actually, it's right down. But anyways, we wanted to translate, and then we wanted to rotate it 30 degrees, and the last thing we want to do is scale it by 0.8. Now anything under 1 is going to shrink it a little bit because 1 is the standard. We need to apply them all on the same transform line. So now if I go ahead and save this, as long as I didn't type anything wrong, as you can see, it moved it to the right and down, rotated it by 30 degrees, and shrunk it a little bit. Kind of unnoticeable, but trust me, it shrunk. So that is all I have to talk to you guys about for this tutorial. And if you're saying, okay, I know what you guys are saying right now, this stuff is all stupid because if I wanted something smaller, I would just, make the width smaller. If I wanted something moved to a different location, I would just, maybe change the margins or something. So when the heck would I ever even use this crap? Well, you actually use it more often, not in the original layout, but sometimes for awesome text effects. For example, if you wanted to hover over something and it would rotate or translate or scale, then your website could do that without using Flash or JavaScript or anything. So that kind of gets into a little more deep technique, but we'll be talking about that later on. So that's the usefulness of this, and so there you go. That's all I'm going to ramble on for this tutorial. But anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and yeah, I'll see you later. What's up everyone? Welcome to your 23rd tutorial, and this tutorial is going to be amazing because I'm finally going to tell you guys how to animate using CSS, and I'm not talking about like a simple rollover where it changes a color, but sweet animations. So the first thing I want to tell you guys is this. See how we have this box right here, and if we look at the HTML, we can see that we basically have a div with an ID of box, and that's what we get. And when we roll over it, nothing happens. Well, it's time to change all that. In order to make it change whenever you roll over it, you do something like this. You need to add a pseudo class called hover. Now just go ahead and write your box just like this, and right after it, go ahead and put the what's it called? Not a semicolon, a colon, and write hover. Now if you ever worked with links, this is typically what you do whenever you want to make a link change color. You do something like this. But in this hover class, you write what do you want to change, and what we want to do, since we're working with those transformations, is we're just going to hit WebKit transform, and remember, when we transform it, we mean change it somehow. So now we want to say how we want to change it. Rotate 45 degree. I just make something really obvious like that. Now if I go ahead and save this and refresh this beast right here, refresh whenever I hover over it, check it out. It goes 45 degrees. Now, this is kind of weird and you probably never do this. I just wanted to make something obvious for this tutorial. Typically what you would do is change the color or something, like on a rollover. But I just want to show you guys that that is how you do rollovers using transformations. Now, with that being said, you're saying, okay, that's nice and all, but it looks kind of weird just snapping like that. Wouldn't it be nice if it could actually have an animation and it look like it's turning instead of just going from one point to another? Well, yes it would, and lucky for you guys, I'm about to show you how to do that. Now, what you need to add is something called a transition. Now, whenever you add this transition, it pretty much takes point A and point B, which is your starting and ending point, and it fills in all the things automatically for you. You don't need to make all the separate little animations. You don't need to worry about what's in between. You just need to give it 2 points, a beginning and an ending point, and tell it how long you want that animation to take. And you do it like this. Hit WebKit transition. Hold on, I said there. transition. There we go. Can't type and talk at the same time today, evidently. And after this, it says, okay, you want to animate something. You want something to become a transition. First, it's going to ask, okay, what property do you want to animate? Well, our property that we want to animate is right here. And the reason we need to give it the property is because of this. Right now, you see how it starts out like at a regular angle, and then when we hover over it, it turns 45 degrees? That's one property that we can change. We could have also changed the color of it or the size of it. So whenever we animate this, we say, okay, whenever we're working with our animation, we only want you to change this rotation right here, this transformation. So it says, okay, I'm going to change this transformation right here, but how long do you want the animation to last? Do you want it to turn for 1 second, 2 seconds, 15 seconds? Well, we'll just give it something not too fast so you guys can see. I'll give it like a 1 second transformation. So again, whenever you want something to animate, you need the WebKit transition property and then write what property you want to animate and how long. And now if we go ahead and refresh this, whenever we roll over it, let me center this. Now you can see it has a nice, slow transition. And actually, let me go ahead and change that to 2 seconds. I don't know on my screen recorder how well that's going to show up. So now it should be good if I center this beast and check it out. A nice, what I was about to say, slow animation. A nice, slow animation. That's kind of a tongue twister. Nice, slow, nice, slow. There we go. So as you can see, whenever you hover over it, it rotates 45 degrees, and whenever you hover away, it goes back to its normal position. And I actually was going to show you guys an awesome way that you can make awesome buttons using multiple transitions, but I think I'm going to save that for the next tutorial because it's going to be awesome. I'm going to be taking this same thing right here and applying a ton of different properties to it and show you guys whenever that happens all the different awesome effects you can achieve. So there you go, there you have it. That's how to achieve animation without the use of JavaScript or anything complicated. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. Alright guys, welcome to your 24th tutorial, and in this video I'm going to show you guys how to use multiple animations, and I'm going to make it really simple for you guys and show you guys how to achieve some amazing effects using just CSS3, no JavaScript, no PHP, none of that crap. So the first thing I want to do is actually clear both of these things out. The hover box, which is going to happen whenever we roll over our box, and also might as well get rid of this whole thing except block. So, okay, of course it's block, and I'm going to be animating basically everything, so let me adjust my chair, save this, and we're good to go. So right now, we had that thing, not very exciting. So the very first thing I want to do is, since we're going to be rotating this, I want to set the margin to 150. I think it was 50 before. So I'm just going to put margin 150 pixels auto. That's going to center in the screen and move it down 150. And I also want to change the color of the text. I think it was black before. And there we go, that's good right there. And now I might as well give it rounded corners too, because those square corners are not very appealing. This is like the Web 2.0, baby. Rounded corners for life. So WebKit, if you remember this, border radius, I believe that's how you spell radius. And I'm just going to give it like 10 pixels, might as well. That seems good to me. Whoa, 2 W's in what? www.webkit.com? Don't think so. Alright, so the very first thing we want to do is we want to set all the original properties. Now the first property that I'm going to be animating is opacity. And I'm just going to set this to 0.6. Now you don't use like any 0.6 pixels or anything, it's just 0.6. So that's going to make it like kind of transparent. Now I want to set the background color. We'll just give it something simple like red, and we'll be animating it into a nice blue color. So that I want something, you know, not like blue and green because that's kind of close in color. Now I'm going to set the original width. Now the width, I'm just going to go ahead and set this as something small like 120 pixels, and we'll go ahead and we'll grow that later, as well as the height. So the height is going to be 75. So this is pretty much an average sized button of 120 by 75 pixels. And if we go ahead and look at it right now, we can see that, okay, that's our button. When you roll over it, nothing happens. Rounded corners, white text, yada yada yada, all that good stuff. So now what I want to do is I want to set the animation on all the things we're going to animate. So remember, whenever we're working with animations, we write WebKit I need to shut up while I type this. Transition. Hopefully I spelled that wrong. Oh man, I crack myself up sometimes. Okay, now the first thing we're going to animate is in here. I'm just going to go ahead and write all the properties of the things we're going to change. We're going to change WebKit, transform like before, and we need to write the time of each animation individually. So we're going to transform, we're going to rotate this just like before, and that's what transformation I'm going to use. We're also going to be changing the opacity, and that transition is going to take 2 seconds. We're going to change the background color, and that's going to take 2 seconds. And we're going to change the width of the button, and that's going to take 2 seconds. Everything's going to take 2 seconds, by the way. And the height, whenever you change that, that should take 2 seconds. Now, with that being said, let me make sure I got all my commas in the right place before I fudge this up. Alright, so now that we have all the things that we want to animate, we want to say, okay, whenever we hover over it, how do we want to animate them, or how do we want them to change? Well, if we just use a little copy and paste technique, we can save ourselves some time. Oh, I just got like a dry hairball in my throat. Alright, so the first thing we want to do is we want to transform this piece. Now, the transformation we want to do, and you don't have to do yours exactly as mine. You can, mess it up a little bit. But I'm just going to rotate mine 360 degrees, and this is going to spin it in a full circle. Now, the next thing we animated is opacity. So if you copy this and paste it, the original value was 0.6, and I just want to change this. We'll just give it a simple opacity 1, which I believe is the default. And now we want to change, what was next? The background. So we'll give it a background of, let me use a cool color that I know of. We'll give it a hexadecimal value 1EC7E6. Don't even ask me how I know that, but I do. And the width, we need to make it wider. So for width, we'll give it something like 450. That should show up nice on my screen recorder. A lot bigger. And for the height, we'll just make it slightly larger. We'll give it like a value of 110 pixels. And I forgot to put pixels up here. Let me just make sure. Pixels, red. Okay, everything looks good to go right now. So remember, whenever you work with your transition or animation, make sure you go through and you have all these things that you changed. So whenever you click it, you should have one highlighted on top and bottom. See width, top and bottom, height, top and bottom. You see what I'm saying? So without further ado, let's go ahead and refresh this and hover over it and see what we get. How awesome is that? So let me go ahead and talk to you guys about all the things I animated. First of all, it's rotating. We can clearly see that. The opacity is changing, although that may be a little hard to tell. So let's concentrate on the background, the width, and the height. Now, whenever we roll over this, you can see the background obviously changes. Now, look at the width and the height of the button right now. The height doesn't change that much, so it may be kind of subtle, but the width definitely changes. So all of those things, I assure you, are indeed animating. So that is the beauty of CSS3 and how you can make awesome button effects. And if you look at this, check it out. Before, we would need to have some JavaScript code in there and, a bunch of functions and, another scripting language, and it got to be a whole mess. But how amazingly simple is this, where you can just say, okay, this is what I want to start at, this is what I want to end at, and I'm just telling you how long to animate it right there. It is so easy, even a caveman could do it. So with that being said, that is how you animate very simple animations that you can actually make very awesome looking animations when you combine them using CSS3. So with that being said, don't forget to check out my website. I just updated it with all my new stuff, and it's thenewboston.org. So go check it out. Tell me guys what you think. And yeah, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys later. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 25th HTML5 tutorial, and in this tutorial, I'm going to start talking about how to incorporate JavaScript into our HTML5 document. Now, before I even begin, I want to mention this. If I'm moving too fast, or if I start talking about stuff and you guys don't understand what it is, it's because you probably don't have a full understanding of JavaScript. So in order to kind of continue on with these tutorials, I highly recommend that you go watch my JavaScript tutorial series. I think it's like 50 or 60 videos. If you go to thenewboston.com and look under tutorials for JavaScript watch all of those and then hop back here because I'm going to be hopping into kind of some intermediate JavaScript topics, and you definitely need a solid background. So if you watch those tutorials, you're going to be good to go, you're going to be golden. So the very first thing I want to do is I want to make an external JavaScript file because we're going to be typing kind of a lot of JavaScript. So I don't want to embed it or else it's going to get messy. And another thing, I ripped out all of those HTML5 tags and also that CSS file declaration. So anyways, just want to tell you guys, this is our starting point, no CSS files for now. So go ahead and hit new and just go ahead and save this as we'll just save it as bucky.js, but I like to use the drop down menu. So .js, and you can save yours as anything.js. And I don't know if you guys forgot this or not, but whenever you're working with JavaScript embedded, then you usually need those script tags, but whenever you have an external JavaScript file, then remember not to write those script tags whatsoever. And that's because just like CSS, whenever you're writing it in its own file, it doesn't need any tags. So we'll leave that empty for now, but what we do want to do is this. We need those tags in the HTML file to kind of reference our JavaScript file. So I'm going to go ahead and write script, and before I forget, I want to mention this. In my old JavaScript tutorials, I mentioned that you need that type attribute that says type equals text JavaScript, but with HTML5 in a lot of new browsers nowadays, the default scripting language is JavaScript. So therefore, you don't need to explicitly tell it that you're working with JavaScript because it's going to assume that you're working with JavaScript by default. So no type attribute needed. Just go ahead and write your source attribute, which is what is the name of the file that you want to include? Bucky.javascript. So now just go ahead and end a scripting tag to complete both of your scripting tags. And now I'm going to write three things that are going to help us with this example. I'm just going to make three simple sample paragraphs. These are going to be pretty boring. First, and yep, this is going to be second, and this is going to be third. Second and third. And now I want to give these each an ID. I want to give this one an ID of tuna. I want to give this second one an ID of, let's say, bacon, because I'm terribly hungry right now. And this third one an ID of tuna. So as you notice, this first paragraph and this third paragraph both have an ID of tuna, and the second paragraph has an ID of bacon. So if we just go ahead and save this and refresh it, we get 1, 2, 3 paragraphs. If we click on them, nothing happens. They're just plain old dumb paragraphs on our screen. So now let's go ahead and add some intelligence to this. The first thing I want to do is I want to talk to you guys about a new function called query selector. So what I'm going to be doing is building a couple functions of our own because we're going to need to build our own functions in order to test out what I'm going to be telling you guys in the upcoming tutorial. So this very first function, the only thing it's going to do is it's going to return to us either one element or a list of elements. So I'm just going to name it get stuff. So its job is pretty much this. Scroll through the document, and now this is the method I told you guys about. QUERYSELECTOR. And there are a couple of different variations of this method, so you definitely want to type it exactly like I have it. And now for this parameter, what I'm going to write is tuna. Now what query selector means is basically this. Select everything with the ID of tuna. So it's going to select this one and this one. Now this variation of this method is going to return to you the very first element selected. So it's going to say, okay, I'm going to scroll through your document, and as soon as I hit an element with the ID of tuna, that's what I'm going to return. So in this case, it would return this first paragraph. So what we're going to say is, okay, then we can, just do stuff to it. So what do we want to do whenever it returns this? We'll just write on click equals talk. And you're saying, okay, what the heck does that mean? This pretty much means whenever we click that paragraph that it returned, call a talk function. And you're saying, what the heck is a talk function? Well, that's actually a function that I'm going to be building right now. Function, spelled that wrong. Talk, and all talk is going to do is it's going to be real simple. Just pop up an alert box on the screen that says, I don't know, like say something, yo ma, just like that. Now if we go ahead and run this right now, nothing's going to happen because even though we made this function's job is to scroll through our HTML file and return an item with the ID of tuna. However, we built the function, but we never called it. We never used this function. So it's made, it's ready to go, but we never used it. So we need a point where we can say, okay, as soon as our document is loaded, then the very first thing I want to do is call this function. So a great place to do this is if we hit window on load, and this calls whenever everything in our web page gets loaded. What do you want to do? We want to get stuff just like that. So now let me make sure I have all my semicolons. Probably spelled something wrong, but we'll figure it out later on. And I'm going to go ahead and refresh this page and check it out. I'm clicking third, nothing happening. Clicking second, nothing's happening. Now I'm going to go ahead and click first and check this out. As soon as I do, an alert box pops up that says Yo Yo Ma. Hit OK, and now let me explain to you guys, whenever I hit first, why does this alert box called Yo Yo Ma, or excuse me, Yo Yo Ma, pop up? Well, because of this. What we did in our HTML file is we included this JavaScript file. So this pretty much takes everything right here, copies it, and pastes it right in here. So, okay, we understand how that works. Now, what exactly happens? Well, the very first thing that's going to happen is all of our document is going to load all of this stuff right here. So whenever everything is fully loaded, it calls this function right here. What this function says is basically, okay, look through our document and find the very first element with the ID of tuna. So it looks through our document and it says, okay, this is the first element with the ID of tuna, this first paragraph, this one right here. Now, what do you want me to do with that? Well, we just want to say, okay, now whenever you click that element, call the talk function. So it's saying, okay, whenever you click this first paragraph right here, call the talk function. And all this talk function does is pop up an alert box on the screen that says Yo Yo Ma. So therefore, this one didn't work, this one didn't work. Only the first one, when we clicked it, an alert box popped up that said Yo Yo Ma. And there you have it. There is your introductory to JavaScript. I know I took it kind of slow this time because, it's been a little ways, or excuse me, it's been, probably a couple months since you typed any JavaScript. But hopefully you understand it. We're back in business, back in the flow. So that's all I have for you guys for this tutorial. I don't know if we're going to be working with JavaScript in the very next tutorial, but we're definitely going to be using it later on whenever we're using the APIs and all these awesome stuff that's built into HTML5. So there you go, there you have it. Thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and don't forget to check out my new website. Go to thenewboston.com and it'll pop up. Tell me guys what you think. So yeah, there you go. I'll see you later. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 26th HTML5 tutorial, and in this lesson I want to talk to you guys about a new type of query selector method, and that's query selector all. However, before I continue, I want to make sure that you guys understand why this query selector method works, because what's going on here is this first paragraph and this third paragraph have the same ID. However, whenever we click the third one, nothing happens. We only get an alert box whenever we click the first paragraph. And the reason behind that is because this query selector method right here, it only can return one single element. So even though there are more than one element with the ID of tuna, this method is limited to one element only. So what if we were making a program where we actually wanted to return all of the elements with the ID of tuna? Well, in that case, what we need to do is we would need to make a method called, and let me go ahead and delete all this, query selector all. And what this does is it returns an array or a list of whatever we type inside it. So I'm just going to go ahead, and since we already have a couple things with the ID of tuna, I'm just going to go ahead and write it just like this. Now, this, I know I didn't tell you guys, but you can pretty much write any CSS selector in here. For example, if you wanted to turn all the stuff in the class Bucky, if you had like 5 different things that belong to the class Bucky, you would write it like that. But since we have a couple things in the ID of tuna, I'm just going to write it just like this. So like I said, this query selector all method, what it does is it basically returns to you a list or an array. So we're saying, okay, call this method and return to us an array, but we aren't doing anything with it, not yet. One thing we can do with it is we can store it in a variable, and I'm just going to name my variable list so it's easy to follow along with. And now what we can do is this list now contains this method, or excuse me, this paragraph and this paragraph. So then we can index each element in that array just by using the index number. And remember, whenever you're working with an array, they always start out at 0. So if you have two items in it, this would be the 0th element and this would be the 1 element. So if you write list 1, it's going to refer to that second element in the list. So we're going to write list 1 equals, we'll just write like on click equals talk. So whenever we click that second thing in the list, it's going to call this thing right here. So let's go ahead and save that, refresh, and see what we got. Go ahead and click first, nothing happens, even though it's in the list. Second, nothing happens because it wasn't even in that array. And third, check it out. Yo-yo ma, just like that. Now, another kind of more useful thing what we can do is say we wanted to scroll through our entire document and we didn't know how many things were in that list, but everything that was in that list, we wanted to have that functionality that whenever we clicked it, we wanted to pop up an alert box. Well, what we do is we would get rid of this right here because this only references one particular item. What we could do is just make a for loop to loop through everything in that list. And you do that by writing this for. We'll make a counter variable I equals 0, and then we'll write when I is less than list. Remember that list variable is what we declared right up here. List length, and then we'll just put I plus plus. And what this is going to do is whenever we have a list, it's going to pretty much cycle through everything in that list. And now we can apply that list, and instead of putting a numerical value in here to reference a single element, we can just write I in there and it's going to reference all of those elements. Going to loop through it. On click, not on lick, that is disgusting. On click equals talk. Now again, what it's going to do is say we have 5 different things in our list. The very first time this cycles through, it's going to go list 0 on click equals talk, list 1 on click equals talk, list 2, 3, and 4 on click equals talk. So then all of those elements get the functionality that whenever we click them, it calls this function right here. So if we go ahead and save that and refresh, whenever we click the second one, nothing happens because it isn't in that list. The first one, check it out. And the third one, check it out. And if we had 10, 100, a million different elements, as long as they all belong to that ID of tuna, it would get this functionality. So I just want to explain to you guys that there is a difference between the query selector method and the query selector all. The query selector method is only limited to one element, but the query selector all can have unlimited number of elements, and you typically use this whenever you want to reference a bunch of stuff on your page, all with a similar attribute. So now that you understand that, we're ready to move on to some more advanced stuff in looking at how all this ties together with HTML5. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video. What's going on, guys? Welcome to your 27th HTML5 tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be teaching you guys how to add video and a video player to your website. Now before HTML5 you could do it through XHTML and JavaScript, but it was really messy. What HTML5 did is they made a really simple, easy way to add video and awesome video players to your website, and they also incorporated a lot of awesome features. So before we start this tutorial, I want to say this. I found a video on my computer. It's just a tutorial of me talking, kind of like this one, and it had a lot of white background. So what I did is I changed the background color of my website to this kind of light blue color, and that's because my video is kind of white, and when it goes white on a white website, it looks weird. So that's why I changed the background to a nice light blue color, in case you guys were wondering. So now, with that being said, let's go ahead and get to the meat of the tutorial, and that's how to add a simple video. Now, you just can't add any video format like a .mov or a .avi. Google Chrome only takes a couple formats. The ones I know of so far are MP4, and that's what we're going to be adding today, or I think it's called OOG or OGG. I don't know. I never make videos like that, but for this tutorial, just stick with MP4. And if this tutorial isn't working, if you didn't listen to my advice and you're still using Firefox or Internet Explorer or something, you didn't download Google Chrome, it's because different browsers can only recognize different video formats. So guys, please, if this video, or excuse me, if you follow along with this tutorial and it isn't working, please download Google Chrome and add an MP4 video and you'll be good. Alright, so that's my little, lecture. Now let's go ahead and get to the good stuff. In order to add a video, all you need to do is add a video tag and the ending video tag. And that's it. Then you have a video. I'm just kidding. You actually need to add a couple attributes. The first attribute is the source of your video. So just go ahead and write source. And if you don't have any MP4 videos on your computer, if you don't know how to download illegal movies yet, just go ahead and you could reference MP4 video online using, HTTP and, the entire address. Or if you do have one like I do, I'm just going to go ahead and add the reference to it, videos, and I made a folder called videos, and I have a tutorial in there called 34.mp4, and it's actually my 34th chemistry tutorial, and it's the first one I found, so that's why I named it 34mp4. So now if we go ahead and save this right like this and refresh our page, we get this video on our website right here. But check it out, this video, it isn't even playing, it isn't even moving, it doesn't even have any controls on the bottom, no play, no pause button, it's just like a still image basically. So how do we get this video playable? Well, we need to add, I don't even know if it's called an attribute because it doesn't have any values, but I'm going to call it an attribute. It's called controls. Now whenever we add the word controls and refresh, it gives us a default, we need to save that, it gives us a default, I guess every browser has their own separate controls panel. This one has a nice little play button, and if I zoom this over, you can see that it has the time and the volume meter. And this is going to be different for every browser. Every browser has its own custom controls. But and we can actually change this. I'm going to show you how to do that later on. But now you can see if I play this video that we can, scroll, and this video is actually playing like that. So don't forget, in order to get a video to play, you need to add that controls attribute, which gives you the browser's default controls to play, pause, change the volume, etc., etc. Now, this is kind of like the core basics in order to get a video on the screen and playing. But there are also a couple additional attributes. Of course, you can change the width, and let's just say, oh, someone's texting me right now. We'll change the width to 640. And we'll change the height to something like 360. Now, of course, I don't even need to explain to you guys what this means. If we refresh it, it just changes the default width and height for the video. So now, let me adjust this a little bit. Of course, the video size changes, and if you change it to a width and a height that's different from the video itself, for example, this video right here is 1280 by 720. However, we change the width and the height of it. What we're doing is we're changing the width and the height of the player. So what this player does is it shrinks, and the video just shrinks to fit alongside it. So, okay, this text is annoying me. I have to see who texted me. And okay, it's her, and okay, she's saying this. I actually usually whenever I get a text during my tutorials, I read them out loud, but this one is for a Christmas present, so I cannot read it because sometimes people that I buy for watch my tutorials, yada yada. So anyways, we have the width and the height, which basically changes the width and the height of the player. Simple enough. Now let me tell you guys about some good stuff. The first thing is an attribute called, oh, what do I want to, so many things I can talk about. Let's talk about loop. Now, you know how we added this word controls? We can also add another word called loop. And whenever we do this, if we save it, we can see and refresh it. Whenever we get to the end of the video, watch what happens. It automatically starts over. So, I don't know, if you want, for some reason, a video, maybe you're making a website with a bunch of music videos on it, and you want to add the functionality to when the user gets done with that video, it plays over and over again. You might want to add the loop. Another thing is the poster. Poster equals, what can we set this equal to? Don't want to do this. what the poster is basically is a still image that's going to show while your video is not playing. So you know whenever you're looking at YouTube videos and you search for something and you see those thumbnails, that is the poster. So let me just go ahead and hit images backslash my face.ping. I know I have that one in here. And if we go ahead and refresh, check it out. While the video isn't playing, this is the still image. So if I made, a video of, how to take awesome photos of people, then I might want to use this as a still, and then they can say, oh, this looks nice. Let's see what this is about. Play it, check it out. Sucker. This is actually a chemistry tutorial. Gotcha, sucker. So anyways, that's where you would use the poster. And the last thing I want to talk about is the autoplay. Now, the keyword autoplay basically means, you know how we had to manually hit this play button in order to get this video to start playing? Autoplay, if you have that keyword in there, it says as soon as you load up this website, start playing the video. Now, check this out. I'm going to go ahead and save this and move that back and refresh it and check it out. As you can see, the video starts playing automatically. But another thing I want to point out is that this poster, my face, it flashed for a little bit. So the poster is what happens. It's pretty much the image that shows while the video isn't playing. And the autoplay basically tells our website to play this video automatically. So if you have the poster and autoplay both on that video at the same time, it doesn't really make sense because this is what happens when the video is not playing, but the video is always playing. So what you want to do is you typically don't use these together. The only time that this would, come in handy is if, you didn't have the loop and autoplay and then the poster would show when the video is done playing. But for simplicity, make sure that you don't have the poster and autoplay on at the same time because it doesn't really make sense, if you get what I mean. So anyways, that's all I have for you guys for this tutorial. There's one other attribute that I can think of, but we really don't need to talk about it right now. It's really not that important. And in the next tutorial, I'm going to show you guys how to spice up your video player and make it even better. Because, yeah, this is pretty cool right now, but trust me, guys, it can get a ton better. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 28th HTML5 tutorial, and in this lesson I'm going to start teaching you guys how to customize your video player. And when I say customize your video player, I don't just mean customize the way it looks. I mean customize the code behind it and the way it looks, the way it behaves, giving you complete control over every aspect of your video player. So we're going to be digging deep, breaking it apart, putting it back together. It's going to be pretty intense. So I want to mention this first. I ripped out everything in the body of our HTML file and also ripped out everything in the head. So I don't even have a CSS file or any JavaScript files, and this is it right here. So this is where we're going to start. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be eventually having a CSS file and a JavaScript file that's going to pretty much program the video player. So let's go ahead and link to those right now. And by the way, I'm on a new computer, so if I like mess up typing a lot, then that's my excuse because I change setups. So we'll see how this goes. So let's go ahead and just link to the style sheet first, and I think that I'm gonna go ahead and keep the name main.css. Might as well stick with it since it works. So after this, what I'm gonna do is I want to add that JavaScript file. Now we didn't create that JavaScript file yet, but we are going to soon enough. So script, and just go ahead, and the source for that is just gonna be bucky.js for bucky.javascript, and just go ahead and end that baby right like that. So now we're going to go ahead and create a style sheet called main.css in a bucky.js file later on, but now let's go ahead and get to the good stuff, the body. Now in this website, I'm just going to have one simple video player. So I'm not going to have, any articles or logos or anything. I just want to concentrate on the video player for now. So, whoa, what did I do there? I think I pressed home or something. Like I said, new keyboard, new computer, getting all this set up right now. So let me go ahead and start off with this. I'm going to have one main section, and I'm just going to call this skin. So give it an ID of skin. And what this pretty much means is whenever you download a program off the internet, like a lot of music players, the skin is pretty much the layout of it, and you can have different types of skins. You might have like a reptile skin or a forest skin. It's kind of like the theme of it. So that's what this section is right here. It's going to totally enclose our video player. So that's where we're going to be giving different colors and stuff like that. So just remember, the skin is pretty much the layout of your video player. Now what we need to do is we need to embed that video. So I'm going to go ahead and hit video, and I know I showed you guys one way to embed a video on your website before, but I'm going to show you guys an alternate way right here. So video, let's go ahead and give this an ID of my movie. And I'm also going to give it a width of 640 and a height of 360 because that is the YouTube default and I like those settings. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and end this video tag, and you're saying, okay, that's nice, but where do we give it the source? Are you forgetting an attribute right here? Actually, there is an alternate way where you can give the source to HTML5. In other words, there is a different way that you can declare your source. That is, between your video tags, you can have a tag called source. Now, source takes one parameter. In this case, it's src. If you couldn't guess, it's the source of your video. So go ahead and hit videos and write a path to wherever your video is. Again, if you forgot, mine is named 34.mp4, and it's just a quick little video I made. I think it's like a chemistry tutorial or something, but if you don't have an MP4 video on your computer, then you can just go ahead and write the full path, http www dot, and find one online, and you can use that. It'll work just fine. So now that I'm going to go ahead and clear my video, under the video, we aren't going to use that default controls player for Google Chrome or whatever browser you're running. We want to make our own custom controls bar on the bottom with our own buttons, our own color, our own progress bar, all that stuff. So what we need to do in order to do that is first add a navigation tag. Now, navigation on a video player is pretty much the same thing as the controls bar on the bottom. So go ahead and add nav, and in between these nav tags, remember, is where all of our control things are going to go. Our buttons, our progress bar, and some other stuff as well. So let's go ahead and start off with the button. Now in this video player, I'm going to have one button. It's either going to say play or pause. Depending if your video is playing, then it's going to change to a pause button. If your video is paused or stopped, then it's going to change to a play button. You see how that works? So that's how a lot of video players do it now, and I'm going to show you the programming behind it. So let's go ahead and just add a div, and I'm going to add an ending div. And I might as well just go ahead and copy this 3 times because we're going to be having 3 separate sections. So let me go ahead and copy this, put one div right there, one div right there, and one div right there. In the first div, I'm just going to give it an ID of buttons. So this is where our play button is going to go, and if we decide to, add a pause button or a fast forward button later on, it's always going to go in between these div tags. So the first thing I'm going to add is just a button tag, and it's going to have a type of button, and this is actually going to make it a button like you would on an XHTML form, and we need to give it an ID to identify this button. I'm just going to name it the play button, even though it will change to a pause button. I'm not going to write play and pause button because that's way too much work. Don't have time for that. Now I'm just going to add the word play, and this is the text that appears on the button. And we can dynamically change this now even though it isn't inside an attribute or anything like that. I'll show you how to change the text, and it's actually pretty cool. And of course, end our button so it knows where to end. So for now, we're just going to have one button in here, although we can add more later on. And that's all we're going to write inside the first div section. And remember, put all of this inside your navigation. Now in the second div section, what we need to add is that progress bar. Now if you watch a YouTube video, as you're watching the video, there's a little thing on the bottom that changes color. For example, if you're 25% through the video, then 25% is like a different color maybe, or maybe it's just a little icon that scrolls along with the video. That's what this is. So let's go ahead and give this an ID of ID equals default bar, because we're going to set this to one color by default, and then it's going to kind of change to another color as we're playing the video. So inside here, what we need to write is another div, and just go ahead and write div, and I might as well go ahead and end it right now so I don't forget. So I'm going to go ahead and type this, and then I'm going to explain to you guys what it means. I'm going to give this an ID of progress bar. Now we're saying, okay, this is interesting, and what the heck is going on? Well, what we have is our play button right here. That's all it is. Now, right here, we have our progress bar. So you're saying, okay, I know what a progress bar is, but why the heck did you put another bar inside it? Well, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be having a blank bar, and say our bar is yellow or something. Now, whenever our video plays, we're going to have a separate progress bar inside that, and that is going to be the thing that changes color and scrolls along with our video player. So it may be kind of hard to see what's going on right now, but basically we're going to have it one color by default and another thing change size as the video is playing. And the last thing I want to do is I'm actually going to put these on the same line, because the only thing I'm going to do is hit style equals clear both. Whenever we are done making our video player, this is just going to return our website to the default layout. So you definitely need this, or else it's going to look funny, but this isn't really interesting or anything like that. So basically, make sure that you link to both your style sheet and your also JavaScript file, and everything is enclosed in this skin, both your video and your control panel right here. Now in the next tutorial, I'm going to show you guys how to make everything look pretty, and we're going to be creating that CSS file. But for now, that's all you guys get. And by the way, if you didn't follow along with this, I'm going to be putting all this code for this, the CSS file, and the JavaScript file on my forum, thenewboston.org or .com/forum. So check it out there if you are too lazy to type it and you want it. But for now, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys later. Alright guys, welcome to your 29th HTML5 tutorial, and in this tutorial what we're going to be doing is we're going to be styling through CSS the look of the video player. So we're not going to be making it work or anything like that, but we're going to be making it look awfully pretty. So the very first thing we need to do is, since we said okay, we're linking to a CSS file, we probably should go ahead and make that file right now. So go ahead and hit File, New, and save this as main. I think I called it main.css. Where are you, buddy? Cascading style sheet, and save that baby. So now the very first thing we want to do is we need to use those skills. This stupid cord for my headphones keeps getting in the way. So go ahead and hit body, and we want to center this bad boy. So text align center, and that's just going to center our video player. Now I know that I don't have, a header, a footer, article, or any of that crap, but what I like to do whenever I'm working with anything, HTML5 tags like section or nav, I like to go ahead and just include everything, because then if I add anything later on, then I'll be good to go. So header, let's see if I can remember them all. Section, footer, aside, let's see, nav, what are they? Article, and H group. I got a feeling I'm forgetting like 2 of them, but that'll be good for now. So what I want to do is I want to take all of these and display them as a block, because remember, some things are not blocked by default, so I just want to get everything on the same page. Got an itch on my head, embarrassing. So now what do we have next? Now that we got all our housekeeping stuff done, we can go ahead and start styling this baby. Now remember, our video and our nav player pretty much make up our entire movie player, and that's why I surrounded everything in something called a skin. Now if you ever downloaded like a bunch of illegal like Kaza and Napster, they have these a lot. Different skins are like different feels or like different layouts. You can have like a forest theme or like a Barbie theme, which I tend to prefer. But a skin is pretty much the overall look of your video player. So remember, this entire thing was surrounded in a section called skin, an ID skin. So let's go ahead and style that baby now. So skin, anytime we have something in the skin, let's go ahead and first thing we need to do is set the width of the layout. So remember, our video is 640 pixels wide. So of course, our skin needs to be a little bit wider than that, since our video is going to fit inside it. So I'm just going to go ahead and hit 700 pixels. Whatever your video is, make it like 50 pixels wider or somewhere around then. It can be like 50, 100, whatever you want. Just make sure it's wider than your video. Next, I'm going to give it a margin, because by default this is pressed right up against the top of the screen, and I want to butt it down about 10 pixels just so you know it looks a little prettier. So 10 pixels auto is going to move it down 10 pixels from the top of our website. And after this, I want to give it a padding. Now, if you put your video right in your skin, then there's going to be no space between your video and the background. So what we want is a padding. So, you know, we want a little bit of separation or else it's going to look funny. So padding of about 5 pixels is going to give us a nice border around our video. And we also want the background to be red. Now, I typically don't like red because it's a really weird color, but whenever you're teaching these things on YouTube, it's going to be really easy to see a nice bright red background. So after this, we need a border, and this is going to be the border around the skin or around the video player. And I'm just going to put mine like 4 pix solid black, and you typically only want it 1 or 2 pixels, but again, for demonstration purposes, I want a nice thick black border. So the very next thing I want to add is I want to give this thing rounded corners. Now, actually, I'm not sure if you need the WebKit for this. If I just put border radius, I think that is standard right now. So this should go ahead and give it rounded corners without adding WebKit. Actually, let me go ahead and refresh this and see. Yep, there we go. So, by the way, there's a little tip. Anytime you use border radius, you can just use that. You don't need WebKit or anything. And like I said, we have a width of 700 pixels, a margin of 10. What that does is it just moves it 10 pixels from this line to this line. And let's see what else. The padding is pretty much the space between the video and the border, this nice little red line, because I didn't want it to butt up right against there. The background of red, the border is of course solid black, and the border radius just gives it nice round corners. So now that our pretty much overall skin is taken care of, we can go ahead and move on to the next section. Now, under our skin, we have our video, which we don't need to take care of because, you know, that's just their video. We can't really change that unless we film a new video. And we have our navigation bar. Now, the navigation bar has our play button in it, which is right there. And it also has our progress bar, which isn't shown up because we didn't make one yet. So let's go ahead and the very first thing we need to do is make some overall settings for this navigation. So I'm going to go ahead and hit nav, and I'm going to give it an overall margin just because I want this nav to kind of separate from the video. I don't want it bunched up. I'm going to give it a margin of 5 pixels, 0 pixels, and this is just going to, you know, give it a little bit of spacing on the top and bottom. So after this, what do we have after this? The buttons. Now I have a div tag right here and I called it buttons, but the truth is there's only one button inside here. I just named it buttons because if I ever decide to make more buttons later on, maybe I want a stop button or a forward rewind button, I can add those buttons. But now I only have one button, so you know, I didn't want to mislead you guys. So let's go ahead and style those buttons section right now. So I'm going to make an ID and I'm going to call it buttons. And in here, the first rule I want to make is float left. Now on all the video players, YouTube, I'm just going to use YouTube as my standard. The play button and pause button, they're all on the left hand side, and this is how they achieve that float left. Now after this, I need to give a set width for those buttons or for the button section, and that's because I'm going to give a set width for the progress bar, and you need to define widths because when you're making calculations later on, you need to know the width of these things. So width, I'm just going to make it like 70 pixels. Anything from like 50 to 100 should be fine. And I'm going to go ahead and give it a default height too. So I'm going to give it a height of 22 pixels, and that should be pretty good. So now let's go ahead and save this and refresh it and see what it looks like. We got our play button, which has a little bit of spacing on the top and bottom. It's floated to the left, and even though you can't see it, it has a width of 70 and a height of 22. And right here on this section right here is where our progress bars are going to go, or whenever the video plays, you can see a little thing that's going to move as the video starts and stops. And you can also are going to be able to click that and move the video around. But we have to program all that But before we get to the programming, we actually have to make it in CSS. And I'm going to be showing you guys how to make that, and it's going to be absolutely amazing. And then I'm going to show you guys how to program it. So anyways, enough of me talking about what I'm going to do. I'm just going to end the video, and then in the next video, you guys can follow along with me. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys later. Alright guys, welcome to your 30th, I think. I'm not sure. That's going to be embarrassing if I'm wrong. But I'm going to say the 30th HTML5 tutorial. And before I continue, I just want to remind you guys, if you are too lazy to type this code, or if you know you're making a mistake or something, I'm going to be putting all this code from my HTML file, CSS file, and also the JavaScript file that we're going to be making in a couple minutes on my website. It's actually going to be on my forum under the web development section. So go get it. It's free. There you go. So now that we programmed everything, let me go ahead and show you guys what we did so far. We pretty much programmed everything, made our skin all nice red, added border, and put our play button to the left. It's time to go ahead and start making those default bars and progress bars. Now remember, in our navigation section on the bottom, it's a tongue twister, we have the play button, and we also have the default bar or progress bar. So let's go ahead and jump right into that. The first thing we need to style is that default bar. So it has an ID of, can you guess it? Default bar. And this is pretty much, if you don't, before your video even starts playing, this is what's going to appear at the bottom. But one second, I got an itch in my ear. Oh, yeah, that was definitely relieving. So let me go ahead and the position is this of this, I can't type and talk at the same time, is going to be relative. Now we need to specify the position because we're going to put the progress bar inside here and change the position of that. So it's better to specify things whenever you're working with positions. Even if the default is, relative or something, it's always good to specify it. So now what I want to do is I want this progress bar to butt right up against this play bar. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be floating this to the left as well. So float left, and this makes it appear right after that play button. Now what I want to do is I want to get this, oh, I cannot talk today. I might as well just drop kick myself in the mouth. I want to give this progress bar a set width. So I'm going to be setting this width to 600 pixels. Now, this is what I was warning you guys about. You see how our entire video player skin's width is 700? That means it's 700 from here to here. Now, our play button's width is 70 and our default bar is 600. So just make sure that whenever you add up your default bar and your play button, that it does not exceed the total width of your skin, or else your bar is going to be from like here to here and it's going to look funny. Make sure it's less so that it can fit nicely inside your skin. So that's one thing you may want to look out for, watch out for, however the heck you want to say it. So now I'm going to go ahead and give it a height, and I'm just going to go ahead and give it a height of 16 pixels, and that is because I'm going to be adding a border to this and also some padding. So once I do those, I want to compensate and make it somewhat around the same height as that. So give it a height a little less so you can add some padding and it won't, be so much different. And just give it padding of like 4 pixels. That should be enough. And also, like I said, I want to give it a border. Now, I want to mention this. Whenever I'm making my own players, I don't add a border, but for the sake of this tutorial, just so you guys can really see what's going on, I'm going to add a border to this default bar. So give it a border of something like, I don't know, 2 pixels, solid black. Don't give it like 4 pixels or anything. That's just kind of overkill. And now I'm going to give it a background of yellow. So let's go ahead and refresh this and see what we got. So now, as you can see, if you didn't understand what I was talking about before, you can clearly see now what we're going to be having is a default bar right here. Now this isn't going to change at all. However, inside here we're going to be making a progress bar, which is just going to be like this but a different color, and the progress bar is actually going to move as our video is playing. So right now we hit play, nothing happens, but I want to mention this, the things we talked about. We floated it to the left, and that's why as soon as this play button stops, this starts right here. It has a width of 600 pixels, so this 600 plus the 70 right here gives it less than 700. That's why it fits nicely inside our skin. it has the height of 16 plus some padding plus this border. I don't know if you guys can see this. Let me scroll in. But there's a border, a black border around here. And that's what I was talking about. I don't usually make it whenever I'm, making my own for my websites and stuff. But just teaching you guys, I want to tell you guys that you can indeed have a border if you want. In the background, I usually make mine white or light gray, but I want to make it yellow just so you guys can clearly see what's going on. Now, the only other thing we need to add is our progress bar. Now, I cannot wait to show you guys this because once I do, you guys are going to understand everything. So remember, our progress bar goes inside our default bar. Pretty weird, huh? Well, let me go ahead and show that to you guys. Now, it had an ID of progress bar. Hopefully I spelled that right. Let me just go ahead and do this. Let me go ahead and copy that shiz and paste it so I make sure I don't mess up anything. Progress bar. And the very first thing I want to do, oh, I got the hiccups now. Great timing for those. Position, and I want to change this to absolute. And this is because we need this pretty much not relative to anything. We need it to be spaced absolute relative to this default bar. And listen, just put absolute. I can't really explain positioning because we have a bunch of elements on there, but that's what you need. Next, you need a default width, and I'm just going to set mine 0 pixels. Now, I want to mention this. As you play your video, the width of this is going to change. However, it's going to change through JavaScript. We're going to be changing this setting through JavaScript. But by default, before you even play your video at all, we're going to give it a default width of 0, which pretty much means don't even show up at all. So now we want to give it a height and just make the height the same height as the default bar. And it's going to go ahead and appear like it's inside thanks to this padding right here. So I'm going to go ahead and do something later on and you guys can see what's going on. But after this, you want to give it a background different than your default bar. So go ahead and copy this, and instead of yellow, give it a background like a blue or something. Now, if you just go ahead and save it right now and refresh, nothing happens. Why is that? Because it has no width whatsoever. However, go ahead and change this to like 250 and refresh and check it out. So what's going to happen, as you can see, is we got a bar that's 250 wide. As our video is playing, this blue progress bar is going to grow and grow and grow, and when our video ends, it's going to get to the end. So that is what's going to happen, and as you can see, we got this default bar, this yellow bar, and this blue bar is the same height, but thanks to that padding, that is why this blue bar looks like it's inside this yellow bar. So whenever I say default bar from now on, I'm talking about this yellow thing, and whenever I'm talking about progress bar, I'm talking about this blue thing. Now, the reason it appears so wide right now is because we just changed it to 250 for demonstration purposes, but go ahead and set that to 0 by default. Now, whenever we play our video, we want this to grow and grow and grow. However, we can't do that strictly through HTML, and we can't do that through CSS. For that, we need JavaScript, and that's why I was stressing JavaScript in the last couple tutorials, because that's when it's going to come in handy whenever we're programming this video player. So for now, make sure you got everything looking pretty, and make sure whenever you change the width of this progress bar that it changes the size of it, and that's what we're going to be programming through JavaScript in the next couple of tutorials. But for now, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you guys later. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 31st HTML5 tutorial, and in this lesson I'm going to be teaching you guys how to program your video player through JavaScript. So what HTML5 does is it gives us the capability to customize the programming for our video player to program it exactly how we want it to. It gives us all that control, so since I have a bunch of free JavaScript tutorials, might as well put that knowledge to use in order to program this baby. So right now we have all our HTML and CSS. However, if we go ahead and refresh this page and hit play, nothing's working, because even though we made a nice skin and we even uploaded the video properly, we didn't give the user the control over how to play or stop or pause the video. So we need to program that right now. This is pretty much like having a VCR player with nothing inside, just all the buttons on it. So now what we need to do is we need to create a new file, and what did I call mine? Bucky.javascript. So I'm going to go ahead and save this as Bucky bucky.javascript. I'm going to scroll down. I'm way too lazy to hit .js. So bucky.javascript and save. And now we can go ahead and start typing our JavaScript. So again, like I said, if you guys are lost about what I'm about to do, please, please, please go watch my free JavaScript tutorials, and that is going to get you up to speed on all the programming of JavaScript. So once you are a JavaScript expert, you can come back here and follow along with this tutorial. So those of you who have a background in JavaScript, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add a function, and I spelled that wrong, function, and I'm going to say do first. Now, I named this function do first because this is the very first function that's going to be called as soon as our website loads. Now, what this function is going to be responsible for is pretty much making a bunch of variables that we're going to need later on, as long as adding some event listeners. And I'll tell you guys what an event listener is in like about 30 seconds. So the very first thing we need to do is we need to get a variable for the size of the progress bar. Now check it out. Our progress bar, or our default bar rather, is 600 pixels wide. So let's go ahead and make a variable called bar size and set this equal to 600. Now remember, don't set it equal to 600 pixels because we're working with JavaScript now. So kind of change your mindset from CSS to JavaScript. Got it? Is your mind in the right place? Good. Good to go. The next thing that we want to do is we need to reference a bunch of these HTML elements. Now we can't just say, okay, change the play button in JavaScript because it's going to be like, what the heck's a play button? So what we can do is JavaScript has a bunch of built-in ways that we can set variables equal to this play button, and then we can change the variable, and then it's going to be able to change the play button. And I'll show you how that's done. So the very first thing we need to reference is this movie or this video right here. So I'm just going to set this variable equal to my movie, and how you reference HTML elements is this. Document, which is pretty much your website itself, your HTML file, and I'm going to hit get element by ID. Now this takes one parameter, and it's the ID of whatever you're trying to reference. So the ID of this video is my movie. So now we can go ahead and plug this in, and make sure you plug it in between single quotes, my movie. And now anytime you use this JavaScript variable, my movie, it's going to reference this video right here. So if you were to say something like my movie stop, it would stop this video right here. Pretty cool. So, you know, that isn't like a valid function that we're going to be building, but that's just an example. So now what we want to do is we want to reference a bunch of different things in JavaScript. We need to reference this play button because we're going to be changing that through JavaScript. We're going to be referencing this default yellow bar and also that blue bar. So all of these things we need to reference in JavaScript. So let's go ahead and copy these. So copy, paste, paste, paste. So we already have the video referenced. Next, let's just go ahead and reference play button. Now, I believe, let me just make sure. Yep, the ID for this is play button. So let me just go ahead and reference it just like that. Now, after this, we need the default bar. So go ahead and copy that ID. And I'm just going to go ahead and name this bar because I don't feel like typing default all the time. And now the last thing is that progress bar. Now by default, this doesn't show up at all, but we're going to be changing that through JavaScript. Now I'm just going to be naming this progress bar. So again, right now if we save this, we have 4 variables. We actually have 5, but you know, we aren't really referencing any elements with this. This is just a number. We have my movie, which represents this movie right here. We have the variable play button, which represents this little button. We have the variable bar, which represents this blank yellow bar, and we have a progress bar. Now we can't see it right now, but that's that blue bar we saw in the last tutorial. That's going to be pretty much growing, or the width of that progress bar is going to be changing as our video is playing. Now we can move on to event listeners. Now what the heck is an event listener? An event is pretty much an action caused by the user. The user can do a bunch of stuff to your website. He can drag stuff around. He can click buttons. He can, you know, delete or, highlight text. any of those actions are considered events. For example, a click, a drag, those are all events in JavaScript. So what an event listener is it's pretty much a bit of code that waits for an event to happen. For example, we can have an event listener waiting for someone to click this button. Now, whenever they click that button, we can either call a function or take them to another website or submit a form. Those are called event listener, pretty much a little bit of code that we say, okay, wait for event or an event to happen. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be playing this video when they hit this play button, and we're also going to be changing where the video plays depending on where they click this default bar. So we're going to be adding an event listener to this play button and also an event listener to this progress bar right here. So again, one for this one for this one. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Now, in order to add event listeners, you first write which element you want to wait to listen to. So since we're going to wait till they click that play button, we need to reference play button just like that. Now, in order to add the actual event listener function, just go ahead and add a dot, add event listener, and I always forget this extra E, so make sure I have it right. So event listener is a function that's already built into JavaScript, or your browser, or whatever you want to call it. It's already built into your computer. Now it takes 3 arguments in order to work. The first function is there are different types of events like I talked about. There's click, drag, this one is just going to be a simple click. So we're pretty much saying, okay, whenever they click the play button, what do we want to happen? Well, that's going to be our second argument. We're going to make a function in the next tutorial called play or pause. And the third argument is, I'm not even going to explain this. It isn't important and I'm running out of time. But just go ahead and always put it as false unless I tell you guys otherwise. So pretty much this is how you add an event listener to any element on your website. First, you need to reference the element through this getElementById. And now, once you have a variable that represents the element, you can add an event listener to it. And now, whenever they click that play button, a function called play or pause is going to occur. And you're saying, okay, where is this play or pause function? We're actually going to be making that in the next tutorial. Now, like I said, we have an event listener for this play button. Now let's make one for this default bar. So remember, the default bar, I just called the variable bar. So let's go ahead and copy that, add event listener. Now, for this one, I'm just going to go ahead and make a function called clicked bar. So whenever they click the play button, this function is going to be called, and whenever they click the default bar, this function is going to be called. Now in the next tutorial, we have to build both of these functions as well as make another function to change the size of the progress bar. So we have a lot of programming to do. So for now, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Alright guys, welcome to your 30-second JavaScript tutorial, and in this lesson, I'm going to be showing you guys how to play and pause your movie. So remember, in the last tutorial what we did is we added an event listener called play or pause to this play button. So basically, whenever the user clicks this play button right here, a function called play or pause is going to fire. So this isn't a function that's built in already. We actually need to build this function ourselves. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So go ahead and add the word function and hit play or pause, and this function isn't going to take any parameters. It's just going to do some grunt work. Now the very first thing we need to do is we need to determine if the movie is playing already. Now if the movie is playing and they hit this button, then it's going to pause the movie. However, if the movie hasn't even started yet, or if it's paused, whenever they hit this button, it's going to start playing again. So again, the first thing we need to do is determine the status of the movie. Is this movie playing? And we do that with a simple if statement. So we say if, and the very first thing we need to do is we need to reference the movie itself, and we do that by referencing my movie. Now remember, the variable my movie is a direct reference to this video right here. So in order to determine if the video is playing or not, we do this. If my movie is paused, and let me just go ahead and copy this, and my movie is ended. Now, a couple things I want to take note of. this little explanation point, in case you forget, it means the opposite. So we're pretty much saying, okay, if my movie or if the video right here is not paused and if the movie is not ended, then it must be playing. So after this if statement, we want to write all the code that what do we want to happen if they clicked this button while the video was playing. Well, if they click that button while the video was playing, the first thing that we need to do is pause the movie. So go ahead and hit my movie and call a function called pause. And another thing I want to point out here is HTML5 in JavaScript gives us a lot of default functions if you spell them correctly. And one of those functions is pause. So we don't need to program this pause function later on. It already comes built into your browser. So whenever you apply this pause function to a video, it's going to go ahead and pause the video itself. So the very first thing we want to do is pause the movie. Now what we want to do after that is we want to change the text on the button. So if this movie is paused, then we want to turn this into a play button. However, as the video is playing, we want to make the text on this button say pause, because as the video is playing, you can't have a play button because what would it do? The video is already playing. No need to press any buttons, Haas. So, alright, our movie is just paused. We paused it in that line of code. So how do we access the text on the button? Well, we know how to access it right here, but how do we get there through JavaScript? Well, the very first thing we need to do is we need to reference the play button itself. So the play button is referenced through this variable right here, and the property to access is called inner HTML. Now, whatever we set this equal to is this inner HTML property is pretty much accessing the text on the button. So what do we want the text on the button to say? Well, we want it to say play. Why do we want it to say play? Because our movie is paused already, so whenever they hit this again, it's going to say play and our movie is going to play. You'll see later on. And the last thing I'm going to do is, this is kind of weird teaching you guys this because I didn't make the set interval function yet, but just follow along for now. You guys will understand what's going on in about like 90 seconds. So window, clear, interval, whoa, take it easy, caps locks, interval, and this takes a couple parameters. Actually, update bar. I'm just gonna put one for now. And okay, like I said, I'm gonna tell you guys what this means because this is like part 2 of something, and I didn't even get to part 1 yet. So once I, explain that, it's gonna make sense. So this is the code. What happens whenever your movie is playing? But what if your movie is paused, or what if the movie had ended? Well, then we want that code to happen in this else block right here. So if the movie is paused, or if the movie has ended, then whenever they click that play button, then the first thing we want to do is, of course, play the movie. So instead of pausing the movie, we're just going to go ahead and copy this and change it to play. Now, play is another built-in function that came with JavaScript. Now, whenever you use this play function on a video, then the video starts playing, of course. Now, as the video is playing, we don't want a play button to pop up right here because why would you need to click a play button if the video is already playing? It would be much more handy if you had a pause button so you could pause that video. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be updating the text on the button, but changing it to pause. So as the video is playing, you want a pause button. Now, this last thing I want to go ahead and talk about right now. What we want to do is we're going to be having that update bar, remember, not this yellow bar, but we have a separate blue bar, that progress bar. We want that to basically change the width as our video is playing. So in order to change the width, we need to call a function over and over again, like pretty much every second, because we want that bar to update every second. So in order to call a function every second, you do something called set interval. Now go ahead and make a variable called update bar and set this equal to a function called set interval. Now set interval takes 2 different parameters. The first parameter it takes is what function do you want to call. Now the next function we're going to be building in the next tutorial is called update, and this function is basically going to change the size of our progress bar. And now the next parameter it takes is how often do you want to call this function in milliseconds? So 500 milliseconds is every half a second. 1000 milliseconds is every 1 second. So basically we're saying, okay, every half a second, we want you to update the size of that progress bar on the bottom. So therefore, as we're watching the video, we can watch it grow and grow and grow. And now I can explain this little bit of code. What this means right here is pretty much stop updating the bar, because when our movie is paused, we don't need to change the width of that bar. So that's why we're saying clear the interval, stop updating everything. So again, um, yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So basically, play or pause changes the text on the button. Whenever your video is playing and you hit that button, it's going to pause it, change the word to play, and it's going to stop updating, because when the video is paused, you don't need to change the size of that bar. However, when your video is not playing yet or it's paused and you hit that button right here, it's going to start playing your video, and it's going to change the text of this button to pause, and it's also going to start changing the size of that little progress bar, that little blue bar on the bottom. So now that we got that button taken care of, in the next tutorial we're going to be covering this update method, or the update function rather, which is pretty much going to be responsible for changing the size of pixels of the width of that progress bar. It's going to be amazing. And again, I want to stress one last time before I let you guys go. If you have any trouble with this code, or if you're getting any errors, then I'm going to be copying all this code and posting it on my forum. So you can just go ahead and copy it, throw it in. If you're too lazy to type it, or else, you're getting a bunch of errors, just go ahead and copy it. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. We've got like 2 more tutorials to go until we made the best video player ever. So thank you guys, and I'll see you next time. Alright guys, welcome to your 33rd HTML5 tutorial. Only 2 more functions to go until we have a nice, fine working video player. And in this tutorial, I'm going to show you guys how to update the progress bar. Because right now, if we go ahead and check out our website, launching Chrome, we have a nice default bar on the bottom, but we don't have a progress bar at all. We don't have that blue bar that's moving. So in this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to get that blue bar that moves along with your video as your video plays. So under your play or pause function, go ahead and make a function called update. Now, why do we need to name it update? Because that's what we called it whenever we said, okay, set interval and call this function every half a second when our video is playing. So this is the function that's going to get called every half a second, depending on, what time you set in milliseconds in your set interval. So let me just go ahead and hit function, and mine is called update, and it's not going to take any parameters, and it's just going to do some grunt work like before. Now the very first thing we need to do is we need to check if your movie is playing or if it is not playing. So go ahead and add a nice little if statement, and I'm just going to go ahead and copy this right now. If the movie has not ended. So I'm just going to go ahead and say, okay, if the movie has not ended, then it must be playing, or it must be somewhere in the middle of the movie. So when it is playing, or basically when it has not ended, what I need to do first is calculate how big I need the bar to be. So before we can plop it on the screen, we need to calculate the size of it. So go ahead and make a variable, just call it size, and I'm going to set this equal to parse int, and what this is going to do is it's going to take the calculation and round it to the nearest integer, basically, or turn it into an integer. Whenever you parse something, you pretty much force it to be an integer. And I'm just going to give you guys the formula for this. I don't want to talk you guys through it too much. It's my movie, which is our video, and current time, actually you need to set it like that, current time with the T needs to be a capital, and you need to multiply it by the bar size. Now that's why we took the bar size, and we actually got that from the width of the default bar. It's the size of this yellow bar right here, and we actually can put 600 right in here like this, but since we may change that later on, and since you guys are programming this, following along, you may have a different size, let's just go ahead and use that variable bar size and set it over my movie dot duration. Make sure I spelled that right, and it looks good to go. Now, a couple things I want to point out. First of all, take the current time, or if this video was like 4 minutes long, the current time would be like 2 minutes, and you're going to multiply it by 600 in this case and divide it by the total duration of your movie, which would be like 4 minutes or something. And that's going to give you the size in pixels of however long your bar needs to be. Now, don't worry about the formula. I don't really want to explain that, but what I do want to point out is this current time property and the duration property. You're saying, how the heck does your website know the current time and the duration of your video? Well, that's something cool that we got along with JavaScript and HTML5. Whenever a video is playing, your browser already knows how long that video is and also where in that video, pretty much the current time of that video. So those properties are already built in. We don't need to build extra functions for that. So how cool is that? Again, like I said, browsers are really smart nowadays, so might as well take advantage of it. So now what we need to do is we already have the size in pixels of the progress bar stored in the variable size. So now we need to say, okay, CSS, instead of this default 0 pixels, we need to change the width of the progress bar. However, we just can't go ahead and change it right here every time. So how do you access a CSS property through JavaScript? I'm going to show you guys an awesome way to do that. The very first thing you need to do is get whatever element you are working with. We're working with the progress bar. So go ahead and hit progress bar. Now, in order to change any style, any CSS property, just go ahead and hit style. And now, after that, hit what property do you want to change? Well, we want to change the width. And you say, okay, you want to change the width. Now, what do you want the width to equal? Well, we want it to equal the number of pixels, in other words, that size variable. However, we just can't say width equals 250. We need to say width equals 250 pixels, width equals 250 inches, width equals 250 miles. So we need to add px on the end of this. So in order to do that, you write your variable, which is size. Say this is like 80 or something. It's going to be 80 plus, and I think I might have accidentally hit caps lock there. Nope, I didn't. Plus, and in single quotations, put px. So then if this calculates to 80, it's going to be change the width to 80 pixels. If it calculates to like 120, change the width to 120 pixels. And this function is going to get called over and over and over again. Now, it's probably going to, more likely than not, it's going to grow by like 1 pixel every second. So the size of this entire bar is going to change by 1 pixel. It's going to get wider and wider every second. So now that this is basically what happens when the video is playing. However, what we need to do is we need to set another bit of code. And let me make sure I didn't forget my semicolon. There we go. So this is what happens whenever the video is playing or whenever the video has not ended. However, whenever the video does end, what do we want to happen? Well, the first thing that we need to do is we need to reset this to 0 pixels because we want to put our progress bar right at the very beginning. So what we can do in this case is actually get rid of this variable right here because, you know, we don't need to calculate anything. We can just write 0 pixels just like that. Another thing that we want to do is we need to change the button text to play. So if the video is playing, remember the button text is pause. Now what we want to do is we want to set that to play, and we already coded that, so let's copy that and change it to play. So basically whenever your video plays and it ends, and it's pretty much going to stop, and we want to set that button to play again unless they want to watch the video again or something. And the last thing we want to do is what this update function is going to do is it's going to change the size of the progress bar as we just saw. So whenever the video has stopped and it's not playing or it's paused or something, we don't want them to update the size. We want it to stay at 0 pixels. So again, what we need to do is we need to say, okay, clear interval of that update bar. In other words, pretty much stop updating. Remember, I talked about that in the last tutorial. So that is all I have to code in this tutorial. Basically, to recap one last time, this update method is responsible for changing the width of the progress bar as the video is playing. Again, this progress bar is going to grow in width as the video is playing. It's going to change size. So when the movie has not ended, as the video is playing, it's going to calculate how big it needs to be, and it's going to change it through CSS. It's going to change the width of that progress bar. However, when the video has stopped, say it got to the end, what it's going to do is it's going to reset that to 0, make the text on the button say play, and it's going to say stop updating or stop changing the width of that progress bar because you're not playing, you're just paused. You don't need to change widths. So that is all we have to do for this function. In the next tutorial, what we're going to be doing is we're going to write we pretty much took care of all the button functionality, but we also want them to be able to scroll through depending on where they click on this default bar right here. So we're going to be coding that function in the next tutorial, and then that is our very last function. Then we can test this baby out, and I can show it off to you guys, and you can show it off to your mom and dad, whoever you want to. So there you go. I can't wait. I'm super excited. So thank you guys for watching, and yeah, I'll see you in the next tutorial. Alright guys, welcome to the last tutorial in this mini series where I'm going to be teaching you guys how to finish up, wrap up the code. We got one more function to take care of, so let's go ahead and do that. So let's actually go ahead and recap one last time all of our functions, and by all of them I just mean 3 of them. So this first function is going to get called whenever the website loads. It's pretty much going to make all of our variables. Now the second function is pretty much what's going to get called whenever we click that play button. Is either going to play the video or pause the video. Well, it depends on the video if it's playing or paused already. And this last function right here, update, is basically going to change the size of that progress bar as the video is playing. So now the only thing we have left to do is, since we have the button and the progress bar taken care of, is we need to change where the video is playing from depending on if they click anywhere in this progress bar. For example, if the video is playing and it's almost complete right here and they click right here, then we want the video to start playing from around 25%. If they click right here, we want the video to start playing from 50%. So that's what we're going to be doing, and we're going to be adding a method called clicked bar. Now remember, that's the event listener that we put on the default bar. So let's go ahead and copy this so we don't, accidentally type something wrong, and we'll make that function right now. So function clicked bar, it actually takes a parameter called E. Now E is going to be the position of the mouse because we need to determine where our mouse is in terms of, is it at 25%? Is it at 50%? So we need to go ahead and pass that parameter in through right there. Now, the very first thing I want to do is I want to check if the movie is playing because I only want this action to occur when the movie is playing. So I'm just going to go ahead and add an if statement, and I'm going to go ahead and steal some of this code from right here. If my movie is not paused and if it has not ended, then go ahead and copy that and paste that right there. So pretty much this is only going to work while the video is playing. So now what I want to do is I want to get the X position of the mouse because we don't need to determine if it's up here or down here. We just need to determine left and right because is the mouse at top or bottom, it doesn't matter. We just need to know if it's at the beginning or the end. And remember, for math class, X is left and right and Y is up and down. So the X position is the only position we care about. So make a variable and just call it something like mouse X and set this equal to, remember, the E, what we're going to be passing in is the position of the mouse base. I'll just type this and then talk you guys through. E dot page X minus bar, and I might as well offset left. So, okay, I don't want to talk to you guys about offset. Pretty much the offset left is how far away from the left is concerning in reference to this element. And remember, this bar right here is the default bar, is the yellow bar. Basically, I don't want to talk to you guys about all this stuff because you guys should know from my JavaScript tutorials, but what this does right here is it calculates the X position of the mouse and it stores it in a variable called mouse X. So now what we can do is we need to pretty much change the position of the mouse and convert it to the starting time where the video is playing. So let's go ahead and make a new variable and I'll call it new time. And what we need to do is we need to get that X position of the mouse again. So just go ahead and hit mouse X, and what that's going to do is this is pretty much where it calculated that our mouse is. So now what we want to do is we want to multiply this by my movie duration and there we go. I knew I had it somewhere. Way too lazy to type anything twice in a row. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to figure out where they click the mouse, and we're going to multiply it by the duration of your entire movie. And if you take this entire value and put it over 600, or the entire size of your bar, which mine is 600 as you can see right here, but depending on your video player it may be a little different. You can even put 600 like that, but who wants to do that? What it's going to do is it's going to give you a new starting time. So don't really worry about this formula. Just go ahead and copy it. What you need to worry about is this new time right here is it's pretty much going to take where you clicked on the mouse and convert it into a new starting time for that video. So now you want to say, okay, instead of starting from the beginning, just start playing this video wherever I clicked. So if I clicked here, it's going to play, 1 minute in. If I clicked here, it's going to play 3 minutes in. However, what we need to do is we calculated all those figures already, but now we need to say, okay, actually start playing at this point in time. So in order to do that, go ahead and reference my movie, which is the video itself, and there's a property called current time. And this is pretty much where your movie is playing at that moment. And it's going to go ahead and change every second as your movie plays, but what we want to do is we want to set this equal to the variable new time. So there is a time stored in this variable right here, and depending on which value is where our movie is going to start playing. So pretty much just go ahead and copy all this code and don't even worry about me talking, but if you want to know, the inner workings of the video player, then that's all that. So pretty much wherever you click, that's where your video is going to start playing. Now, aside from that, this is going to take care of the video playing. However, we need to take care of one other tiny little detail, and that's we need to change the width of the progress bar depending on where they clicked. So if they clicked right here, we only want the blue bar to go from here to here. If they clicked right here, then we want the blue bar to go from here to here. So in order to do that, again, we need to change the style or the width of the progress bar. So let's just go ahead and copy that code, and instead of size equals plus dot pixels, what we need to do is hit mouse X, and then we go ahead and we add the word pixels. I don't know if that's the word, just the PX. So pretty much this is going to get a value from somewhere 0 to 600. If it's in the middle, let's say we click 300, then it's going to set the width of the progress bar to 300 pixels. So maybe with this line of code you can understand all this right here. It's like once you understand one little thing, then the rest of everything makes sense, like backwards inception. So now we got that clicked bar method taken care of, which pretty much says, okay, depending on where they click, play the video starting at that point in time. So what we need to do is we need to add, oh, excuse me, I just hit the microphone with my hand. We need to add one more line of code, and that's for this. This do first function, we want that to be the first function that gets called whenever we start our website, or excuse me, whenever our website fully loads, but we don't have any function to call this function. So what we need to do is we're just going to add that window add. Actually, I'm going to just go ahead and copy this because I'm way too lazy. Add event listener, just like this. And this is pretty much going to get called as soon as our window loads. Why do I say that? Because the first parameter I'm going to type in here is load. What function do I want to call as soon as our window loads? Well, I want to call this do first function, just like this right here. And remember, like I said, the last parameter is always false, unless I tell you guys otherwise. So let me go ahead and save this and refresh this and see if we got a working video player. So first, let's go ahead and test our, let's see, what function do we have first? Our play or pause. So whenever we hit this, our video should start playing, our progress bar should change sizes, and as you can see, this play button changed to pause. So let me go ahead and scroll in a little bit. Now watch what happens when I hit pause. It changes to play because now our video is paused, and now we can hit play to start playing the video again. And now the video is playing. I'm going to go ahead and hit pause. It changes to play, and as you can see, our progress bar is updating every half of a second. Now the other thing I want to test out is as this video is playing, we can go ahead and click on this default bar, and our progress bar should change first of all, we'll hop to that current time and change the progress bar's width. So if I want to click 25% into the movie, it's going to start playing 25% at this point in time, and our progress bar is going to change width. If I want to click 75%, it's going to end, yada yada yada. You see how it goes. So basically, all of our functions are working beautifully. As soon as our website loads, it calls this do first function, which pretty much makes all our variables, and then our player pause is what's going to be sitting on this button. And well, that's pretty much it. I'm getting tired of talking. It's almost been 10 minutes. So again, I want to stress one last time. All of this code is available for free on my website. Go there. Thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. What is going on, guys? Welcome to another amazing tutorial, and in this lesson I want to start talking to you guys about the canvas in HTML5. Now what the canvas is it's a very powerful feature that basically allows us to draw graphics on our web page, and I'm not just talking about JPEG or PNG images that we can embed on there. I'm talking about a drawing program just like you would draw graphics in Photoshop. We can actually use that same technology but in our web pages now to make dynamic, moving, changing graphics, and it's going to be awesome. So the first thing I want to mention is this. In order to use the canvas feature, you actually need a JavaScript file. The JavaScript is basically going to be the brains behind drawing everything. The HTML is pretty much just going to be the display, what you look at. So let's go ahead and link to our JavaScript file now, and I'm going to do that. Source equal Bucky.js, and I recommend you name yours Bucky.js too. Why? Because it's my name and it's awesome. So go ahead and link to it right there, and now let's actually go ahead and make the canvas itself. So I'm actually going to put this in a section, and I'll just give it an ID of main. And this is just because I like organizing everything very nicely. And inside our section is the canvas itself. So in order to make a canvas on your HTML file, what you need to do is first make the canvas open and closing tags. And of course, the tag name is canvas, if you couldn't have guessed. And the opening canvas tag takes a couple attributes that are actually necessary. The first thing we need to do is we need to give it an ID. So let me go ahead and just give this an ID of canvas. Now, why do we need to give an ID? Well, whenever we are referencing this canvas in JavaScript, say we have 5 different canvases on our web page. Well, we want to say that we want to work with this canvas. So in order to say, all right, this is the canvas we want to work with, we reference it through ID, actually through the JavaScript method getElementById. I don't know if you guys remember that. You'll see later on. And now after this, it takes 2 more necessary attributes, width, and you guys can probably guess height. So this is basically how wide and how tall of an area do you want to be able to draw graphics on. So depending on your website, depending on what you're developing for, this may be a little bit different, but for me, for this tutorial, I'm just going to make mine 600 by 400. And what this is it's basically like a blank piece of paper on your website, and in this area is the only area that you're going to be able to draw on. So if you didn't have this at all, like this, you wouldn't just be able to draw graphics right here. You actually need a canvas and set the width and height of it before you can draw. So before we start typing and drawing, a whole bunch of shapes and gradients and, colors on this canvas, we need to do something for the people that don't have Google Chrome yet. For, your grandma who just got the internet like 10 years ago and hasn't upgraded their browser, let me go ahead and write like, hopefully you don't see this. If you do, get Google Chrome. So why would I write an awful mean message like that? Well, as you guys probably could have guessed, what the canvas does is, like I said, it's basically a blank piece of paper that shows up on your website that you can draw graphics on. Now, for those people who have not upgraded their browser in like the last 3 years and are working with like, old Internet Explorer 6, what they do is that browser doesn't have the capability to see the canvas yet. It doesn't even know about it. So whenever someone with an old browser tries to see a web page with a canvas on it and they can't because their browser just isn't capable, they're going to get this message instead. So if we go ahead and save this and run and launch in Chrome, I have an updated browser that is, capable of all the HTML5 features. So I don't see that, error message at all. I just see this canvas that's ready to be drawn on. However, like I said, not everyone can see this. If they don't, then you're going to get this error message. So if you're watching this tutorial and you're like, I wonder if my browser can see this or not, just go ahead and throw this in, and hopefully you don't see this. So now, before we start drawing crap, I want to mention one last thing. You know how this has a width of 600 and 400? Well, let me go ahead and mention this. What the canvas is it's basically a bunch of coordinates or a grid system. Now in this canvas, 0, 0 is in the top left. So don't think of this like in math class where you're making quadrant 1, 2, 3, 4 and 0, 0 was in the middle. Not this case. 0, 0 is in the top left. So if I say, okay, we're going to start drawing at the coordinate 100, 100, it would mean 100 across and 100 pixels down. So 100, 100 would be right around here. And that's where we tell the canvas where we want to start making those shapes. So that is all I'm going to cover for this tutorial. Again, make sure your HTML file is set up. And in the next tutorial, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be hopping over to this JavaScript file and actually showing you guys how to make different kind of shapes, how to make different sizes, and a whole bunch of awesome stuff. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys then. What is going on, guys? Welcome to part 2 of using the canvas in HTML5, and in this tutorial we're going to be drawing some simple shapes. But first, please, if you're watching this tutorial and you haven't watched the last one, then make sure you have a JavaScript file and make sure you set up your canvas just like mine right here. So now once you do that, you're ready to go ahead and start writing your JavaScript code. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be making one and only one function that's going to be responsible for drawing all the shapes and stuff. So I'm going to call that function do first because it's my first and only function, and that's what I want to do. So now what we want to do is we want to call this function as soon as our web page is done loading. So we need to add a window, and we actually need to add an event listener on our window. So window add event listener, and this takes a couple parameters. The first parameter is when do you want to call this function? As soon as my window's done loading, aka my web page is done loading. What do you want to do? Well, I want to call this do first function, so I'm going to throw that right in there. And for the last parameter, just always write false. So unless I tell you guys otherwise, not important to explain that right now. So what I want to do first is I want to store this canvas in a variable. Basically, I want to be able to reference this canvas in JavaScript. So the very first thing I need to do is make a variable. I'm going to call mine x. Now, in order to reference HTML elements, you need to reference them through their ID. So that way, if we had 10 different canvases on our web page, each one of them would hopefully have a unique ID, and we could reference them all in separate variables in JavaScript. So just write document get element by ID, and as the parameter for this you write the ID name, which was canvas, and now the variable x basically represents this canvas right here. So I know what you're saying. You're probably saying, okay, so to make shapes on this you write x, like a draw circle or something like that. Well, you're kind of right, but you're like one step ahead of me. There's one thing that we need to do first, and let me explain this. Now that they're making HTML5, they're making a bunch of awesome features that they're still in development right now. And one of the awesome things they're going to let us do is they're going to let us not only draw 2D shapes like circles and squares and triangles, but they're going to make the ability to draw 3D shapes like spheres and pyramids and cylinders. So they have different canvases set up for this. So whenever we make our canvas, we need to say what type it is. So now that 3D is still in development, it isn't a standard yet, we only have that 2D capability. So why did I tell you guys all that? Well, whenever we set a reference to our canvas, we need to specify this is the 2D canvas. So we write the reference to our canvas, which is X, and we write get context. Now, as a parameter in here, just go ahead and write 2D. And this basically means, okay, we want to have a canvas and we want to be able to draw 2D shapes on it. So now we are ready to reference this canvas through the variable canvas, and it's set up to draw 2D shapes on. But I know what you're saying. Uh-oh, Bucky, you're going to get an error because you forgot to use the var keyword in your JavaScript. Now, did I forget and am I going to get an error? No, I did that for a reason. There are two different ways that you can make variables in JavaScript. You can use this keyword var, or you can make a variable without it. Now, it isn't like the same thing. You can just take your pick, whatever you want to do. If you're feeling lazy, just don't use it. They actually made this for a reason. Whenever you use the var keyword, if you remember from my Java beginner JavaScript tutorials, this makes it a local variable. And whenever you make a variable without the var keyword, this makes it a global variable. This means that you can use this canvas variable anywhere inside this JavaScript file, even outside your function right here if you want to. So the reason I didn't use that var is because I might use this canvas in the upcoming tutorials. So anyways, I recommend making this global. I actually recommend making all your canvases global. It's going to make it a whole lot easier. So now, with that being said, all the background information, let's go ahead and start drawing some crap on here. So in order to draw crap on your canvas, you just go ahead and reference your canvas right like that, and there are different functions for drawing different shapes. I'm going to show you how to draw a really simple rectangle. Stroke rect. Now what this does is it draws the outline of a rectangle, and it takes 4 parameters. The first 2 parameters are pretty much the x and y coordinates of where on the screen do you want to start drawing your rectangle. And I'm just going to go ahead and write 10, 10. And what this means is, remember, like I said, your canvas is basically like a coordinate system, with the top left being 0, 0. So whenever we write 10, 10 right there, it means, okay, start drawing my rectangle 10 over and 10 down. And that's the starting point, aka the top left of our rectangle is going to be 10 pixels over and 10 pixels down. So now it says, okay, I know where to start, but how big do you want that rectangle? Well, let's go ahead and just make it like 100 by 200. So 100 by 200 pixels. If we go ahead and save this and refresh it, check it out. And okay, I messed something up. Let me see what I missed. Oh, I see. I didn't capitalize event right like there. So hopefully when I save this now and refresh, there we go. We get a nice weird looking triangle. So as you can see, stroke rect basically took that canvas and it drew a outline of a rectangle on it. Now the positioning, as you can see, is 10 over and 10 down, and that's where this top left of the rectangle is. So that's where we gave it the position of where to start drawing it. So if we go ahead and actually, well, I'll keep that for now. Let me go ahead and finish explaining this. So now the third parameter is how wide do you want the rectangle to be? Well, this rectangle is 100 pixels wide because that was the parameter we gave it right there, and the height of it is 200 pixels. So we want to draw a rectangle that's 100 by 200, and we want to start drawing it at 10 over and 10 down. Pretty sweet, huh? So that is how you draw simple blank rectangles. But what if you wanted to draw a solid rectangle, or a rectangle that had color inside it? Well, instead of stroke rect, you would use a function called fill rect. And this draws a rectangle that's filled with color instead of just the outline of a rectangle. In other words, it draws a solid rectangle just like this. Pretty awesome, huh? So now that I have time, I didn't think I was going to have time for this, but I wanted to talk to you guys about one more function that's actually pretty cool, and that is something called clear rect. So let me go ahead and draw a clear rectangle, and you're saying, okay, a clear rectangle, what's the point of that? Is it just like a rectangle that's invisible? Well, a clear rect, let me just go ahead and draw it. Clear rect is like a rectangle eraser. Whenever we draw a clear rect, say we wanted to draw a clear rect right in here, what it would do is it would sit on top of here and it would subtract pixels from whatever was underneath it. It's kind of like an eraser. So let me go ahead and figure this out. Okay, I want to start at 2020, which basically says, okay, we want to start right around here, and how big do we want this clear rect to be? Let's just make it like 50 by 90. So let me go ahead and save this and refresh and check it out. What we did is we basically erased part of our black rectangle by making a clear rect on top of it. We started at 20 over, 20 down, which is right here. It's 50 wide and 90 high. Now anything that's underneath it, it's going to subtract those pixels. In other words, it's going to take a chunk out of this black rectangle. So that is three simple functions: stroke rect, which basically makes the outline of a rectangle; fill rect, which basically makes a solid rectangle, this black rectangle right here; and clear rect, which is basically like an eraser, which whatever is underneath it, it takes a chunk out of it. Technically, it's called subtracting pixels from the area, but I just call it a rectangle eraser. So those are three simple things that we can do with the canvas in HTML5, but trust me guys, we haven't even cracked the shell yet. There is so much stuff to cover with the canvas. It's super powerful and it's a super amazing feature. So for now, thank you guys for watching, and we got a lot of stuff to cover, so I'll see you guys in the upcoming tutorials. Alright guys, welcome to another amazing tutorial, and in this lesson we're going to start talking about colors, because in the last tutorial I believe whenever we drew these shapes we just got plain gray and black, and you know those aren't bad colors, but I think we can take it up a little bit. So what I want to do is I want to show you guys how to change the color for both the outline, which we call the stroke, and also the solid shapes, which are basically the fill color. So let's go ahead and change the outline first. Now go ahead and access your canvas, and what we want to do is, well, let me see, let me think about this. Let's go ahead and change the fill color. In other words, the color that's going to be pretty much in these solid shapes like this one right here. So in order to access that, we need to access a property called the fill style. Now what this is going to do is you're going to go ahead and write a color in here like blue, and now whenever we refresh this, I won't do it right now, but blue is going to take the place of black, and now all of your solid shapes are going to be blue. So along those same lines, if we just go ahead and copy this and alter this property slightly, instead of fill style, we also have access to the stroke style. Now the stroke style is basically the color of the outline of your shapes. So whenever you draw a shape like stroke rect, this is going to be the color of that. So we'll just make that one red. So if we go ahead and save this and refresh it, we now get a nice red stroke on our stroke shape and our nice blue fill whenever we made this fill rect right here. So, okay, this is a little bit better than black, but it's not good enough. Not good enough for this tutorial. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead and actually go ahead and delete everything. Let's start fresh. So what we have now is basically a canvas that we're going to draw 2D shapes on. Now we want something a little bit better than just plain Jane colors. So let me move this over so you guys can view a little better, because this is going to be good. So what I want to teach you guys how to do is apply a gradient to your colors. So the very first thing we need to do is say, okay, what we want to make is a simple gradient. So it's best to store this in variable, and I'm just going to call it G, because if I type out gradient, I'm probably going to have a typo. And now what you need to do is you need to say what kind of gradient you want and where you want it to be. So of course we want it to be on the canvas, and we just want to create a linear, definitely spelled that wrong, linear gradient. I believe that's how you spell it. I'll find out later on if I have some errors. And now, whenever you're making a linear gradient, it takes 4 parameters. The first parameter is the x start value. According to the x value, where do you want it to begin? At 0. We want it to begin in the top left, so I'm just going to put 0, 0 for the top left. And now you need to write, where do you want this gradient to stop? In other words, where a gradient is basically like a fade, one color to another color. So we just say we want this to go from 0, 0 to 100, 100. If we put it like 1,000, 1,000, then it would fade all the way like this. But 100, 100, we're just only going to make shapes in the top left. So our gradient's only going to be 100 by 100, like that. So that is the 4 parameters: the x and y value of where you want it to start, and the x and y value of where you want your gradient to stop fading. So now what we need to do is we need to say, okay, we got something that fades, but we don't have any colors yet. So what you do is whenever you want to add a color to your gradient, you put something called a color stop in. So for that gradient we just made, we want to add a color stop. Now, this takes 2 parameters. The first parameter is basically where do you want to add this color, and that takes any value from 0 to 1. So I'm just going to go ahead and write 0.0 so you guys remember. You can typically write things like point 0.4, point 0.6, 1. So at the very beginning, what color do I want to start my gradient out as? I'm going to start this gradient with a blue fade. And now what I'm going to do is, remember, this method right here, this function, takes two parameters, from 0 to 1. So if we fade one color starting at 0 and we fade another color like red at 1, it's going to start at the very beginning and fade to the very end. So it's going to start at blue and it's going to fade to red. Again, this is a very, very basic gradient, or fade as I more typically call it. So now we say, okay, we have a gradient variable that starts blue at the very beginning and eventually it's going to end up red at the very end. However, we didn't make it any fill style yet, because remember, we need to give the canvas a fill style and maybe a stroke style if we want to. So what we're going to do is utilize what we just learned about 3 minutes ago and add a fill style to this canvas. And instead of blue or red or green or orange, we're going to set this equal to G. Now whenever we draw any shapes that would typically just be a solid color, instead of that solid color, it's going to utilize this gradient, which is a gradient that fades from blue to red. So now the only thing we're missing is, okay, we got a canvas, a gradient, and we're telling it what color to fill shapes. Well, we actually need a shape now. So let's go ahead and hit canvas, and we'll just make a rectangle, simple rectangle. And again, what we need to do is give the start position and the size of that rectangle. And I'm just going to make this, let's just make a basic square. 100 by 100, starts at 0, 0, aka the top left. So now if I go ahead and refresh this, check it out. I got a simple square that starts in the top left, and I made that right here. Starts X position, Y position, and this is the size of it. And basically my gradient at the very beginning at 0, it starts at blue, and at 100%, in other words 1, it goes to red. So if you were to add another color here, let me just go ahead and add something like 0.5 and make it green. Maybe this will demonstrate a little bit better what's going on. We add another color here at 0.5, and just think of these as like percentages. This means 50%. And since our gradient goes from right here to right here, 50% is right around there. So that might be a little easier to see what's going on when they added that green color. It doesn't look the prettiest, but you know, for demonstration purposes, it'll do. So anyways, that's all you get for this tutorial. Thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next lesson. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 38th HTML5 tutorial, and in this lesson I'm going to teach you guys how to draw custom shapes. So now that we learned to draw basically custom colors, oh, who is texting me right at the beginning of my dang tutorial? Joby. Oh, okay, Joby. Anyways, I'm trying to do a tutorial now. So I forgot where I was at. Let's just go ahead and get started with the tutorial. So what we need to do in order to draw a shape is we need to make a path. Now a path is basically an outline of the shape. So in order to start making a path, we first need to call the function begin, can you guys guess it? Path. And this just lets our canvas know that, hey, we're going to start making a shape right now. So pretend that you have a pen in your hand. The very first thing you want to do is move to a certain point. So canvas move to, and we're going to put two parameters in here, an X and the Y value. What this is going to represent is your starting point. Where do you want to first start writing? And I'm just going to start writing the shape at the coordinate 50, 50. So over 50 and down 50. So right around there. So what I want to do after this is, okay, from here, where do I want to move to? Now, canvas, and instead of move to, since we already did that, what you do is write line 2. So move to is basically your starting point. Line 2 basically says draw a line from this point to this point. However, we didn't give it a point yet, so let's just say 70 to 50. Now here's what we're basically saying. Start at the point 50, 50 and draw a line to 70 to 50. So this is going to kind of give you a diagonal shape over 70 down to 50, something like this. So now what we want to do is we want to draw another line, because again, a shape can't just be one line from point A to point B. That's not a shape at all. That's just a line. So as a third coordinate, let's just put like 300 and I don't know, 200. So now we start at 50-50, we move over and to the right a little bit, and then we're moving right around here, over 300, down 200. So we got a kind of weird, obtuse looking triangle. I don't know if it's obtuse or not. I can't tell just from these coordinates, but it's a weird looking triangle. It's not like symmetrical or anything. So now that we got 3 points, a starting point, a second point, and an ending point, what we want to do is we want to say, okay, now we're done with our shape. So the next function we call it is canvas close path. Now we don't have any coordinates in here because what this says is say, okay, make a line from wherever we are, and in this case 300, 200 right now, back to the starting point. So it draws a line from here back to here. And of course, whenever you draw a line from your ending point to the starting point, you don't need to say, you don't need to explicitly say 50-50 because it just assumes that. So whatever shape we have so far, it's going to go ahead and close that path. Now, what we have now is an outline of a shape. We don't have a shape yet. In order to make a shape, remember, let's utilize what we learned in like 2 tutorials ago. Canvas, stroke. Now what this is going to do is it's going to take that shape, or excuse me, that path, and convert it into a shape. So now this will actually draw something that we can view. This is pretty much just all the information from it right now. In this we're saying, okay, now that you got the info, actually draw on the screen. So let's go ahead and save this as long as I didn't forget anything. We're going to go ahead and check out our shape. A nice, beautiful looking triangle. So again, 50-50, we went over 50, down 50, that's where we started. And from there, we went from 70 to 250. So 70, 250 is right here. And then we went from 300 to 200. So over 300, down 200 right here. And then the last thing we did is say close that path, which it closed it from our ending point to our starting point, and draw a stroke. Now if you're saying, okay, I saw that tutorial, you aren't fooling me. What the heck was this thing right here then? Well, this is actually a challenge that I had for you guys. The first person to message me through YouTube and send me the code of how to draw this fabulous 8-pointed star, I'm going to send you guys a free t-shirt. Don't worry about the cost of the t-shirt. Don't worry about shipping. It's going to be the New Boston t-shirt that I had printed up. It's black and it says the New Boston right across the front. So, I just didn't want to say that at the beginning. So, for those of you who are dedicated to watching my tutorials, watch this all the way through. First person to send me the code on how to draw an 8-pointed star, send me the code through YouTube messaging, and also send me your name, your address, and your t-shirt size. And the first person to do that wins a brand new t-shirt. You'll get it in the mail shortly. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and good luck with the t-shirt. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 39th HTML5 tutorial, and in this lesson what we're going to be doing is we're going to be working with text and shadows. Two awesome things that we can do on the canvas in HTML5. So in order to add text, what we need to do is we need to access the font function. Now what this does is it's basically not a function but a property. And if this looks familiar, what I'm about to type, it's because we learned all of this stuff whenever we were working with CSS3. It takes all of the same properties. Just put bold, 36 pixels, and whatever font you want, like Tahoma. You love Tahoma. Gotta love Tahoma. So now what you do is, now whenever you write font on your canvas, this is the style of the font. And I'm actually going to change that to 36 because for some reason, whenever I'm working with font, I don't like odd numbers. I like even numbers. So another thing that we can do is we can put canvas text align, and we can write something like end right here. Now this basically aligns your text to whenever you make your text later on, you can give it an ending position. So let me go ahead and write this next line of code, and then I can explain everything. Very simple. So canvas in fill text. Now I want to mention this. You can make stroke text, which basically takes the text and makes an outline of it, and you can also make fill text. Now fill text is just a text that you're familiar with already. It's a text that's filled in. So let me go ahead, and this takes 2 parameters. Well, actually it takes 3 parameters, but it takes what text you want to be in. I'll just put OMG WTF barbecue, that is what text is going to appear drawn on the screen. And now I said the second parameter, which is the position, but it's technically two more parameters, X and Y position. So I'll just stick this at 300 and 100. So let me go ahead and save this and refresh it and check it out. Like I said, this is fill text, basically just plain text with a solid color. And let me go ahead and write stroke real quick and show you guys the difference. It's basically the outline of the text. So that's the difference, two different styles of text, fill text and stroke text. So let me go ahead and change back to fill because now I want to talk to you guys about shadows. And if you add a shadow to stroke text, it actually looks kind of weird because you can kind of see through the text and you don't want that. So anyways, moving on, let me go ahead and show you guys how to draw a shadow. Now, you want to draw your shadow before you draw your text because remember, computer programs work from the top down. So if you draw your text and then you say, okay, and then I want a shadow, it's going to say, too late, buddy. You already drew the text. I'm done with that crap. So let's go ahead and on the canvas, go ahead and I'm going to show you guys all the properties you can work with shadows. Shadow, offset, X. And what this is going to do is how far, because you don't want your shadow directly under your text. You want it kind of slid over and down a little bit. So how much of an offset do you want? Well, just make it 4 pixels, right like that. And actually, that's not how you do it. What am I doing? You put 4 pixels just like that because offset X is a property. So if that confuses you guys, that's why, whenever it's a property, then you set it equal to a value. Whenever it's a function, then a function can take parameters. So maybe I should have explained that like in the first tutorial, but hey, it's better late than never. So now I'm just going to go ahead and add an offset of Y. So this is whenever we set our shadow, it's going to be shifted to the right a little bit, which is 4 pixels, and it's going to be shifted down a little bit, 4 pixels. So that's what shadow offset X and Y means. So now what I'm going to do is copy this canvas because I'm way too lazy to type it. And the next property we want to work with is shadow blur. Not blue, blur. Maybe we'll make the shadow blue, who knows. So what the shadow blur is, a shadow isn't just an exact duplicate of your shape copied to the right and down a little bit. It has kind of a blur. If you ever walk outside and you see your shadow on the ground, it isn't like a perfect silhouette that looks like someone just painted it. It's kind of blurry on the edges. So how much of a blur do we want to use? Well, let's go ahead and put 6 right there because I happen to know that 6 looks pretty good. But depending on what you're doing, what kind of website you're making, there's like no set value that's like, okay, this is a good value, this is a bad value. It depends on how big your shape is and just what kind of look you're going for. So for now, I'm just going to add a blur of 6. And now, canvas shadow color. Now, even though when you walk outside, your shadow is always the same color, kind of like a dark, kind of like a light black, I guess. Well, in HTML5, not the case because, we can make shadows red, green, blue if we want. How awesome would that be if you could go outside and you can make your shadow red for the day? Pretty effing sweet. But now, since we accidentally typed shadow blue in here, let's go ahead and just make the shadow blue because, hey, must be fate, right? So RGBA, it has 4 values. The first value is the red, green, and blue. I said the first value is the red, green, and blue, but that's really the first 3 values. Now, if we want to make a blue shadow, what we need to do is red is 0, green is 0, blue, let's just go ahead and pump this up to 255, which is the maximum amount we can have for blue. Now, this A right here is the alpha or the transparency. If we have 1, then it's going to be totally opaque, not transparent at all. So let's go ahead and give it 0.5, which means that the shadow is going to be kind of see-through. So let me go ahead and save this and refresh it and see what we got. We got a nice blue semi-transparent shadow. Now again, check it out. It kind of fades off and it's moved slightly to the right and down a little bit. So it has an offset X of Y and an offset Y, or excuse me, well, you can see. Anyways, what these 2 lines of code mean right now is it's shifted over and down 4 pixels each. Now when we gave it a blur of 6, that just means that the blurriness level, whatever they decided the blurriness level was 6. If we bumped it up to like 16 or something like that, Let's go ahead and check it out. Now it's really blurry, so blurry that you can hardly even tell there's a shadow there. So just keep that in mind whenever you're designing websites. And last but not least, what we did is we made it blue and gave it an alpha value of 0.5, which made it semi-transparent. So with all that, we learned how to add text on the screen and also how to add a shadow too. And this shadow doesn't only apply to text, but any shape that you want to make. And remember, if you want to make a different shape with a different shadow, then you need to set all these properties again. So from this point forward, any shape you draw, it's going to have this shadow on it. So if you're getting, coming across that problem, that's why. But for now, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video. What the fudge is up, everyone? Welcome to your 40th HTML5 tutorial, and in this tutorial, we're going to be learning about transformations. Not Transformers like the movie, although that was a pretty good movie, but transformations. And what I mean by that is how to move our canvas around, how to rotate it, scale it, shrink it, translate it. Ooh, pretty cool, huh? So it sounds interesting, and trust me, it is. So before we start moving this canvas around, it would probably be nice if we could have, something pretty to look at. So I'm not going to draw a basic shape because when we do something like flip a square upside down, it looks the exact same. So that really isn't the best way to demonstrate this. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be adding some text on the screen. So canvas font, and set this equal to bold 22 pixels. Tahoma, not Tahoma, Tahoma. And then after that, let's see, let's go ahead and align this to the start. So text, align, start. And now canvas, fill text. We want some thick, nice text. And what do we want it to say? Let's just go ahead, and since I'm going to be making a bunch of different transformations, I'll write start, and then you'll know. Well, I'll show you guys in about half a second. This is basically going to be the starting point. It just says the word start, and it's 10:30, not the time 10:30, over 10 and down 30. So that's basically our starting point, and I'm going to go ahead and move the canvas around, but that will always stay there. So now let's go ahead and learn about these silly, crazy transformations. The first transformation I want to tell you guys about is simply how to move the canvas. So whenever you're applying a transformation to a canvas, you go ahead and write canvas because that's where you're going to do it to, and then you write the name of the transformation. Translate. Now what translate means is basically move. They should have named this move, but they didn't. So this function takes two parameters. The first one is the x value, and the second one is the y value. So whenever we do this, we're basically saying move the canvas 100 pixels to the right and 150 pixels down, x and y. So now all we have to do is, well, I guess it would be good if we actually had something to write after that. So we'll just write canvas fill text, and I'm just going to go ahead and copy this piece right there. And what can we write right here? Like after translate. So let me go ahead and save this and refresh it and check it out. My start is right here where it was, but my translate, this little piece after translate, the text is now down here. So even though we're writing both the text at 10:30, let me just go ahead and actually change this to 00. So now whenever you write something at 00, it's in the very top leftmost corner. So check it out. The canvas is like right around here. I know you guys can't see the border of it, but basically we took the entire canvas and moved it over 100 and down 150, and that's this point right here. So that is how you translate or move a canvas. And I know what you guys are saying, okay, Bucky, if you move the whole canvas, then why the heck is this start right here? Shouldn't they be kind of overlapping? Well, the reason the start is up here still is because computer programs work from the top down. It follows order one by one. So we're basically saying, okay, we made a canvas, and whenever we make it, by default, it's in the top left right here. So we're saying, okay, on our canvas, draw start at 10:30. So it went over 10, down 30, and it drew start. And then its next mission was to move the canvas 100 to 150. So it took the canvas and it moved it down here, but this didn't move with it. That job is already done. The computer program is done with that piece. It doesn't like go back and fix things. It works from the top down. So now that the canvas is over here, whenever we write something at 0, 0, then it just pretty much says, okay, the canvas is right here, so 0, 0 is now right here. That's why I'm writing it right there. So a lot of people get confused that they don't understand why start didn't move. It's because computer programs, they work from the top down. It doesn't go back and fix its mistakes or anything like that. So now we learn translate. We got a couple more to cover. The second one is canvas rotate. Now rotate takes one parameter, and this is going to kind of freak you out. Let me just go ahead and write the number 1 in there. Now I know what you're probably thinking, and actually let me go ahead and just copy this while I'm at it. Rotate, fill text, and I'll just write after rotate. I could spell it like that if I want to. So let me go ahead and refresh it and check it out. Whoa, that looks like it rotated about like 45 degrees right around there. Well, check it out. Even though I wrote 1 in here, you may have been thinking it could take any value from like 0 to 360 because a perfect circle all the way around is 360 degrees. But also, the parameter it takes is a value in radians. Now, radian is kind of a weird thing, and I don't know if you learned this in high school yet, but if you don't know what radians are yet, just remember this. 360 degrees equals, I want to say 2 pi, but I guess if you don't know what radians are, then you don't know like about 2 pi and all that radian stuff. But anyways, it's basically like, I can't think of the degrees, like 57 degrees or something. It's been a long time since I learned that stuff, but I think it's like 57 degrees per radian. So anyways, just remember if you're coming across your mistakes that this isn't degrees. It's actually radians. And if you want the conversion, then don't listen to me. Go look it up. It's somewhere around 57 or somewhere around there. So now I want to tell you guys about one more thing, and that is the scale. So we go ahead and canvas and write scale. Then it's going to take two parameters. The first value is the x value, and I'm just going to go ahead and write 1.5. And the second value is the y value, and I'm just going to go ahead and write 4. Now, whenever we give it a positive value like that, what we're saying is, okay, I want you to scale this text 1.5 in the x direction. That means left and right. I want you to grow it. So it's basically, if we looked at after translate, it would basically stretch out to here. Now, when we grow it in the y direction, it just means get taller. So now this would be like this tall instead of this tall right here. So now all we have to do is just go ahead and write the text on the screen and we should be good to go. However, if we write it right on top of this after rotate, then it may be kind of hard to see everything. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to move this down 20 pixels and change this to after scale. And whenever I refresh this, it should be out of the way. So check it out. Let me just go ahead and expand that paper right there. So what we did is first we moved it down 20 pixels, so that's why it isn't sitting right on top of after rotate. After that, we stretched it, the x value. If you notice, it's a little bit longer than this after rotate, even though scale is a shorter word, and that's because we stretched it this way, and we also stretch it in the y value to grow taller. So remember, look at my mouse right now. It's not up and down like you're vertically watching this. Since the canvas is rotated in this direction, then that is the new x and y. So y is now this, and x is now this. Pretty sweet, huh? So actually the best way to learn all these stuff is basically to play around with it. And the only thing you got to watch out for is these parameters because, I mean, typically you never talk about radians and, a fraction whenever you're scaling things, but there's just some little subtle tricks that you got to keep in mind. But whenever we're making programs later on, then I'm going to be clearing all that up as I come across them. So stick with me and you'll be good to go. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 41st tutorial, and in this lesson I'm going to be teaching you guys how to save and restore your canvas. Now, when would you want to use this? Well, check it out. Remember in the last tutorial we took that canvas and I think we moved it and then we rotated it and then we stretched it a little bit. Well, what if we did all that stuff and we had an awesome looking design on our website and then we're like, okay, this is nice, but now I want to get back to normal. Well, then you would have to unshrink it, unrotate it, move it in the opposite direction to get it back where it was, and it would just be a big pain, a lot of code. However, wouldn't it be awesome if we could just say, you know what? We want to just restore the canvas back to point A before we did all that weird stuff to it. So in this tutorial I'm going to show you how. And it's not as simple as just making an entirely new blank canvas. It's actually a lot more awesome than that. So what we have right now is basically just a plain old blank canvas. It starts in the top left. It's not shrunken or it's not stretched or rotated. It's just a plain old Jane canvas. So now what I want to do is I want to call the save function on this canvas. And what it's going to do is it's going to save the current settings. Anything we do after this, like rotate it or, put some text on it, those things aren't going to be saved. It's going to save everything like it was before this line of code. It's basically just like saving a video game. Everything up to that point is saved, but anything you do after the save is not saved. So let me go ahead and try to mess some stuff up. Canvas, fill, text, and I'm just going to go ahead and write something like let's begin because we're going to start messing things up real bad. So 10:30 and now not the time 10:30. If I just go ahead and refresh that, you can see that we got the text let's begin right after our save point. So now let me go ahead and apply some transformations to this canvas. So I was going to type can formation. What the heck am I doing? So canvas, and then I'm just going to rotate it 1 radian, which is like 57 degrees or something. So now the entire canvas is rotated, not the text, the entire canvas. So now what I want to do is add some more fill text right here. Copy. And by the way, my best friend's name is Phil Text, so how weird is that? I'm just kidding, he's not. So if we go ahead and write 60, 10, then that should give us a pretty good position. And I'm just going to write, okay, what do we do? Rotate it. So this text can just say after rotation. Did I spell that right? Oh crap, I accidentally did. So now let me go ahead and refresh this and show you guys what we got. What we did is basically took that canvas and we rotated it 1 radian. So now our canvas is tilted a little bit. So you're saying, okay, we did all our crazy transformations, and let's pretend that, we did like 3 other ones. I'm just not going to do it because I'm lazy. And then you say, okay, but now I want to get back to this plain canvas. So am I going to have to like rotate it -1 to get it back to normal? No. All you have to do is call the restore function. Restore, and that means go to the store again. I'm just joking. That's not what it really means. What restore means is I want to restore the canvas back to the point where we saved it. In other words, I want to restore its basic settings. So what it's going to do is it's going to wipe out any transformation you did up until basically any transformation you did after the save point, and it's going to say, okay, whenever you save this canvas, what were the settings? And our canvas just happened to be a plain old, blank canvas, and 00 was in the top left. So that's what the canvas is restored to. So now if you go ahead and hit something like canvas fill text, and we write something in here like after restoring, and we refresh it, check it out. If it worked properly, and if I didn't mess anything up, then the word after restoring should cover let's begin, because this is the exact same settings that we started with. So refresh, cross your fingers. Oh yeah, baby, that's what I'm talking about. Thought I was going to mess that up big time. So what we did is, as you can see, with our jumbled up font, this canvas is basically right back in the position that we started with at 00, and the text is down 10 and 30. So even though we may have rotated this and stretched it and moved it around a little bit, the only thing we have to do is save our canvas wherever we want to save the settings and restore it whenever we want to get back to normal. So there you go. There's another amazing tutorial from yours truly. A thank you, a thank you. And in the next tutorial, what are we going to be covering? I don't know, but trust me guys, it's going to be amazing. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. What is going on guys? Welcome to your 42nd HTML5 tutorial, and in this tutorial I'm going to be talking about how to work with images on the canvas, because we learned how to do a lot of things with the canvas. You can draw shapes, we can put text on there, we can rotate it, grow it, shrink it. What else can we do? Add colors, but there's gonna come a point whenever you're making websites where you're gonna need to throw some images on your canvas. So that's what I'm gonna show you guys how to do. Now it's a little bit different than, just it's a little bit more complicated. I'm going to admit that. Then you might think what you need to do first is you need to make an image object, and I'm just going to name mine pic. Now I'm going to set this equal to new image, and this image class right here is already built into JavaScript. We don't need to make our own classes or anything like that. However, whenever you make an image object, it has a property called source. Now the source of this is basically where on your computer is the image located, and mine is located in a folder called images, and the file is called tshirt.png. Now if you don't have any images on your computer for some reason, or if they're really weird and dirty and you don't want to use them, then what you can do is you can just go ahead and copy a URL from somewhere online and use it, and it should work just fine. So now that we said okay JavaScript, that's where my image is, now can we use it? It's going to be like, dude, not yet, because HTML5 is a little bit weird. Now listen to this, because you need to listen to this or else what I'm going to do isn't going to make sense. You can't just say, okay, my image is ready, now I want to throw it onto the canvas. Your image needs to load before you can put it on the canvas. So we can't just put it on right now because technically it doesn't know if it's loaded or not. So what we want to do is we want to add an event listener, and that event listener, just like this one down here, is going to wait for something to load. We want to wait for the picture to load instead of the window. So let me go ahead and just show you guys by example. Instead of waiting for the window to load, which is like our website, we want the picture to load. Now instead of calling this function, we want to do something else. So we're basically going to say, okay, as soon as our picture is loaded, then we can draw onto the canvas. So remember I said the second parameter of this add event listener is a function. We could technically make another function and build it down here or something, or here's another way you can do this. You can just add the body of the function right in here, and whenever you do, it's just going to run this bit of code right there. So basically, whenever our picture loads, this bit of code inside this function is going to run. So like I said, you can only draw stuff on the canvas as soon as it loads. So let's go ahead and draw it right now. Canvas, draw image. Now the draw image function takes 3 parameters. The first parameter is we're basically saying this, okay canvas, draw an image on yourself, and it's going to say, okay, what the heck's the image? Well, for that we need to give it an image object, which is this, pic. Why did I copy that? It's 3 letters. I could literally type that in like half a second. But anyways, we're saying, okay canvas, draw pic, and it's going to say, okay, but wait, where the heck do you want me to draw it? We say, oh, okay, 0, 0. And I hate when my stupid freaking thing does that. It goes to the next line, makes it really difficult to read. But anyways, I believe that's it. Can't really tell because everything's on 2 freaking lines. But let's go ahead and save this and see what we got. As we can see, what we did is we created a new image object. That images slash tshirt.png, that's the image, and it waited for it to load, and then it drew on the canvas is 0, 0. And by the way, did I mention this, that this is my design for the t-shirts I'm making? I give them away for free on my other YouTube channel. If you're interested, go check it out. It's pretty awesome. I'm actually giving some away for free today, 10 of them. But anyways, enough of me rambling on. So that is that. So what it does is it finds the size of your image, and it basically draws whatever size it is. So I think this one was, I don't know, it looks like 150 by 150 or something. But what if we wanted to draw this, what if we wanted to stretch this out a little bit, make it bigger or smaller? Well, in order to do that, and oh crap. I think I'm going to need to stretch this out a little bit. In order to do that, what we can do is we can add two additional parameters to the end of this draw image. It takes two more optional parameters, a width and a height. Now we can explicitly give a value like 200, 400, or another cool thing we can do is this. We can take what is it called? The width and the height of the canvas, and it's automatically going to stretch it to the width and height of the canvas. So what we could do is hit 600, 400, or the canvas is stored in the variable x. See, document canvas, it's stored in the variable x. So all we need to do is hit x dot, and remember, the width is first, so x width, x height. Remember not to do like y height or anything like that because my variable is named x. I'm not talking about the x and the y value. So let me go ahead and save this and refresh it and see what we got. Now, as you can see, this picture is stretched to the width and the height of my canvas, which is 600 pixels wide by 400 pixels tall. So again, like I said, the only three parameters you absolutely need whenever you're using the draw image is what image do you want to draw and where do you want to draw it. However, you can have two more optional parameters after that of how wide do you want to draw the picture and how tall do you want to draw it. If you don't include those parameters, then it's just going to take the default width and height of your image and draw it to those specs. But if you want to customize things, then that's how you do it. So anyways, there you go. There's the tutorial of how to work with images on the canvas. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 43rd HTML5 tutorial, and in this lesson I'm going to be teaching you guys about animation on the canvas. Now, you can use animation for a lot of different things, but my guess is that most of you guys are most interested in games. So I'm going to be showing you guys how to move your mouse around and how to animate your canvas so shapes or anything can follow along with the mouse. But if you want to make a game, you can just make it animate on its own through a timer or a lot of different things. But the easiest way I can demonstrate animation is just to follow the mouse cursor around, and that's the basics. Once you get the basics of animation and how it works, then really everything else is just up to you. So the first thing we need to do is we need to add an event listener. Basically, every time we move this mouse even a little bit, we want to have a function that gets called. So let me just go ahead and copy this, and it stays on the window because, you know, that's the same thing. The only thing that's different is this load, change it to mouse move. And this do first is this function, so we don't want that. Just make another function, call it Bucky if you want. That sounds like a good name. So basically what we're saying is every time the user moves the mouse, this function Bucky gets called. So I guess it would probably be a good idea to build this function Bucky. So function, oh, got a frog in my throat here, Bucky E. Now this parameter E we passed in, that's the event. Basically that's, how can I explain this? The object, oh, not the object, come on. Whenever the mouse moves, all the information is stored in the variable E. That was a pretty good explanation, actually. So now the first thing we want to do is whenever we begin an animation, we want to make sure we're working with a blank canvas. So canvas clear rect. Now what this does is basically takes a shape as a parameter and it clears all the pixels in it. So basically what we want to do is clear our entire canvas. So start at 0, 0, and our canvas size, or mine at least, is 600 by 400. So 600 by 400. Basically make a rectangle that is completely covers your canvas and clear it each time. That's the first thing we need to do. The next thing we need to do is we need to get the X position and the Y position of where your mouse is on the screen. So if it was up here, it would be at 0, 0. If it was like right here, it would be at 100, 300. So we need to get that information, and then with that information, we're going to tell the shape where to draw. So go ahead and make a variable, just call it like X position or X pos, and the information, like I said, is stored in that variable E, and it's actually called client X. So what this is basically the horizontal coordinates of the mouse event. So if your mouse was at like 100, 300, then the value of X position would be 100. If it was over here, it would be 200, 300. So now that we have the X value of where the mouse is, we need to get the Y position of the mouse. So let's change your variable and put E client Y. So as you can see, all of the information of that mouse movement or that mouse event is stored in the variable E. So we just go ahead and use that variable, which is technically an object, and pull some data from it and store it in variables. So now if our mouse was at 100, 200, 100 would be X position and 200 would be Y position. And why do we need that information? Well, we need it right now because we're going to draw a rectangle, and what we want to do is we want the rectangle to draw wherever the mouse is. So canvas, and remember how to draw rectangles, fill rect, and the first two things you write is basically where on the screen do you want to draw it. Well, instead of 0, 0, like I think we did before, just put X pos and Y pos. So now that we have the coordinates of where the mouse is and we're telling the canvas to draw a rectangle right there, we need to say, okay, but how big do you want that rectangle? Well, let's just go ahead and make it a simple square, 100 by 100. So let's go ahead and save this and see if I messed up at all. Now check it out. Nothing's happening right now because it waits until I move my mouse over this white part. Now once I do, check it out. A square now follows me around. And even though you think of animation as kind of things moving on their own and you just watching like a movie, this is actually even more advanced animation from that. If you wanted to do that, instead of just having, moving a mouse around, you would just put a timer like in, I don't know, maybe change this Y position every to increase it by 10 pixels every second or something. And when you do that, it would just move 10 pixels every 10 seconds. But anyways, this is typically the animation style that you use for games. And if you're saying, okay, one thing is kind of annoying about this, that my mouse isn't in the center of the square, and that's kind of bugging me. It's always stuck in the top left. Well, in order to do that, all you need to do is put X position minus 50 and Y position minus 50. This is going to move the square up 50 pixels and left 50 pixels, and it's going to pop your mouse right in the middle. So let me go ahead and refresh that and check it out. So if you're ever having trouble with a game or something, then that is how you do it. Just shift the shape or the image up until it centers the mouse, and it's always half of the size. So another thing that you may notice is you're saying, okay, Bucky, I understand all this stuff, but why do you need to clear the canvas? That doesn't really make sense. Well, you need to clear because if you didn't clear it every time, this square right here, it would draw over and over and it would never get erased. It would kind of look like a drawing program or paint program. So let me go ahead and actually just comment this out. Actually, I would just go ahead and cut it for now. And check out what happens whenever we don't clear it. As you can see, we get like a drawing program. So, if you weren't making in the game and you wanted to make a drawing program like Photoshop or Paint, then you could do it this way. Pretty cool. So, yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Like I said, a lot of you guys are probably looking forward to building games with HTML5, and a lot of you probably didn't even know that you could build games with HTML5, but it's one of the awesome things. You can do so many things with it. It can replace Flash and Java, and this is like a whole nother world of possibilities, this canvas. But typically, like I said, you want to make sure you clear your rectangles and clear your canvas before you start some crazy animations. So for now, I hope you guys enjoyed this tutorial. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you next time. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 44th HTML5 tutorial, and in this lesson I want to start talking to you guys about the drag and drop feature in HTML5. Now, whenever we think of drag and drop, of course we know what it is. It's being able to take an icon or image or anything you want and drag it over somewhere else and drop it. And what action this performs, you can either drop it into folders to organize it, you can drop your files into, little boxes to upload them or maybe download them. There's a lot of possibilities that you can do, but the action itself of dragging and dropping things was never really possible with web development. So as web developers, of course we could do this through Flash or some complex thing, but it never was really standardized. That is, of course, until we came up with HTML5. what HTML5 does is, aside from giving us a ton of new features, it basically allows us to make websites more like software application, give us a much more wider range of tools, and basically take websites to the next level, making them smarter, better, pretty much more epic. So let me go ahead and shut up and just just get on with the tutorial. So basically what I did for this tutorial is I started brand new. I took my style sheet, wiped everything out in it. I took my JavaScript file. We got nothing in there. All I have for starting is a blank HTML file that basically links to my CSS file and my JavaScript file, and that's it. So let me go ahead and tell you guys the application I'm going to be building. Again, with the drag and drop, you can do a whole bunch of stuff, whether you want to, just move pictures around, organize them, upload files, download. You can do basically anything you want to, but for this demonstration, I'm just going to have a picture on the right, and I'm going to be dropping it into a picture on the left. So I'm going to be teaching you guys the really basic tools and techniques to do this, but once you learn the basics, you can do anything with it you want. So let me go ahead and make two boxes, two sections, and wow, I messed that up. Two sections, one on the left and one on the right. So this is going to be my left one, and I'm just going to go ahead and copy this right now and make this one on the right. So in order to tell them apart, let's give them both IDs. The ID for the first one can be left box, and let's just go ahead and write something in the left box. So by default, remember, this is the box that's going to be empty at first, but we're going to be dragging images into it. So we'll just write, I dare you to drag an image in me, or something like that. Something, make it stupid, or else your web page isn't going to work. So like I said, this is going to be the one we're going to be dragging images into. So in the right one, of course, let me just go ahead and steal this ID right here, and we will make this one right box. Can you guess why? Because it's going to be on the right hand side. And inside here, we want an image in here by default. Now this is the image that we're going to be dragging. So let's go ahead and add an image, img. And by the way, in HTML5, you don't need that ending tag. If a lot of you guys were like, hey Bucky, you forgot like right here in your link, you don't need an ending tag in that one either. That's with XHTML. So I just want to clear up that. But let's go ahead and give this image an ID, because whenever we reference it in JavaScript, we need to reference it through its ID. So ID equals facepic, because it's going to be that picture of my face. I don't know if you guys remember what one it is. But just make the source equal to images slash, what was my, I think it was called myface.ping. Let me go ahead and test this out real quick and see. So run, launch this baby in Chrome, and see what we got. So this is going to be the first section right here. I dare you to drag an image in me, and that is my beautiful face. So if you guys didn't know what I look like, this is actually a good looking dude. I don't know who this is, but he looks pretty good. It's me, by the way. Spoiler alert. So, I mean, let's check out that layout one more time. This is a pretty nice looking layout, but whenever we're dragging and dropping stuff, it can be really confusing to know that we can drop stuff into here. So let's go ahead and hop over to CSS, and let's make this just a little bit prettier. So the first thing we want to do is make this box pretty, the left box. We actually want to turn it into a box so the user knows that there's a specific area that they can drop things into. Now the ID of that box was left box, so let's go ahead and copy that. And remember, whenever you're working with ID, just go ahead and use that sign, left box. So what rules can we put? First of all, let's go ahead and float this baby to the left, because remember, it's the left box, so we want this one to be left first. Now let's give it a set width of 250 and a set height of 250 pixels. I actually forgot the pixels in that first one. And this is just because 250 is going to appear nice in this tutorial, but again, you'd want to make this different depending on whatever application you're making. And now let me just go ahead and give it a margin of 5 pixels so it isn't all bunched up together. And I also want to give it a border of, let's say, what's going to look good for this tutorial, 3 pixels, solid blue. So basically that's our left box right there. It's basically a square blue box that's on the left hand side. Now actually what we can do is just go ahead and copy this baby right here and paste it, and on our right box we can just make this float to the left, because remember, we don't need to put the left box float left and right box float right. Whenever you put something that's float left first and put something after it that's floating left second, it's going to appear after it. It's just going to be pushed up against it. So this is actually a good layout so far. Let's go ahead and look at these rules. We want the same size, that's fine. The margin, 5 pixels, that's fine as well. The only other thing I want to do, and the only rule that I want to change, is I want to give this a different color. Instead of blue, give it something like green, because I just like giving every little thing a different color, because then whenever you're looking at it in your HTML, or on your website rather, if something's messed up, then you say, okay, my red box is messed up. What one's red? Oh, this one right here. So let me go ahead and test this out and see what we get. Launching Chrome. Oh yeah, that is a nice looking, and look, it fits perfectly in my screen recorder. How convenient. So what we're going to do eventually is we're going to be able to take this image, drag it over here, and plop it just like that. However, if we see already, the reason that we can drag this right now and it looks like it's dragging is because Google Chrome already has the ability to drag and drop images. Basically, it's ready for drag and drop. In other words, it's HTML5 compatible. But look what happens whenever I drag this. First of all, a little black, it's not an X sign, it's like a railroad crossing sign. It's like, dude, what are you doing? You don't have any functionality for this yet. And likewise, whenever I try to drop it in the blue square, it's like, yeah, you just can't do that. So what we need to do now is we actually need to make this program work. And how we do that is we hop over in JavaScript and we write all the programming for it. So, like I said, our website interface in our drag and drop program is ready to go. We just need to write the programming for it. And I'm going to be teaching you guys how to do that in the next tutorial. So that's what we have to look forward to in the next tutorial. It's going to be amazing. Again, guys, once you see this feature, it's going to take your websites to a whole nother level. I cannot wait for HTML5 to be standardized because I'm going to be super excited. So anyways, I'll shut up now. Thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Alright guys, in the last tutorial what I did is I basically told you guys that what we can do with HTML5 is take a website and basically treat it like a desktop application where we can take images, icons, drag them over and actually plop them down in other places and make stuff happen. So I guess I might as well put my money where my mouth is in this tutorial and actually show you guys how to do it. So what I want to do first is I want to build a function like we did last time that occurs right when the window, or in other words the web page, is done loading. So what I'm going to do is put window, add, event, listener, and the one thing I don't like about Notepad++ is whenever you like type something wrong, it should put a little underline under it. But anyways, it's a cool program nonetheless. So basically, as soon as our window loads, what I want to do is I want to call a function called do first. And this function is a function that we didn't make yet. And just go ahead and put false there because remember the rule, just put false all the time unless I tell you differently. So now what I want to do is, since we called this do first function, we actually have to build it. So function do first, and it's not going to take any parameters, it's just going to do something. And all this function is going to do, again, this is basically going to fire off as soon as our web page is done loading. So what we want to do is we want to set all of our initial variables. And by that I mean we want to reference everything. For example, this picture right here, I'm just going to go ahead and grab the ID copy, and basically whenever we reference it through JavaScript, it's going to know we're talking about that picture. So let's go ahead back into JavaScript, and first thing we need to do is give it a variable name. My pic, and let's just go ahead and set this equal to document. And remember, since this is in this file right here, we're talking about this document. So document get element by ID, and the ID of that was face pic, just like that. So now what we want to do is on this picture right here, remember this variable my pic references this thing right here right now. So what I want to do is I actually want to add an event listener for my pic. So my pic, go ahead and copy that. Just going to go ahead and copy this, or might as well. You see how lazy I am. And now I'm going to add some event listeners. So you say, okay, Bucky, you're probably going to add an event listener for load. You want something to happen as soon as that picture is done loading. No, no, no. What I want to do is I want to add an event listener called drag start. Now this event listener kicks off whenever you start to drag your image. So as soon as I start to drag this, that's when a function is going to be fired. So again, drag start is a special keyword that's built into JavaScript, so you like can't change this or anything. You need to use the keyword drag start. And it's basically an event that happens whenever you start to drag something. So it's saying, okay, whenever you start to drag my pic, what do you want to happen? Well, we want to call a function called start drag. Now, this function isn't built in already. This is what we're going to customize. So we're going to need to build that one later on. And of course, the third parameter is false. Remember the rule, always put false unless I tell you otherwise. So now what we need to do is we actually need to reference something else. So we already have a reference to my pic, which is this right here. Now we need a reference to this left box, this blue box right here. So in order to do that, just like before, we're just going to go ahead and I'm just going to cheat a little bit here, copy this, and instead of my pic, just go ahead and put left box. And what was the ID for the left box? Oh, that's convenient. That's why you name things what they are, so they aren't confusing at all. So now in JavaScript, we have a reference to left box through the variable left box. So now whenever we use this variable, remember we're talking about this blue box, aka I named it the left box. You can name it the blue box, but maybe we're changing the color later on. So anyways, enough of me rambling on. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be adding 3 event listeners for the left box. So let's just go ahead and copy that and hit left box, add event listener. And I actually could have copied this. Dang it. I get so mad whenever I could have done something the lazy way and actually did it the hard way. So like I said, we're going to be adding 3 event listeners. The first one is something called drag enter. And let me just go ahead and set the rest of my parameters now, since I'm going to be doing something soon. So drag enter is basically when something enters the area. So basically when something enters here, that's what's going to happen whenever we use this one. And what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be copying this and showing you guys 2 other events that we're going to listen for. So we want to call a function whenever something enters the area. We want to call a function whenever we drag something over the area. So this basically is called one time. Well, don't worry about this for now. And the last one is drop. And I'm just going to do this. So drag enter and drag over, you're saying, wow, we're going to have to write a bunch of customized functions, but the only thing we're worried about is we don't care what happens when we drag over this or enter the area, because that isn't what we're worried about for this tutorial. Maybe when you're building a program on your own, you want it to highlight or something whenever you're dragging over. But the only 2 events I care about is whenever we start dragging, I want something to happen, and whenever we drop it in here, I want something to happen. So you're saying, okay, then why don't you just get rid of these completely, drag enter and drag over, if you don't even want anything to happen? Well, because of this, and listen very carefully because this is actually kind of important. By default, you know how there are a bunch of different browsers like Google Chrome, Safari, Opera, Internet Explorer? They each have a default action that occurs whenever you drag over something. Google Chrome might do nothing like it is right now. Internet Explorer might highlight this div. Opera might turn it purple or something to know that you're hovering over it. Well, what we want to do is say, okay, since we're building this website and we want to make it the same through all user experiences, we want to have the same action, so we're gonna override this by making a function inside here, and you put E in there because this means whenever you have E always means event. So the event is basically that E variable is the information on that event. So for the code that we write in here, those are going to be curly braces actually, we want for the event prevent default. And remember, what this means is basically if you have any default action that occurs, for instance, making it, highlighted or anything like that, just prevent it. Just don't do anything instead. And through this, we're basically saying, okay, whenever we explicitly write this, we overwrite it, and therefore it's the same across all browsers. So remember, like I said, instead of calling a function that we can write later on, just go ahead and copy this code and now nothing can happen. And that just makes it compatible across all browsers. It gives the users the same experience no matter what they're using. So basically, the only thing we're doing is we want to call the start drag function whenever they start to drag the image, and whenever they drop the image into this box, we're going to be calling a function called dropped. So those functions are not built into JavaScript. We actually need to build them explicitly. So that is what we're going to be doing in the next tutorial. So to recap one last time, if you got everything, then go ahead and move on to the next tutorial. But I know this is kind of confusing, so I'm going to recap it one more time. What we did is we referenced this picture through a variable called myPic. Now with myPic, we can add an event listener on it. So basically, our website is going to be waiting until we start to drag that. And whenever we start to drag it, it's going to call a function called start drag that we're going to be making in the next tutorial. After that, we referenced left box, which is this blue box right here, through a JavaScript variable. And then we said, okay, browser, if you have any default thing that you do whenever they enter or drag over this area, like right here, don't do it. Just go ahead and, prevent default. And this is actually a built-in function that we got with HTML5. It pretty much means don't do anything at all. So it's like, okay, if you highlighted it by default, don't even worry about doing that at all. The only thing that we need to do is whenever we drop it into that box, we're going to call a function that is called dropped, and that's what we're going to be building in the next tutorial. So again, in the next tutorial, we're going to work on start drag and dropped, and then our application is complete. So for now, thank you guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next video. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 46th HTML5 tutorial, and in this lesson we're going to be finishing up the program by first coding the start drag function. Now the start drag function is basically the function that's going to get fired off as soon as the user starts to drag their image. So let's go ahead and code that right now by using function start drag, and we're going to be passing it in, whoa, not a capital E, Haas, a lowercase e. Now I know I talked to you guys about events before, but let me expand on this a little bit. So this e parameter that I keep passing in our functions, it doesn't just, represent some cool letter that we want to throw around. It's actually short for event. Now, what is an event? An event is something that the user can do on your web page. For example, they can drag this image, so dragging is an event. They might be able to move their mouse around, so mouse move is an event. There are a bunch of these events that are built into JavaScript. Now, why did they build these events in? Kind of useless, right? Not exactly. Whenever an event occurs, a user event, your browser is going to store information alongside that event. For example, whenever the user moves their mouse over here, it's going to store the information of the X position and Y position of the mouse. And basically, every event that happens, it stores some little bit of information alongside that event. Why do we need to know this? Because we need to store some information with our dropping and dragging event. So that's why I'm telling you guys that. So we're going to be doing that later on. But first, we need to worry about this. How exactly is this program going to work? Well, we know that whenever we drag this picture over here, then we want to drop it and change this text into this picture. So how would we do that? Well, if we look in our HTML, in order to get an image to appear, we need this source code right here. Now the text is all this. That's what we don't want. So in order to change it, we're going to need to reference this source code, and we're going to need to basically change what's inside here later on. So the first thing we need is a reference to this source code. So let me just go ahead and copy this, copy it, and let's make a variable called code, and let's set it equal to that source code. Now another thing I want to point out is whenever you make a variable in JavaScript, you can put it in between double or single quotation marks. Always put HTML inside single quotation marks, because whenever you have an attribute like ID or source, it's always surrounded by double quotation marks. So without having the need for escaping it, just surround it by single quotation marks. It's going to make your life a whole lot easier. So now that we have a reference to this image stored in the variable code, what we need to do is we need to say, okay, event, Bucky just told me that you can store some information inside your event. So why don't you go ahead and prove that to me right now? Well, whenever you have an event and you want to store information inside it, you need to call something called data transfer, and you need to call a function called set data. So set data is basically saying, okay, store information on this event. Well, the first parameter we say, okay, we just want to store text information, nothing special. And now we need to write what information do we want to store. Well, since we want to store the image, we store that in a nice little variable called code. So now whenever the event of start to drag occurs, basically whenever we start to drag this image, it's going to store the information of this source code. So we're going to need that later on. So just remember, whenever we start to drag this, an event is going to occur and it's going to store the information of the source code for the picture. So now the only other function that we need to make is this dropped. So this basically occurs whenever you drop something and release it like that. Whenever you drop it down in an area, this is what you want to occur. So make function, and it's called dropped, and of course this is going to take the same e parameter. So remember I told you guys that each browser has a default action that occurs whenever you drag. Basically every event, a browser has a default action for it. So even though Chrome might not do anything whenever you drop something, maybe Firefox plays a little chime, maybe Internet Explorer pops up an alert box. We don't want any of that crap to happen. So what we need to do is we need to prevent any default action that the browser might do automatically. And we do that through E, which is the action or event, prevent default. This makes sure that no matter what browser you're viewing this web page on, nothing is going to happen. And we don't want anything to happen because we want to write our custom code on this line right here, so we don't want any default crap to happen automatically. So remember, what we need to do is we basically need to take this text and change it into this image right here. So in order to do that, we need to replace this text right here with this code right there. So how do we access this text inside the HTML? Well, what we need to do is we need to reference it through leftbox, and there's a property in JavaScript called inner HTML, and that basically says, okay, whatever is inside these tags right here, that's what property I'm referring to. So we already referenced leftbox through that little variable right there, and the property to reference the inner HTML or the inner code of that is inner HTML, if you're going to guess that. So basically what we're referencing through this property is all the stuff inside this box, which happens to be the text, I dare you to drag an image in me. Now what we can do in order to change this into the image, we can just go ahead and copy this and paste it down here. But since we stored the information alongside that event, I'm showing you the proper way to do it. What you need to do is you need to actually grab, it looks a lot like this, but instead of setting the information, we already set the information that we want to store that event. So what we need to do is we just need to get it now. So the method for that, in case you couldn't guess, is get data. Basically get the information that we stored with that event, which was basically this right here. So get data takes one parameter. It's basically what type of data do you want to get? Plain old text. And the reason you need to put this is kind of weird, but you can store and receive data in different types of ways. There's text, and then there's URL, and there's a bunch of different ways, but the majority of the time you just want to receive plain old text data. So basically what we're saying is this event is going to store this right here. So basically whenever we get the information, we're getting the code for the image. So whenever we change the HTML, which is right here, into the source code for the image, which is right here, it's basically going to make the image appear on the left hand side. Don't believe me? Well, let me just go ahead and save this, and hopefully I didn't mess anything up since I just talked a little bit of crap there. Now we're going to go ahead and drag it over into the left box, release, and check it out. Now what happens is our left box displays this image right like that. So again, one last time, what we're doing is whenever we start to drag this image, let's refresh it and start to drag. As soon as we start to drag it, it's going to store the information of the image path inside that event. So right now, the information is stored inside the event of the image. So now whenever we release it, we're saying, okay, instead of having text in there, change the inner HTML to the information that we gave you, which was the image path. And there you go, there is a very basic tutorial of how to drag and drop images. Again, a couple things you can do to make this cooler is, if you wanted to, whenever you dragged over this, you might want to change the border to a different color or the background to a different color. Or, I don't know, maybe you want to, whenever you drag this, you just want to have one image here and make this one disappear. You can do all of that, and maybe I'll teach that to you guys in the next tutorial if I got time. But those are all different things that you can do using this drag and drop feature in HTML5. So again, as we can begin to see, websites are gonna start turning more from just displaying plain old basic information to make the internet more interactive, giving it the feel of a software desktop application. I'm super excited. I cannot wait for it. So anyways, thank you guys for watching this tutorial. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next lesson. What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to your 47th HTML5 tutorial, and in this lesson I'm going to be teaching you guys how to take that web application you made and turn it into more of a desktop application. And we want to do this because there are a couple things that differentiated this dumb old drag and drop program from something a user would expect on their desktop. First of all, whenever you're dragging files and icons around on your desktop, whenever you move the original image somewhere else or inside a different folder, the original image disappears. The user probably isn't expecting that image to stay there, so it may confuse them a little bit. So I'm going to be teaching you guys how to make this original image disappear whenever you move it, and also whenever you're dragging something on your desktop or in a software application, whenever you drag it into an area that you're able to drop it in, there's a little indicator that lets the user know that it's okay to drop here. And this may be changing the border color or changing the background color. And it just helps clarify to the user, okay, it's okay to drop these files or these icons here. So that's what we're going to be doing in this upcoming tutorial. So what we need to do first is we need to work on the functionality of getting this image to disappear. Now we want this image to disappear whenever the user is done dragging it. So instead of start drag, we need to we need to add an additional event listener for drag end. Now let's go ahead and call this function end drag, and this end drag function is going to be called whenever they are done dragging the image. And all this function is going to do is it's going to make this image disappear. So that's all that's going to do. So now what we need to do is, after that, we want a little indicator to pop up saying whenever we hover over this area, this left box, we're going to have the border change color and maybe the background too. So let me go ahead and add two other event listeners. So let's go ahead and copy this event listener for the left box and paste two other ones. And I know my screen kind of went wild there, but these are the two ones that I just pasted right here. So instead of drag over, drag over, drag over, change this first one to drag enter, and change this second one to drag leave. If I can move my mouse out of there, drag leave. So basically, whenever we enter the area of the left box, we want it to change a color, and whenever we leave the area, we don't want it to stay that color, we want it to change back to the original color, blue border with a white background. So we need to explicitly say that. So instead of just putting that function prevent default in there, we're going to be making our own custom functions. Now let's just go ahead and name it the same as this. We'll name our function drag enter and drag leave to, not confuse you guys at all. So first thing I want to take care of is making this icon disappear whenever we are done dragging it. So let's go ahead and code that function. Let's see, what was it called? End drag. So let me type function correctly. I think I spelled function incorrectly in every single dang tutorial. But anyways, this end drag, just like start drag right here, it takes a parameter of E, which is the dragging event. Now, what we need to do is basically say, okay, when you are done dragging this image, make it disappear. So of course we need a reference to that image, and we do that in a really easy way. What we do is we get pick we just make a variable called pick. You can actually make it anything you want. And you set it equal to the event's target. Now, the target of the event is basically, well, let me say this. The event is the event of dragging the image. And what are we dragging? The image. So the image is the target. The target is what are you doing the event to? In this case, we're doing it to the image, so that's why I named it pick. So now this pick variable references this thing right here. So now whenever we end the drag, we just want to go ahead and take that pick, change the style. What style? Visibility. I always spell that one wrong too. Hopefully I got it right this time. We want to change the visibility of that picture to hidden. So there you go, and this is just a CSS style. Basically, we're taking this and hiding it through CSS. So now whenever we are done dragging this, it's going to go ahead and hide this icon right here. So now that we took care of that, we have two other things to take care of. Drag enter and drag leave. So let me go ahead and do that right now. So under end drag, let's go ahead and build another function, and I'm just going to go ahead and copy this. Drag enter. And of course, this takes the parameter of E because anytime you're working with an event, you have to pass it in that event. So the first thing we want to do is we want to prevent any default action from happening. So whenever we enter this area, whatever you're going to do by default, prevent it. Now after this, remember I told you guys, whenever they drag this image over here, I want the border color to change, and I want the background to change. So how do we access those properties? Through left box. Remember, we already referenced this up here. Left box style, and the background is background, just like that. And let's just go ahead and set this equal to sky blue. That's a nice, easy color. And let me go ahead and copy this. So basically what we have going on right now is whenever we enter the left area, the background is going to change to a sky blue color. And let's just make the border, what was it by default? 3 pixels solid blue. So we will change this to something like 3 pixels solid red. So the border is going to be the same size. It's just going to change from blue to red, and the background is going to be blue. So now what we want to do is say, okay, that's what happens whenever we enter the area. But what if the user does this? What if the user enters the area, then change its mind and drag back out? Well, as of now, the image, or excuse me, the left box would still change the same color. It wouldn't change back to normal with a blue border. So we need to say, okay, if the user changes his mind and it leaves the area, we need to change it back. And we need to do that through the drag leave function. This basically means whenever you're dragging something and you leave the area of the left box. So let me go ahead and just go ahead and copy this. And now instead of drag enter, we can just do drag leave because that's what we named our function right up here. And by the way, I'm going to be taking all this code and I'm going to be posting it on my forum. So if I'm scrolling up and down too fast or, just bugging you guys, then you can just go ahead and copy it through my forum. But anyways, what this is going to do is basically change it back to its default properties. So by default, it had a white background. So let's go ahead and change this to white. And by default, it had a 3 pixel solid blue border. So 3 pixels solid blue instead of red. So now let's go ahead and save this and look at everything we got. Go ahead and refresh it, and first, whenever I drag this and enter the area, you notice that it turns into a red border from a blue one, and the background turns sky blue instead of white. Now when I exit the area, my left box changes back to its blue border, and it also has that white background which it had before. So now if I finally say, okay, should I drop it? Should I do it? I don't know. Okay, I'm finally going to drop it. Check it out. My original image disappears, and that is what the user would expect. They don't expect to be making a whole bunch of copies of my face. They expect to move my face from here to here. So there you go. That's what happens whenever you have a real sweet drag and drop program on your webpage. Again, there's a million other things that you can do. I don't know, there's like unlimited possibilities, but now that you guys know how to change properties of your drag and drop program and how to access them through your CSS and JavaScript, basically the rest is up to you guys. I gave you guys the pieces, it's up to you to put them all together. So for now, thank you guys for watching, and don't forget, I'm going to be taking all this code from my HTML, CSS, and JavaScript file, and I'm going to be posting it all on my forum, tnbforum.com. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Like I said, don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you guys in the next video. What is going on, guys? Welcome to your 48th HTML5 tutorial, and in this lesson I want to start talking to you guys about the Web Storage API. So what the Web Storage API is basically a new way that we can store data using websites. So before, if you ever made a website and you wanted to store some data from the user for maybe a shopping cart, or maybe they were playing a game and you need to store some variables, you were kind of limited to sessions and cookies. But the web storage API is going to change all that. It's going to give you a new awesome way to store data, make it much more efficient, and give you guys another set of tools that you can use. It's pretty awesome, so let's go ahead and get started. So the first thing I did is I wiped out everything in my CSS and JavaScript file. However, I'm linked to them both. I didn't want to go ahead and rewrite the whole template because that's kind of worthless. So what I'm going to do is start from scratch. The first thing I'm going to do is build a new section, and I'm just going to give it the ID of left ID. Now I guess I might as well go ahead and explain to you guys what thing I'm going to be building. Actually, let me go ahead and name this left box. That might be a little better. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be building two boxes on the screen. On the left hand side, it's just going to have a form where we can pretty much insert some simple data, and on the right hand side, or on the right box, what we're going to be doing is just testing out displaying that data. So I'm not going to be, inserting into a database or making it into a game or anything. I'm just going to be showing you guys how to save it through a form and how to display it. But once we learn how to save it and also how to access it, then you guys can use this for anything you want: a game, a shopping cart, Facebook, MySpace type website, whatever the heck you want. So anyways, that's what we're going to be doing, so I didn't want to just leave you guys in the dark. So we got a section, and this left box right here is where we're going to be putting our form. But for now, let me just go ahead and make the right box while I can copy that code. And I'm just going to go ahead and name this right box. Now by default, it's not going to display anything, so let me just go ahead and write nothing yet Haas right in there, because we're going to be changing the inner HTML of this to display what we stored. But by default, before they even use this application, before they even store any data, they're going to see nothing yet Haas, because might as well test out. I don't know what we're doing. I just felt like typing something, to be honest, but there you go. So what I'm going to be doing is building a form with three form elements in it. Text area, two text areas actually. One's going to store the key, the other one's going to store the value, and the third one is just going to be a button where you can press it and actually save your information. So let me go ahead and make three paragraphs and copy this crap right here. Alright, now the first one, like I said, is going to be the key. Now, I want to mention this. Whenever we are storing information that the user enters, it's basically like storing a variable. You have your variable name and the variable value. So the name could be like age and the value could be 15. The name could be username and the value could be the New Boston. So what they do is they call these variables keys, and they call the values, I don't know if you could guess this one, value. But let me just go ahead and I'm just gonna write 1 like that, and 2, because I'll show you guys what I'm doing in a second and it's gonna make sense. So for the first one, what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be putting a simple input, and this is just gonna be a type of, and someone is sexting me right now, that's great, a type of text, and the ID for it is just going to be 1. And I named it ID 1 because it's the very first text box, and I figured, hey, why not give it the ID of 1? So for number 2, what I'm going to be doing is I'm actually going to be making this a text area, and you end those with text area. It's not a single tag, it's a double tag. And I'm going to be giving this the ID of 2. And that is just because whenever I don't want to give it the ID of key and value, because whenever we're working in our JavaScript functions, there's actually a method called value or a property called value, so I don't want to confuse the two. So anyways, just go ahead and name this first text box, give it an ID of 1, and give this second text area, you can make a text box if you want, but I'm going to give this an ID of 2. You can give them names if you want, but names aren't really going to matter for this tutorial. So the last thing we want to build is a button. So input type equals button, and for the ID, just give it the ID of button and give it a value of save. Now the value is what text you want to appear on the button. So I just want my button to say save, just like that. So as you notice, and I probably should have done this, I don't know why I do it this way, but I always build what's inside the form before I actually build the form itself. So that might have confused you guys. So let me just go ahead and build that form. And go ahead and copy this right there and paste it right there. And ending form. So as you can see, we have two boxes on the screen right now. A left box, which pretty much has a form with 3 elements in it. The first one is just pretty much an area to enter text. The second one is an area to enter text. And the third one is a button to save it. Basically, we're going to be making a variable with the name of this, giving it a value of this. And whenever we have everything set, we can save that variable by clicking this button right here. So let me go ahead and save this and run and launch in Chrome and show you guys what we got. We pretty much got a variable name, which can be like person, a value, which can be Bucky, and whenever we save it, it's going to display in our other box. But as you notice, a couple things. First of all, this is probably the ugliest looking website I've ever made in my entire life. So what we need to do in the next tutorial is style this. You know, we don't need to make it look great, but make it look at least a little better than this piece of crap. And also add some functionality to this baby so, you know, I don't have to sit here clicking save all day and nothing happens. So that's what we're going to be doing in the upcoming tutorials, and yeah, I can tell that you guys are excited already. So anyways, there you have it. Thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Alright guys, welcome to your 49th HTML5 tutorial. In this lesson, we're just going to be making this website look a little bit prettier because this is so ugly looking. I think I'm going to throw up if I don't do anything to it soon. So go ahead and hop over to your CSS file, and remember, we have two big boxes here. That's what she said, a left box and a right box. In the left box, just go ahead and reference it by a left box ID. Let's just go ahead and first float this baby to the left, which basically means push it to the left whenever there's space. Now let's go ahead and give it a padding of 20 pixels, just so our form, whenever we make a box around it, a border around it rather, then it isn't butted right up against the border. So let me just add my border, add something noticeable, 3 pixels, solid, and red. So this is pretty much going to make a box that fits to the size of the elements, and it's just going to be pushed to the left. Now let's go ahead and do that same thing with the right box. Easily, actually, you know what, I think it would have taken less time if I didn't even copy that, but yeah, definitely with all these mistakes and crap. Okay, now right box, what we want to do is add a few more properties. The first thing we want to do is float this baby to the left, which basically means, okay, this box is already going to be pushed against the left, just push this in the next place available. We want to give this one a set width because by default it has this stuff in it, but some of you guys might not put anything in there at all. So if we don't give it a set width, then it might just appear as a little line on some browsers or not appear at all on other browsers. So let's just go ahead and give it a set width of like 250 pixels. That should be enough. And now what I want to do is, in order not to have it butted up immediately against the other box, we want to give it a margin, but we only want to give it a margin on the left hand side. So margin left of 20 pixels is going to give it space between this box and the box to the left of it, which was appropriately named left box. Now let's go ahead and give it some padding. 20 pixels would do just fine, and give it a border that is the exact same as this one, but I want to make this one blue. So let me go ahead and save this and check it out. Alright, so let me move this so you guys can see. So basically what we have is this red one is the left box that has, and you see the padding around it of 20 pixels, and this right one is called the right box. And this margin left is this what gives us this 20 little pixels of padding right here, or margin padding, something else. But anyways, now that our website is looking pretty dang good, I think what we can do is hop over and start coding the functionality to it, because check it out. What this program basically gonna do is it's gonna store a variable for us. And technically I don't even know if they're called variables. I think they're called like a key in values or keys, but it's basically like a variable. So whenever our user goes to the website, they're gonna enter something like a username and a password. Now, whenever we store this, it's going to go ahead and save it on their computer. Well, there are different ways that we can save it. I'll talk about that later on. But what we want to do is we want to save this information. So then, if they go to other websites, or excuse me, go to other websites or web pages, or if they browse around our website, we have that information stored and they don't have to enter their username every single time. So in order to store that, we need to use something called the Web Storage API, and that's what this save button is going to do. So right now it doesn't do anything, but in the next tutorial I'm going to show you how to code it. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you guys then. Alright everyone, welcome to your 50th HTML5 tutorial, and in this lesson we're going to finally give this baby some functionality, making it work, making something happen whenever we click the save button. So basically, like I said, what we're going to be doing is making a variable. Now every variable has a name and a value. So right now, whenever we click this, nothing happens, but eventually what we're going to be doing is setting this is the variable name and this is the variable's value, and just displaying the information over here to verify that this program does indeed work. So let me go ahead and do that right now. So now that you got your HTML file and CSS file set up, hop over to your JavaScript file. Now the first thing that we want to do is a function that happens as soon as the window loads. This kind of kicks off everything. So just go ahead and on your window put add event listener. Now this of course takes three parameters. The first one is load. When do we want this to happen? As soon as the window loads. What do we want to happen? Call a function called do first. Now we're going to be building that function in just a couple seconds. And the last parameter is false, and if you guys watch any of my previous tutorials, you know why. So basically, we want to call the function do first as soon as the window is done loading or the web page is done loading. So let me go ahead and build that function right now. Function do first, and this takes a parameter of nothing. In other words, I'm just going to confuse you guys. Don't even listen to me. Just put this tutorial on mute and, just follow along with it. This is probably your best bet. But anyways, the first thing we need to do is we need to reference this button right here. Now we need to reference it because we need to say, okay, whenever they click this button, that's when we want to save the data. So we need to reference that through a variable called button. I'm going to name it button. And how we do that is document get element by ID. Now if we look, the ID of the button is button, so whenever we reference that ID, it knows that we're talking about this button right here. So get element by ID, and the ID of that is button. So now the variable button references this button right here. Simple enough. So now what we want to do is we want to add an event listener to that button, because remember, an event listener is something that sits on an element. In this case, is going to sit on the button and wait until you perform an action to that button. So what action is it going to wait for? It's going to wait till we click that button. Now it says, okay, whenever you click that button, what do you want to do? Well, I just want to call a function called save crap. So it's basically a function that's going to save all the crap. So now let me go ahead, and you're thinking, okay, well, where is that function? Is save crap built into JavaScript? No, they would never build a function that was named something so inappropriate. Only I would do that. So let's go ahead and build that function right now. Function save crap. So basically, whenever they click that button, this function is going to be called. Now remember, like I told you, what we're doing is we're going to be inserting two pieces of data in here. Whenever they click this button, it's going to call a function called save crap. what savecrap is going to do is take the value of this, which is right now, I'll put like person in here, and the value of this, which is Bucky, and it's going to save basically a variable called person, and that variable is going to have the value of Bucky. So the first thing we need to do is we need to reference the contents of this. So we already know how to reference this entire element itself by get element by ID, because check it out. I'll say in a second what I'm talking about. 1 equals document get element by ID. Okay, so document get element by ID, and remember, this very first text area, the ID of it was 1. So whenever we try to get element by ID and press 1, it's not going to get the contents of here. What it's going to do is it's going to set this equal to this whole entire thing. But this whole entire thing isn't the variable. Only the contents of it is the variable. So we can't set it equal to document get element by ID 1. We need to set it equal to document get element by ID 1, the value of it. Because the value of basically a text area is the contents inside that area. So basically whatever we typed into that text box, it's now going to be stored in the variable 1. Simple enough. So basically now 1 would be equal to the word person. So now we just need to do the exact same thing with another variable. So 2 and 2. And here's another thing. You know how I told you guys that this first one was pretty much the key and the second one was pretty much the value, but I didn't want to name it key and value? Here is why I don't like naming any text area value when I'm working with the JavaScript, because it already has a property called value. So if I put variable 2 equals document get element by ID value value, it may be kind of confusing, especially if I name this variable value. So that is why I chose the variable names 1 and 2 rather than key and value. I hope you understand. So now what I'm going to do is basically this. I have a variable all set up. This is the name of the variable 1, and this is the value of the variable 2. So how do I actually save it? Well, here is where we get to the good stuff. We use something called session storage. Now, session storage is a class that's built in to HTML5. Now, it has a method called setItem. Now, usually whenever we have methods that we don't, or functions rather, I guess they're called in JavaScript, that we don't usually see, we're going to need to build them ourselves. But this function is actually built into HTML5. What it does is it takes two parameters, in this case 1 and 2. It basically creates a variable that the user is going to store. Now, the key of that variable is person, and the value of that variable is Bucky. So it pretty much creates a variable with the variable's name being the first parameter and the variable's value being the second parameter. So typically, I think more technically, they're called keys instead of names, but I say variable names, and the variable's value is of course the value. So what we did in this line of code is we basically created a variable that we're going to store on the user's computer. So now that we did that, I'm going to call one more function, and that is, should I even do this in this tutorial? I think I'm going to save it to the next tutorial, because I got one more function and one more line of code to go in this, but whenever I explain it, I want to explain it thoroughly, and I don't want to run out of time or bore you guys. So go, chill out, soak all this knowledge in, go grab a hot pocket, some hot chocolate, some more hot stuff. Come back when you're ready to learn, and we're going to be finishing up this program. So thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Alright guys, welcome to your 51st and last tutorial of this mini-series. So basically what we did right now is we built some functions that allowed us to enter two little pieces of information, and whenever we click the save button, it's going to go ahead and save those to a variable. However, I could say, oh yeah, just trust me, whenever you click the save button, it's going to save it to a variable. It's also going to put $1 million in your bank account and cure, whatever disease you might have. But you aren't going to believe me unless I can prove it to you guys. So the truth is, it's not going to give you $1 million or do anything like that, but it is going to save a variable. So how am I going to prove this to you guys? Well, I'm going to display the information of that variable right here. So what we want to do right after we save the variable is, and typically you wouldn't just, save a variable and display the information right to them, or else that would be kind of worthless. You wouldn't even need, session storage for that. But just for this example, it's the only way that I can prove it to you guys. So now what I want to do is display the information in one. So what this is going to do is basically show you the information in the right hand side right here. So this is a function that we actually need to code, but it only takes about 3 lines, I'm guessing. So function, and it's called display. We can just go ahead and copy this stuff right here. It's called display, and it takes a parameter of what the parameter is, basically the name of your variable. So in this case, it's just 1. So the very first line, we need to basically reference this blue box right here. So in order to do that, I'm just going to go ahead and make a variable called right box, and I'm going to go ahead and cheat a little bit here. Document, make sure I get my equal signs, document get element by ID. Now the ID of this right box was right box. So now basically this right box right here symbolizes this blue box on our screen. Now after this, what I want to do is I want to retrieve the data from that variable. So right here I said, okay, what this line of code does is it saves a variable on the computer. Well, now that we have some information saved, I want to tell you guys how to access that information. So for variable, I'm just going to go ahead and name this 2, right like that. What I want to do is hit session storage, and remember, session storage is basically the class that is built in that allows us to save and retrieve variables. So whenever we needed to set a variable, we use the method setItem. Whenever we want to retrieve a variable, we need to use the function getItem. Now, getItem only takes one parameter, and it's basically what is the name of your item. Well, we passed in the name right here, which was 1. Now, basically, we're passing it in the name of person. Person is the name of our variable, or item, as they might call it. I I just noticed that I use the terms like function and method interchangeably. I also use the term item and variable interchangeably, but I don't want to confuse you guys. Whenever I say item or variable, it's basically the same thing. It's basically data that you can store that has a value. So basically, our item or variable is named person, so that is what we're passing in right here. So now we're saying, okay, get the value of it and store it in the variable called 2. So the value of person is Bucky. So now whenever we use the variable 2, it should write Bucky. So now what I want to do is just output this in my right hand side of the screen right here in my right box. So I'm just going to go ahead and hit right box, enter HTML. This basically means whatever's inside here, replace it with whatever I type in here. Now for the inner HTML, let me just go ahead and write something like name of variable, and I'm just going to go ahead and make this equal to 1, because remember, the name of your variable is basically person. So whenever we save this, it should say the name of your variable is person. And whenever you want to append a string in JavaScript, you need to use these 2 little plus signs. If you don't know what this is, then go ahead and watch my JavaScript tutorials. So now what I want to do is on the next line, in order to move down to the next line, I'm just going to add a break, and I'm just going to write value, and that's probably good enough. The value is, and I'm just going to go ahead and append the variable 2. So remember, like I said, 1 is basically the name of the item, and 2 is basically we retrieved the value of the item. So let me go ahead and save this and make sure this works. So let me go ahead and refresh this beast. Person has a value of Bucky. Now let's go ahead and save it. The name of the variable is person, and the value is Bucky. This could also write the name of the item is person, and its value is Bucky. So let's go ahead and make another one. Person, Ashley. So whenever we store, I want to mention this, just like JavaScript, whenever we try to store something else, it pretty much overwrites this person. So it says, okay, you already have a variable called person, but now you're setting it equal to a different value. So whenever we do that, it pretty much overwrites it and gives it a new value. So this pretty much works the exact same as JavaScript, except, it's just a little bit different. It's for websites instead. So what I'm going to be doing is I know this is kind of confusing, and even though we can just save everything in variables, these variables right here, they can't be saved as you go from website to website to website, or excuse me, web page to web page. As soon as you go to a different web page, these variables right here are going to get destroyed. So that is why we need to use this web storage API. It gives us the ability to do some cool things aside from just storing variables from web page to web page. It lets us do some other cool things too, which I'm going to be talking about in the upcoming tutorials. But anyways, like I said, I know all of this is really confusing, so what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be taking all of this code and I'm going to be putting it on my forum, tnbforum.com, and if you want it, just go ahead and copy it and just play with it a little bit. And once you guys play with it for just a little bit, you're going to see how it works, why it works, and it's going to make sense to you guys, I promise. So for now, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. Ugh, I need to go get a drink of apple juice or something. Anyways, I'm going to go get a drink, and I will see you guys in the next lesson. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your 52nd HTML5 tutorial. And in this lesson, now that we understand the basics of the web storage API and how it can store variables, I want to show you guys the application of basically when and how you would build a program that would actually be useful. So right now what we did is we built a program that can say, okay, name, Bucky, and we can save it and pretty much make the text appear over here. Pretty cool, maybe, but this is pretty worthless. I mean, with this stupid thing, why wouldn't I just write the text over here? This is pretty much the most worthless program that I ever built. Well, that isn't what the web storage API was built for. I just want to show you guys that tutorial to give you guys a core foundation of the basics, how everything is pieced together. What it's built for is basically not only storing a single variable, but storing multiple variables and values. Not only storing multiple variables, but having it so you can go to a bunch of different websites, thenewboston.org, forum, Yahoo, and then you can go ahead and come back and all of your information is still stored for you. Pretty awesome. So let me go ahead and explain to you guys how to do that. The very first thing that you want to do is I'm going to be changing up this program a little bit. Instead of, let me just go ahead and run this baby one more time. Instead of having it so it says nothing yet, Haas, whenever you first go to your website, I want to go ahead and display all of the variables you have stored. So what we need to do, instead of this display function passing in one parameter, it's not going to be passed in any parameters. And like I said, I want this to display as soon as we go to our website. So as soon as our website is done loading, this do first function is going to be called. So at the end of this function, go ahead and call display, and it's going to display all the variables on the right hand side. So basically, make sure you put this display at the end of your do first function. So now that you took your parameter out of this display as well, we can go ahead and start talking about the good stuff. Now check out our program right now. Right now we can type in something like person and Bucky and hit save, and it's going to go ahead and save that variable, but it's also going to keep the value or keep the data in it in these text boxes right here. So what we want to do is whenever we click this button, we want to take whatever's in these text boxes and pretty much clear them out like that. So what we need to do is basically access the content inside it through this thing right here, because document get element by ID value, this is a property that basically references the stuff inside the text boxes. So if we take that property and we set it equal to nothing like this, then whenever we hit the save button, it's going to go ahead and save our data, and then at the end it's going to reset the information inside to nothing. So that is how we do that. Now that we did it for the first text box, we can go ahead and do it for the second one by just doing that. So now set the property of the value of text box 1 and text box 2 to nothing, and then whenever we hit the save button, instead of keeping the values in there, it's going to clear them out just like that. So the only thing I want to do after this is change this display function a little bit. The first thing that I want to do is actually I think it'd be better off if I just delete almost everything. So of course we want to reference the right box still, which is this blue box, because that's where we're going to be displaying the information. Now after that, what I want to do is I want to reset the inner HTML. So right box inner HTML. Now the property inner HTML references anything inside this blue box. So at first I want to say, okay, before I tell you what to write, just don't write anything at all. Just clear, if you had anything in there by default, just clear it out. So that's what that line of code does. Now what I want to do is I want to make a simple loop. Now why am I making a loop? I want to loop through every single piece of information that we stored, and I want to basically write each one line by line. So go ahead and make a for loop and just go ahead and make a variable, call it like x or something, and set it equal to 0. Now if you say, okay, how do I know how many times to run this loop? Well, each variable we're going to be putting on a separate line. So you're saying, okay, then we probably need to run it as much as how many variables we have stored. But how do we know how many variables that the user has stored in their session? Well, what we can do is we can access a property called, I'm just going to go ahead and copy this, session storage dot length. Now what session storage dot length is it's a property that's built in to your web storage API, and this property pretty much gives you the length of how many items are stored. So if you have 5 items stored, this would be 5. If you had 18 items stored, this value would be 18. So therefore, our loop is going to be, it's going to loop through the appropriate number of times. And of course, the last thing we need to do is x++, which pretty much means loop one at a time, one by one. So now that this is looping 18 times if we have 18 items, 5 times if we have 5 items, let's go ahead and put something to output on the screen. The very first thing we need to do is we need to make a couple variables. Now, at first, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be having a, what's it called, a variable just like before. Like person, and I know I spelled that wrong, but Bucky. So person is basically the item name, the variable name. And I know I say like key item variables. I'm sorry if I'm complaining you. I'll try to call them items right now. So person is the name of the item and Bucky is the value. So what we need to do is make one variable equal to the name of the item. Now how we do this is we just access session storage, and just like an array, it has this built-in thing called key, and you could pass it in, excuse me, a number like X. So key 0 would be the first item in storage, key 1 would be the second, key 8 would be the ninth. It's just like an array. Basically, you know, like an array is basically like a list of items, and you can pass in the number of what item in the list you want to access. This works the exact same way. So pretty much it's going to loop through, it's going to pass these in the numbers 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and in return it's going to give you pretty much the name of the item at position 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is like person, thing, lunchbox, tuna fish. It's pretty much a bunch of different names for items, and it's going to store those in the variable A so we can print those out later on. So, oh man, I'm running out of time. I'm just getting so excited. I'm running out of time. I'm not even gonna have time to finish this tutorial. So I'm gonna finish this tutorial in number 53. But we only got like a couple more lines of code to cover, and then I'm gonna be explaining it. So anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time. Alright guys, welcome to your 53rd tutorial in, yeah, I think it's time to finish this bad boy up. So let me go ahead and explain the last line of code in case you guys were just like cheating and kind of just picked up on this tutorial. What I did in the last line of code is basically I got the name of the item and I stored it in a variable called A. So now that we have the name of the item, we can go ahead and get the value of the item. So let's go ahead and, whoa, not bar. I guess I got beer on my mind. Let's go ahead and take the value of the item and store it in a variable called B. Now remember, whenever we are setting an item, we use the variable, or excuse me, we use the function setItem. Whenever we are getting the value of an item, we use the function getItem. Now, the function getItem basically returns the value of an item. Which item, you ask? Well, we need to pass it in a parameter. So if we had something like, I don't know, we had a variable named Bucky, and it had a value of, or excuse me, we had a variable called people, and we had a value of Bucky. We would pass people into here, and it would return Bucky. So now A would be people and B would be Bucky. So now that we have the name of the variable or item and also its value, we can go ahead and start printing it out on the screen. So let me go ahead and in order to print it out in the right box, we first need to access this right box right like here. And actually, I can go ahead and cheat and grab this whole thing. Shh, don't tell anyone I'm cheating. So go ahead and grab the inner HTML, and I'm going to explain this. We can't just go ahead and set this equal to, a single line of text like this, because this is going to loop through, let's say, 10 times. At the end of the 10th time, it's going to say, okay, set this equal to A and B. So each time it's going to replace the inner HTML. So instead of just replacing it 10 times and ending up with a single line, we want the inner HTML to be 10 lines long. So in order to do that, instead of just setting equal to one line, we need to add that line on to this property right here. So then the first time it loops through, it's going to be one line. The second time, it's going to be 2 lines, and it keeps adding lines and lines onto this property, and at the end, you have, hopefully a list of like 5 or 6 different things. So now that we have that taken care of, let's go ahead and start printing out these variables. I'm just going to go ahead and print out the name of the variable, which is stored in the variable A, and also the value of the item or variable, but I just don't want to print them out right after each other. What I want to do is I actually want to add a little one of these, so it just looks a little prettier. And then just go ahead and stick on the value of it. And after this, since we're going to be working with a bunch of different variables, I want each of these to appear on a new line. So in order to do that, just go ahead and add a break at the end, and this is going to make them appear on a new line. So let me go ahead and save this, and yeah, everything looks pretty good to go. So this basically loops through all the variables you have stored and makes them appear on the new line. So let me go ahead and copy the path to that and refresh it and check it out. We got all this crap because I was testing it out in my last tutorial, but I want to show you guys how this works. Let me go ahead and refresh this, launching Google Chrome, and I'm going to go ahead and store the variable A, save it in there. B, save it in there. C, save it in. So instead of just storing one variable and its value, we can store a bunch of different variables and their value. Now, let me go ahead and go to my website, thenewboston.org. Oh, I wonder what's happening on my forum. Any active topics looking cool? Oh, this looks good. How old are you? Yada yada. And now I got, okay, you know what? I think I'm going to go back to that website and check it out. When we go back, all our information is still stored, all of our variables. So if we were like on a website like YouTube and we wanted to keep a list of our favorites, or more likely you'd be building something like a shopping cart and you want to keep the user's items, and maybe they went to a different website to compare prices or something, when they came back, all of their items are still stored for them. And say they wanted to add another item to their shopping cart like tuna, and I don't know, maybe it was like $12. Well, you can store that in there too. And then when you go to, another website, come back, all that information is stored there right for you. So again, before with JavaScript, as soon as we left this page, then all of the user's information and data would get destroyed. But now what you can do is you can have the user, go to different websites, check out different prices, build a shopping cart, and then whenever they came back, all of their information is stored for them. So if you're saying, okay, so whenever you're working with sessions, does it store it a day? Does it store it a week? Does it store it a month? Well, whenever we're working with sessions in HTML5, a session lasts as long as you have that browser open. As soon as you X out of it, like I just did, look what happens. We're going to go ahead and launch this in Chrome again, and we get a brand new session. So let me go ahead and, store tuna for $4 and apples for $65. Pretty expensive apples. This information is going to be stored as long as we have our browser open. So check it out. But as soon as I go ahead and close out of this browser, then the information gets destroyed. So that is how long a session lives. It lives as long as you want it to. So now, okay, guys, I'm done talking. I am, my throat is parched. I need to go chug a milkshake or something. So, anyways, I hope you understand that basically how to use the web storage API and when it could be useful whenever you're building things like shopping carts and stuff of that matter. If you ever want to make a program where maybe you want to store information for longer, such as like if you made something like eBay where you had a list of items and you wanted it to be saved there for like a month, or YouTube like a list of favorite videos, then you would need to use a database. That would probably be your best bet. But anyways, for simple shopping cart applications and, I don't know, I don't know. Someone think of something else for me because my mind's drawing a blank right now. This is your best bet. But anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video.